The Gilgo Beach Murders, a decade-long hunt for Long Island's serial killer. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into one of the most complex and haunting serial killer cases in recent American history. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach Murders, a case that spans more than 3 decades, involves at least 11 victims, and took investigators over 13 years to make an arrest. It's a story about vulnerable women whose lives were tragically cut short, about a community living in fear, and about how modern forensic technology and dogged police work finally brought answers to families who had waited far too long for justice. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's explore this deeply troubling case together. The discovery, December 2010. The story of the Gilgo Beach Murders begins, oddly enough, with a different case entirely. On a cold December morning in 2010, Suffolk County Police Officer John Mallia and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the thick brush along Ocean Parkway on Long Island's South Shore. They weren't looking for the remains that would make international headlines. They were searching for Shannon Gilbert, a 24-year-old woman from New Jersey who had vanished 7 months earlier after making a frantic 22-minute call to emergency services. Ocean Parkway is a desolate stretch of road that runs along the barrier beaches of Long Island's southern coast. It's a place where the Atlantic Ocean meets marshland and dense, almost impenetrable brush. The vegetation grows thick and wild here, creating a natural screen that had for years concealed secrets that would shock the nation. On December 11, 2010, Officer Mallia and Blue were moving slowly along the north side of Ocean Parkway, staying close to the shoulder as they searched. Despite a light dusting of snow and vegetation so thick it seemed impossible to penetrate, Blue suddenly alerted to a scent. The dog led Mallia to a skeleton wrapped in disintegrating burlap. The remains would later be identified as those of Melissa Barthelemy, a 24-year-old woman who had disappeared more than a year earlier. But this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, as investigators combed through the area with renewed intensity, they would make 3 more grim discoveries. Within a quarter-mile stretch of that lonely highway, they found the remains of 3 more women, all wrapped in burlap, all positioned within 500 feet of each other. These 4 victims would become known as the Gilgo Four, and their deaths would launch one of the most extensive and frustrating serial killer investigations in Long Island history. The Gilgo Four were Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Lynn Costello. Each of these women had advertised escort services on Craigslist. Each had disappeared between 2007 and 2010, and each had been found in remarkably similar circumstances, their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap sacks, hidden in the dense underbrush just off a public highway. The similarities between the cases were immediately striking to investigators. All 4 women were relatively petite, standing between 4 feet 10 inches and 5 feet tall. All 4 had worked as escorts. All 4 had vanished after arranging meetings with clients, and all 4 had been disposed of in the same manner, their bodies carefully concealed but positioned close enough together to suggest a single perpetrator. As the investigation expanded in the spring of 2011, the scope of the horror became even more apparent. Between March and April of that year, investigators discovered 6 additional sets of remains along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas. These discoveries included partial remains of women whose bodies had been found years earlier in other locations, an unidentified Asian male dressed in women's clothing, and the remains of a female toddler who would later be connected through DNA to one of the adult victims. In total, the remains of 11 people would be found in the area. Some had been there for more than a decade. Some appeared to be the victims of the same killer responsible for the Gilgo Four. Others seemed to represent different cases entirely, suggesting the possibility that this remote stretch of Long Island had been used as a dumping ground by multiple killers over many years. The question that haunted investigators and the public alike was simple but terrifying. Who was responsible for these murders? And more urgently, were they still active? For more than a decade, those questions would remain unanswered. The case would become one of the most high-profile, unsolved serial killer investigations in the country, spawning documentaries, books, and endless speculation. Families of the victims would wait years for answers, their grief compounded by the frustration of watching leads go cold and years pass without an arrest. Then, in July of 2023, everything changed. Police arrested Rex Heuermann, a 59-year-old architect from Massapequa Park, Long Island, charging him with the murders of 3 of the Gilgo Four. The arrest would shock Heuermann's neighbors, who knew him as a quiet, if somewhat odd, family man. It would bring a measure of closure to families who had waited more than a decade for justice, and it would reveal the story of an investigation that had combined old-fashioned police work with cutting-edge forensic technology to finally identify a suspect. But even with Heuermann's arrest, questions remain. He has been charged with 7 murders as of December 2024, but investigators believe he may be responsible for more. The full story of what happened along that desolate stretch of Ocean Parkway may never be completely known. This is the story of the Gilgo Beach murders. It's a story about the victims whose lives were tragically cut short, about the investigators who refused to give up even when leads went cold, and about how modern forensic science helped solve a case that had seemed unsolvable for more than 13 years. The Gilgo Four, lives cut short. To understand the Gilgo Beach case, we need to understand who these women were. They weren't just statistics or case files, they were daughters, sisters, mothers, and friends. Each had dreams and struggles, each had people who loved them, and each deserved so much better than the fate that befell them. Maureen Brainard Barnes, the first victim. Maureen Brainard Barnes was 25 years old when she disappeared on July 9, 2007. She was a mother of 2 young children and lived in Norwich, Connecticut. Like many single mothers, Maureen struggled financially, working seasonal jobs and doing whatever she could to provide for her family. When those legitimate options weren't enough, she had turned to sex work, traveling periodically to Manhattan to work as an escort. Maureen was petite, standing just 4 feet 11 inches tall, with a warm smile that her family remembers fondly. She would typically take an Amtrak train from New London, Connecticut, to Grand Central Terminal in Manhattan, where she would check into one of several hotels she regularly used. She would stay for a few days, advertise her services on websites like Craigslist and Backpage under the names Juliana or Marie, and then return home to her children. On July 6, 2007, Maureen made what would be her final trip to Manhattan. She checked into the Super 8 Motel at 59 West 46th Street in Midtown. She had been in contact with friends and family, and everything seemed normal. On July 9th, she called a friend in Connecticut and mentioned that she had an out call, meaning she was meeting a client at a location outside the hotel. That was the last time anyone heard from Maureen. Her friend reported her missing to the Norwich Police Department on July 14th, when Maureen failed to return home or make contact. The NYPD assisted with the investigation, eventually taking it over entirely as weeks turned into months, with no sign of Maureen. Her remains would be found on December 13th, 2010, more than 3 years after her disappearance, making her the first of the Gilgo Four to vanish, but one of the last to be discovered. She was found on the north side of Ocean Parkway, wrapped in burlap, positioned among the 3 other victims whose discoveries would follow within hours. Maureen left behind 2 children and family members who would spend years searching for answers about what happened. When Rex Heuermann was finally arrested in July 2023, her family was among those who publicly expressed both relief that an arrest had been made and continued grief over a loss that could never be undone. Maureen's daughter, Nicolette Brainard Barnes, was only 7 years old when her mother disappeared. Years later, she would speak publicly about how her mother's murder changed the trajectory of her entire life, robbing her of the chance to know who her mother would have become and depriving her of the normal childhood she deserved. Melissa Barthelemy, taunting phone calls. Melissa Barthelemy was 24 years old when she vanished on July 12, 2009. She lived in a basement apartment on Underhill Avenue in the Bronx, New York, and like the other victims, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on websites including Adult Friend Finder. At 4 feet 10 inches tall, Melissa was petite and vulnerable looking, though friends described her as having a strong personality and determination. She had moved to New York City from Buffalo with dreams of making a better life for herself. When those dreams proved harder to realize than she'd hoped, she turned to sex work to make ends meet. The night of July 12, 2009, Melissa told a friend she was going to meet a client on Long Island and would return the next morning. Cell phone records would later show that she traveled from the Bronx to Manhattan, most likely by taxi, before heading east toward Long Island. After that night, she was never seen again. Her mother reported her missing on July 18th, but what happened next would add an especially cruel dimension to the case. About a week after Melissa disappeared, her younger sister, then just 15 years old, began receiving phone calls from someone using Melissa's cell phone. The caller, a man, taunted the teenage girl, making crude sexual comments and boasting that he had killed Melissa. These calls would come in a total of 7 times between July and August 2009. The caller would ask the teenager if she was a prostitute like her sister, make obscene sexual remarks, and laugh at the family's anguish. Police were able to trace some of these calls, determining that they were made from areas near Times Square and Madison Square Garden in Manhattan, as well as from Massapequa, Long Island, the area where Rex Heuermann lived. The phone calls stopped after approximately a month, but the psychological damage to Melissa's family was immense. Her little sister had to live with the knowledge that the man who had killed her sibling had taken pleasure in tormenting her, had derived some sick satisfaction from hearing the fear and grief in her voice. Melissa's remains were found on December 11, 2010, the first of the Gilgo Four to be discovered. She had been dead for more than a year, her body wrapped in burlap and hidden in the thick brush along Ocean Parkway, within sight of the highway, but concealed well enough that dozens of cars had likely passed by every day without anyone noticing what lay just feet away. The phone calls to Melissa's sister would become a crucial piece of evidence in the eventual case against Rex Heuermann. Family members who heard recordings of the calls later reported believing they recognized Heuermann's voice in a YouTube interview that surfaced after his arrest, though voice identification has not been forensically confirmed in court. Megan Waterman, a young mother. Megan Waterman was just 22 years old when she disappeared on June 6, 2010. Originally from Maine, Megan had a 3-year-old daughter whom she loved deeply. Friends and family said that despite her struggles, Megan was devoted to her child and would call regularly to check in, even when she was away working. Like the other victims, Megan worked as an escort, advertising on the same websites and platforms the others had used. On the evening of June 6th, she was staying at a Holiday Inn Express in Hauppauge, Long Island. Surveillance video would later show her leaving the hotel, presumably to meet a client. She was never seen alive again. Her family reported her missing on June 8, 2010, when she failed to call and check in on her daughter, as she always did. Her family knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Megan would never have gone this long without contacting her little girl. Megan's disappearance came just a month after Shannan Gilbert's frantic call for help had set in motion the search that would eventually reveal the Gilgo Four. Tragically, Megan vanished during the very period when police were beginning to search for Shannan, unaware that multiple serial predators might be hunting in the same area. Her remains would be found on December 13, 2010, wrapped in burlap like the others, positioned within that horrifying quarter-mile radius where all 4 women had been left. Cell phone records would later show that Megan's phone had traveled to Massapequa Park, with the last known location pinging in that area around 3 in the morning on June 6th, shortly before she disappeared. Prosecutors would later allege that DNA evidence connected Rex Heuermann directly to Megan's murder. A male hair found on the burlap that wrapped her body would be tested using advanced DNA technology, yielding results that prosecutors said were a 99.96% match to Heuermann's DNA profile. Megan's daughter was too young at the time to fully understand what had happened to her mother, but as she's grown older, she's had to grapple with the loss and the knowledge that her mother was taken from her by violence. Victims' rights attorney Gloria Allred, who has represented several of the families, has spoken about the long-lasting trauma inflicted not just on the direct victims, but on the children, siblings, and parents left behind. Amber Lynn Costello, the last of the 4. Amber Lynn Costello was 27 years old when she vanished on September 2, 2010. She lived at 1112 America Avenue in West Babylon, Long Island, sharing a home with 2 men and another woman, all of whom struggled with heroin addiction. Amber, who stood just 4 feet 11 inches tall, worked as an escort to support her addiction and help her roommates do the same. Despite her struggles, people who knew Amber described her as kind and caring. She had multiple tattoos, including one that read "Chaos" on her neck, a butterfly on her lower back, and the name Margaret on her leg. These tattoos would later help investigators identify her remains. On the evening of September the 2nd, Amber arranged to meet a client who would be picking her up from her home. Her roommate, Dave Schuller, later told police that he had seen Amber get into a vehicle driven by a large man he described as looking like an ogre. The man was driving a dark green first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche, a distinctive pickup truck with a unique design. Schuller's description would prove crucial years later when investigators were trying to piece together the identity of the killer. The vehicle he described was relatively uncommon, and the physical description he gave of a very large man, over 6 feet 4 inches tall, with dark bushy hair and large oval-style glasses from the 1970s era, matched Rex Heuermann almost perfectly. Amber never returned home that night. Her roommates, despite their own issues, reported her missing when they realized something was wrong. They knew Amber's routine, knew she would always come back, or at least call to check in. When she didn't, they knew to worry. Her remains were found on December 13, 2010, the same day as Megan Waterman's and Maureen Brainerd Barnes's remains were discovered. Like the others, she was wrapped in burlap, positioned within that narrow stretch of Ocean Parkway that would become synonymous with horror. DNA evidence would later connect Rex Heuermann to Amber's murder as well. Hairs recovered from her body would be tested and compared to DNA samples obtained from Heuermann's family members, yielding matches that prosecutors argued could only be explained by Heuermann's direct contact with the victims. All 4 of these women shared striking similarities. They were all petite, all in their 20s, all worked as escorts, all advertised online, and all had contacted their killer through those advertisements. They all vanished while meeting clients in the Long Island area, and they were all found in the same manner, their bodies bound and wrapped in burlap, hidden but not so well hidden that they couldn't eventually be found. The question that hung over the investigation for years was, who had done this? Who had targeted these women specifically, and why? Beyond the Gilgo 4, the other victims. While the Gilgo 4 captured the most attention, they weren't the only victims whose remains were found along Ocean Parkway and in nearby areas during the expanded search. Between March and April of 2011, as police continued searching for Shannan Gilbert, they made a series of additional discoveries that both complicated the investigation and suggested the possibility that multiple killers might have been operating in the area. Jessica Taylor, a body in 2 places. Jessica Taylor was 20 years old and living in Manhattan when she disappeared on July 21, 2003. She worked as an escort in New York City, advertising her services online like many of the other victims. Her disappearance initially generated little attention, one more missing person in a city where people vanished with disturbing regularity. On July 26, 2003, just 5 days after her disappearance, a hunter's dog discovered her remains in a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, approximately 45 miles east of Gilgo Beach. But what was found was not a complete body. Jessica's torso had been discovered atop a pile of scrap wood at the end of a paved access road. Her head, arms, and legs were missing. A tattoo on her torso had been mutilated with a sharp instrument, apparently in an attempt to make identification more difficult. Plastic sheeting was found underneath the torso, and the dismemberment showed signs of being done with skill, suggesting the killer had some knowledge of anatomy, or at least had planned the disposal carefully. The mutilation of the tattoo was particularly chilling, suggesting a killer who was thinking ahead about how investigators might identify the victim. For years, Jessica Taylor remained a mystery, a partial Jane Doe whose identity wasn't confirmed until later. Then, on March 29, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, investigators made a startling discovery. They found additional remains along Ocean Parkway, about 3 miles east of where the Gilgo 4 had been found. These remains included a skull, forearm, and hands. DNA testing would confirm that these remains also belonged to Jessica Taylor. The discovery meant that Jessica's killer had disposed of different parts of her body in two different locations, both in the Manaville area and along Ocean Parkway, separated by dozens of miles and kept separated for years. This pattern of disposal suggested a killer who was familiar with both areas, who had the means to travel between them, and who had the composure to carefully plan where different parts of a victim's body would be hidden. In June 2024, more than 20 years after her murder, Rex Heuermann was charged with Jessica Taylor's death. Prosecutors presented DNA evidence linking him to the crime, including a hair found on a drape underneath her torso that matched Heuermann's genetic profile. They also revealed that searches on Heuermann's computer included content about bondage and dismemberment that, they argued, was consistent with the manner in which Jessica's body had been found. Valerie Mack, another dismemberment. Valerie Mack, who sometimes used the alias Melissa Taylor, was 24 years old when she disappeared in 2000. She had been working as an escort in Philadelphia when she vanished, leaving behind a young son and family who had no idea what had happened to her. In September 2000, hunters with a dog discovered partial human remains in a wooded area of Manaville, in the same general area where Jessica Taylor's torso would be found 3 years later. The remains were wrapped in garbage bags and secured with duct tape. Like Jessica Taylor's remains, what was found was not a complete body. Valerie's head, hands, and right foot were missing, apparently removed to make identification more difficult. For 20 years, these remains remained unidentified. The case grew cold, and Valerie Mack became another Jane Doe, another number in an overburdened missing persons system that struggles to identify and solve cases involving society's most vulnerable members. Then, in April 2011, during that same expanded search that had revealed Jessica Taylor's additional remains, investigators found more human remains east of Gilgo Beach. These included a skull, hands, and right foot. DNA testing would eventually confirm that these remains also belonged to Valerie Mack, the woman whose partial body had been found more than a decade earlier in Manaville. It took until May 2020, another 9 years, for investigators to finally identify Valerie Mack. They accomplished this by using genetic genealogy, a relatively new forensic technique that compares DNA from unidentified remains to DNA uploaded to genealogy databases by people researching their family trees. Through this method, investigators were able to develop a family tree and eventually identify Valerie Mack, finally giving a name to a woman who had been missing for 2 decades. In December 2024, Rex Heuermann was charged with Valerie Mack's murder. The evidence against him included DNA found on her remains that matched members of his family, as well as similarities in the method of dismemberment and disposal that connected her case to Jessica Taylor's. The similarities between how Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack were killed and disposed of are striking. Both were dismembered, with their heads, hands, and feet removed. Both had their torsos initially found in Manaville. Both had additional remains discovered years later along Ocean Parkway. Both appeared to have been killed by someone who wanted to make identification difficult, but who couldn't completely conceal what they had done. Sandra Castilla, the earliest known victim. On November 20th, 1993, 2 hunters discovered the body of Sandra Castilla in a wooded area near North Sea, a hamlet in Southampton on the eastern end of Long Island. Sandra was 28 years old at the time of her death and had been living in New York City. Unlike the other victims, Sandra's body was found relatively intact and relatively soon after her disappearance. She had last been seen on November 19, 1993, just one day before her body was discovered. But despite the quick discovery, her case went cold. No arrests were made, and over the years, investigators believed she might have been killed by a different serial killer named John Bittrolff, who was convicted in 2017 of murdering 2 other women on Long Island. For decades, Sandra Costilla's murder seemed to be a separate case, unrelated to the Gilgo Beach killings. Then, in June 2024, everything changed. Using advanced DNA testing, investigators re-examined evidence from Sandra's case and determined that hair found at the crime scene matched Rex Heuermann's DNA profile. The discovery was stunning. It meant that if Heuermann was indeed Sandra's killer, he had been hunting for more than 3 decades, far longer than anyone had previously suspected. It pushed the timeline of the Gilgo Beach case back to the early 1990s, suggesting that Heuermann had been perfecting his methods, learning how to hunt and kill for years before the murders that would eventually lead to his arrest. Prosecutors revealed that Sandra had been found with a tattoo that had been mutilated, similar to what had been done to Jessica Taylor. They also noted that DNA evidence and the method of killing connected her case to the other murders Heuermann was charged with. Karen Vergata, identified after decades. Karen Vergata was 34 years old when she disappeared in February 1996. She had been living in New York City and was involved in sex work. On April 20, 1996, partial skeletal remains were discovered on Fire Island, another Barrier Beach location off Long Island's South Shore. For years, these remains were known only as Jane Doe No. 7 or Fire Island Jane Doe. Despite investigators' best efforts, they couldn't identify who these remains belonged to. The case grew cold, and Karen Vergata's family didn't know what had happened to her. Then, on April 11, 2011, during the expanded search for Shannan Gilbert, additional remains were found at Tobay Beach in Nassau County. These remains would eventually be connected through DNA to the Fire Island Jane Doe, but it still took until August 2023 for investigators to finally identify the remains as belonging to Karen Vergata. The identification was made possible through genetic genealogy, the same technique used to identify Valerie Mack. By comparing DNA from the remains to genetic profiles in genealogy databases, investigators were able to construct a family tree and eventually determine that the remains belonged to Karen Vergata. As of now, Rex Heuermann has not been charged in Karen Vergata's death, though investigators have indicated that they're continuing to examine possible connections. Peaches and her child, a heartbreaking connection. One of the most heartbreaking discoveries made during the investigation involved the partial remains of a woman who became known as Peaches due to a distinctive tattoo of a peach found on her body. Her remains were first discovered on June 28, 1997, stuffed inside a plastic container at Hempstead Lake State Park in Nassau County. For years, Peaches remained unidentified, another Jane Doe in a system overwhelmed with cases. Then, during the April 2011 search, investigators made a disturbing discovery. Among the remains found along Ocean Parkway was the skeleton of a female toddler, estimated to be between 16 and 24 months old. DNA testing would eventually prove that this child was Peach's daughter, that this little girl had been killed and disposed of near where additional remains belonging to her mother would be found. The discovery was particularly tragic because it suggested that the killer hadn't stopped at murdering Peaches, but had also taken the life of her innocent child, a toddler who had done nothing wrong, but had the misfortune of being connected to a woman who became a killer's target. In April 2025, investigators finally announced they had identified Peaches and her child. Using advanced forensic genealogy techniques, they determined that the remains belonged to Tanya Denise Jackson and her 2-year-old daughter, Tatiana Marie Dykes. The announcement brought answers to a family that had been searching for Tanya for nearly 3 decades, but those answers came with the unbearable knowledge that both Tanya and her baby had been murdered. As of now, no one has been charged in the murders of Tanya Jackson and Tatiana Dykes, though the investigation continues. The Asian male, an unidentified mystery. Among the remains discovered in April 2011 was the skeleton of an Asian male dressed in women's clothing. This victim has never been identified, and very little is known about who they were or how they came to be in that desolate stretch of Long Island. Updated forensic sketches released in September 2024 showed both male and female presenting versions of how this person might have appeared, recognizing that they might have been transgender or gender non-conforming. Despite these efforts, no identification has been made, and this victim remains a tragic mystery, someone whose life and death may never be fully understood. The discovery of so many different victims, killed in different ways and at different times, has led to ongoing debate about whether all of these murders were committed by the same person. Some investigators believe that multiple killers used the area as a dumping ground over the years. Others believe that at least some of the cases are connected, possibly all the work of Rex Heuermann, or perhaps 1 or 2 other individuals. What's clear is that this stretch of Long Island became a graveyard for vulnerable people, most of them sex workers, most of them women, all of them people whose lives mattered and who deserved so much better than they got. Shannan Gilbert, the search that changed everything. To truly understand the Gilgo Beach case, we have to talk about Shannan Gilbert, because without her disappearance and the desperate search that followed, the Gilgo 4 and the other victims might never have been found. Shannan's case is controversial, tragic, and deeply sad, and it raises questions about how society treats vulnerable women and whether justice truly exists for everyone. Shannan Gilbert was 24 years old in May 2010. She was from Jersey City, New Jersey, and like many of the other victims in this case, she worked as an escort, advertising her services on Craigslist. She had dreams of being an actress and seemed to be a vibrant, energetic young woman despite the struggles she faced. On the night of April 30th, 2010, going into the early morning hours of May 1st, Shannan traveled from New York City to Long Island with her driver, Michael Pack. Pack, who also served as her security, brought her to meet a client in Oak Beach, a small gated community on Long Island's South Shore, not far from Gilgo Beach. The client was Joseph Brewer, who lived in a modest home in Oak Beach. Shannan went inside to meet with Brewer while Pack waited outside in the car. What happened next would remain mysterious and would ultimately lead to the discovery of a serial killer's dumping ground. At 4:51 in the morning, Shannan called 911 from inside Joseph Brewer's house. The call would last more than 21 minutes, though significant portions of it contained only silence or dead audio. In the parts where Shannon could be heard, she sounded terrified, alternating between calm, slurred speech and outright screaming. "There's somebody after me," she told the dispatcher, her voice rising in panic. "There's somebody after me." The dispatcher tried to get Shannon to say where she was, tried to understand what was happening, but Shannon seemed unable or unwilling to provide clear information. At various points on the call, Brewer and Pack could be heard trying to calm her down, trying to understand what had frightened her so badly. Eventually, Shannon ran from Brewer's house, still on the phone with 911, still screaming that someone was trying to kill her. She ran toward the home of Gus Coletti, a retired insurance fraud investigator who had lived in Oak Beach for more than 30 years. Coletti was shaving in his bathroom around 5 in the morning when he heard someone banging on his door and screaming for help. When he opened the door, he found Shannon Gilbert, terrified and incoherent, staring at him and crying out for help. Coletti could hear her 911 call still active, could hear the dispatcher on the other end trying to understand what was happening. "What's the matter?" Coletti asked her. Shannon wouldn't answer, just kept staring at him and repeating, "Help me, help me, help me." Coletti called 911 himself, telling the dispatcher that there was a young girl, maybe 14 years old, he thought, running around screaming with some guy chasing after her. When he told Shannon that the police were on their way, that she should sit down and wait, she suddenly turned and ran from his property, disappearing into the night. Shannon ran next to the home of Barbara Brennan, another Oak Beach resident, where she banged on the door. Brennan also called 911, reporting a woman screaming for help outside her home. But by the time police arrived, around 5:40 in the morning, Shannon Gilbert had vanished. Officers responding to the calls knew nothing about Shannon's 21-minute 911 call. Due to a communication breakdown, that call had been transferred to New York State Police when Shannon couldn't say exactly where she was, and the local Suffolk County officers who responded to Coletti's and Brennan's calls had no idea that the woman they were looking for had been calling for help for more than 20 minutes. When they arrived and found no sign of Shannon, they assumed she had left the area with her driver. They conducted a brief search, but found nothing. It would take nearly a month for police to connect Shannon's desperate call to the missing persons report her family had filed in New Jersey, where Shannon lived. By then, Shannon Gilbert had been missing for weeks, and the trail had gone cold. Shannon's mother, Mary Gilbert, refused to give up. She filed missing persons reports, contacted the media, and pressured police to search for her daughter. Mary knew something terrible had happened, knew her daughter wouldn't have just disappeared without a trace. She believed Shannon had been murdered, and she was determined to find out what happened. In December 2010, 7 months after Shannon's disappearance, Officer John Mallier and his cadaver dog Blue were searching the area around Ocean Parkway looking for any trace of Shannon. Instead, they found Melissa Barthelemy, the first of the Gilgo Four. Over the next few days, they found 3 more bodies, all of them women who had disappeared years earlier. None of them Shannon Gilbert. The search for Shannon expanded throughout 2011 as investigators combed the area. In December 2011, 19 months after her disappearance, Shannon's personal belongings were finally found in a marshy area near Oak Beach. Her purse, cell phone, shoes, and even her jeans were discovered, all in a remote area about 8 miles from Gilgo Beach. A week later, on December 13, 2011, Shannon's skeletal remains were found about a quarter mile from where her belongings had been discovered. She was in a marshy wetland where reeds grew 12 feet high, in an area so thick and impenetrable that it would be easy to get disoriented and lost. But here's where Shannon's case becomes controversial. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy couldn't determine a definitive cause of death. The remains were too decomposed, the environmental conditions too harsh. The official determination was that Shannon's death was undetermined, though investigators leaned toward believing she had died accidentally, possibly from drowning or exposure after becoming disoriented and lost in the marsh. Shannon's family hired their own pathologist to conduct a second autopsy. This pathologist found evidence, though not conclusive proof, that was consistent with strangulation. The hyoid bone in Shannon's throat showed signs that the pathologist believed could indicate homicidal strangulation, though he acknowledged that the evidence was insufficient to say definitively what had happened. The question of whether Shannon Gilbert was murdered or died accidentally continues to divide investigators and the public. Police have consistently said they don't believe Shannon's death is connected to the Gilgo Beach serial killer, that the timing and circumstances suggest she died in a tragic accident rather than at the hands of a murderer. But many people, including Shannon's family and their attorney, John Ray, believe she was murdered. They point to the terror in her voice during that 21-minute 911 call, to the fact that she was clearly fleeing from something or someone, to the involvement of a local doctor named Peter Hackett, who called Shannon's mother shortly after her disappearance. Dr. Hackett, a former Oak Beach resident, called Mari Gilbert 2 days after Shannon disappeared and told her he had seen Shannon, that she had come to his house, and that he had given her medication before she ran away. Hackett later denied making this call, then admitted he had called, but claimed he was simply trying to be helpful to the community, not that he had actually seen Shannon. The inconsistencies in his story have led to ongoing suspicion about his possible involvement. In any case, what's undeniable is that Shannon Gilbert's disappearance and the search for her body led directly to the discovery of the Gilgo 4 and the other victims. Without Shannon's case, those women might still be lying in the brush along Ocean Parkway, unknown and unmourned. In that sense, Shannon Gilbert, whether she was a victim of the serial killer or died in a tragic accident, is inextricably linked to one of the most important serial killer investigations in American history. Tragically, Mari Gilbert, Shannon's mother, who fought so hard for justice for her daughter, would never see the arrest of Rex Heuermann. In July 2016, Mari was murdered by her daughter Sarah, Shannon's sister, who was suffering from severe mental illness. Sarah was convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The Gilbert family's story is one of unimaginable tragedy, layered upon tragedy, of a family torn apart by violence, mental illness, and a system that too often fails to protect the most vulnerable among us. The investigation. Years of frustration. After the discovery of the Gilgo 4 in December 2010, investigators knew they were dealing with a serial killer. The similarities between the cases were too obvious to ignore. But knowing you're dealing with a serial killer and actually catching that killer are two very different things. And for more than a decade, the investigation would be marked by frustration, dead ends, and growing questions about whether the case would ever be solved. From the beginning, investigators had some promising leads. They had the eyewitness descriptions from Amber Costello's roommate, Dave Schaller, who had seen the large man driving the Chevrolet Avalanche, who picked up Amber the night she vanished. They had cell phone data showing where the victims had been before they disappeared. They had the disturbing phone calls made to Melissa Barthelемy's sister, calls that suggested the killer was watching the family's anguish with satisfaction. They knew the killer was likely a white male in his mid-20s to mid-40s based on witness descriptions and profiler analysis. They knew he was familiar with the South Shore of Long Island, comfortable enough with the area to know where to dispose of bodies without being seen. They knew he had access to burner phones, which he used to contact the victims and later to taunt Melissa's family. They knew he used burlap sacks to wrap the bodies, suggesting he had access to these materials, possibly through work in construction or landscaping. What they didn't know was his name, and without that crucial piece of information, the case stalled. Part of the problem was jurisdictional complexity. The bodies were found in Suffolk County, but the victims had gone missing from multiple jurisdictions. Some lived in Connecticut, others in New Jersey or the Bronx. Some disappeared in Manhattan, others in Long Island. Coordinating between multiple police departments, each with their own procedures and priorities, slowed the investigation. But there was another problem, one that would come to significantly compromise the investigation in its early years: corruption and dysfunction within the Suffolk County Police Department and District Attorney's Office. Suffolk County Police Chief James Burke was a controversial figure who had a history of internal affairs complaints against him. When the FBI offered to assist with the Gilgo Beach investigation in 2011, Burke refused, cutting off federal involvement and limiting the investigation to local resources. This decision would prove costly, as it prevented the case from benefiting from the FBI's extensive experience with serial killer investigations and their sophisticated forensic capabilities. Burke's motivations for refusing federal help remain unclear, but his subsequent downfall shed light on the dysfunction that plagued Suffolk County law enforcement during this period. In 2012, Burke beat a man who had stolen a duffel bag from Burke's official vehicle. The bag contained pornography and sex toys, and Burke allegedly committed this assault to prevent this embarrassing information from becoming public. Then, District Attorney Thomas Spota helped Burke cover up the assault, intimidating witnesses and obstructing the federal investigation into Burke's conduct. In 2016, both Burke and Spota were arrested on federal charges. Burke was convicted of civil rights violations and conspiracy to obstruct justice, sentenced to 46 months in prison. Spota was convicted of obstruction of justice and other charges in 2019, sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. The corruption at the highest levels of Suffolk County law enforcement meant that during the crucial early years of the Gilgo Beach investigation, when leads were freshest and the trail was warmest, the investigation was hampered by leadership more concerned with protecting their own interests than solving murders. For years, the case languished. The phone calls to Melissa's sister provided some leads, with investigators triangulating the calls to Massapequa and Manhattan. But without more specific information, they couldn't narrow down a suspect. The description of the man in the Chevrolet Avalanche was helpful, but there were likely hundreds or thousands of men on Long Island who fit that general description and owned that type of vehicle. DNA evidence from hairs found on the victims offered hope, but the hairs were degraded from years of exposure to the elements. Traditional DNA testing couldn't extract enough genetic information to build a complete profile. The case seemed stuck, with investigators following leads that went nowhere and families watching year after year pass without answers. By the late 2010s, the Gilgo Beach case had become one of the most notorious unsolved serial killer investigations in the country. It had been featured on numerous true crime shows, spawned books and documentaries, and become a source of ongoing fear and fascination for Long Island residents and true crime enthusiasts nationwide. Then, in January 2022, everything began to change. The Task Force, a fresh look at old evidence. In January 2022, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, now under new leadership with DA Raymond Tierney, formed the Gilgo Homicide Investigation Task Force. This wasn't just another investigative committee, it was a comprehensive, multi-agency effort that brought together investigators from the Suffolk County Police Department, the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office, New York State Police, and the FBI. The task force was given a clear mandate: conduct a comprehensive review of every piece of evidence in the Gilgo Beach case. Start from scratch. Look at everything with fresh eyes. Use new technology where possible. And don't give up until there's nothing left to try. The timing was right for such an effort. DNA technology had advanced significantly since 2010. Techniques that hadn't existed or weren't widely available when the bodies were first discovered could now extract genetic information from degraded samples that previous technology couldn't analyze. Forensic genealogy, which had only recently been used to catch the Golden State Killer in 2018, offered a new tool for identifying both victims and potential suspects. The task force began by re-examining physical evidence that had been preserved for more than a decade. They looked at the hairs found on the victims' bodies, at the burlap used to wrap them, at the tape and belts used to bind them. They reviewed cell phone records, witness statements, and every tip that had come in over the years. In March 2022, just 2 months after the task force was formed, investigators made a crucial breakthrough. They discovered that a first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche had been registered to a man named Rex Heuermann at the time when Amber Costello was killed in September 2010. This was the vehicle that Dave Schaller had described seeing the night Amber disappeared. This was the distinctive pickup truck with the unusual design that had been mentioned in witness reports. And this vehicle was registered to a man who lived in Massapequa Park, Long Island, the same area where cell phone calls to Melissa Barthelomew's sister had originated. Suddenly, the investigation had a name: Rex Andrew Heuermann. Investigators began building a comprehensive profile of Heuermann. They discovered he was an architect who owned his own firm, RH Consultants and Associates, based in Manhattan. He had clients that included major corporations like Target and American Airlines. He lived in a modest house in Massapequa Park with his wife and 2 children. He had lived on Long Island his entire life, was familiar with all the areas where bodies had been found, and fit the physical description witnesses had provided. He was also 6 feet 4 inches tall, wore large glasses, had dark bushy hair, and drove a vehicle that matched the one seen picking up Amber Costello the night she disappeared. The task force began surveillance of Heuermann. They followed him to work in Manhattan, watched his movements, and looked for opportunities to obtain what law enforcement calls abandonment DNA, genetic material that someone discards in a public place that can be collected without a warrant. They tracked his digital life as well, obtaining warrants for his email accounts, his internet searches, and his phone records. What they found was deeply disturbing. Heuermann had been using burner phones and anonymous email accounts registered under fake names. He had been conducting searches about the Gilgo Beach investigation, looking up information about the victims and their families, searching for updates on the police investigation. Between March 2022 and June 2023, a 14-month period, Hoyerman conducted more than 200 Google searches about the Gilgo investigation. He searched for photos of the victims. He searched for information about serial killers and how police catch them. He searched for news about the task force that had been formed to catch him. He also searched for torture pornography, violent sexual content, and material about bondage and dismemberment. Prosecutors would later argue that this material was consistent with how the victims had been found, particularly in the cases of Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack, whose bodies had been dismembered. But the most important breakthrough came in January 2023. On January 26th, investigators following Hoyerman in Manhattan watched as he purchased a slice of pizza and ate it on the street before throwing the box into a trash can. A detective immediately retrieved the box, and crime lab specialists carefully swabbed the pizza crust for DNA. This was the abandonment DNA they had been hoping for, genetic material that Hoyerman had discarded in a public place, which could be legally collected and tested without a warrant. The swabs were sent to the lab for processing, and in April 2023, a preserved hair sample from Megan Waterman's body was also sent for comparison. On June 12, 2023, the lab results came back. The DNA from the pizza crust matched the DNA from the male hair found on Megan Waterman's body with a 99.96% probability. Only 0.04% of the North American population wouldn't be excluded as a match. The breakthrough was stunning. After 13 years of frustration, after countless dead ends and false leads, investigators finally had physical evidence directly linking a suspect to one of the victims. But they weren't done. In July 2022, investigators had collected bottles that Hoyerman's wife and daughter had thrown away. DNA testing on those bottles revealed that female hairs found on Megan Waterman and Amber Costello matched the genetic profiles of Hoyerman's wife and daughter. The hairs couldn't have come from those women directly, as they were out of town when the murders occurred. Instead, prosecutors argued the hairs had been transferred from Hoyerman's clothing after contact with his family members. Cell phone records provided additional evidence. The task force analyzed records from burner phones that had been used to contact the victims. They compared the locations where those burner phones had been to the locations of Hoyerman's personal cell phone at the same times. The phones traveled together from Massapequa to Manhattan and back, following the same routes at the same times. Investigators found that they couldn't identify a single instance where Hoyerman's personal phone was in a different location from the burner phones when calls were being made. The correlation was too perfect to be coincidental. They also looked at Hoyerman's family travel records. They discovered that his wife and children were out of town, away from New York entirely during each of the times when the Gilgo Four were killed. Maureen Brainard Barnes disappeared in July 2007 while Hoyerman's family was away. Melissa Bartholomew vanished in July 2009 during another family trip. Megan Waterman and Amber Costello disappeared in June and September 2010, both times when Hoyerman's wife and children were traveling without him. The pattern was clear. When Hoyerman's family was away, he hunted. By July 2023, the task force had built what they believed was an overwhelming case against Rex Hoyerman. They had DNA evidence, they had cell phone records, they had vehicle registration documents, they had witness descriptions, they had internet search history, they had the pattern of his family's travel, matching the times of the murders. On July the 13th, 2023, they were ready to act. The arrest. A demon in plain sight. On the evening of July the 13th, 2023, Rex Heuermann left his architectural office on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan and headed toward the street. It was a typical summer evening in Midtown, the sidewalks crowded with people heading home from work or out for dinner. Heuermann blended into the crowd, just another businessman finishing his day. Then suddenly, he was surrounded. Suffolk County police officers, New York State Police, and FBI agents moved in, taking Heuermann into custody right there on the street. He didn't resist, didn't run, didn't try to fight. He simply stood there, this massive man in glasses, as officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest. At the same time, a large force of police vehicles descended on Heuermann's home in Massapequa Park. His wife and children weren't there. They had left the property earlier. But neighbors came out to watch in shock, as dozens of officers surrounded the modest house where the Heuermann family had lived for years. One neighbor later described the house as looking like a dump, noting that it stood out on the otherwise neat residential street. But Heuermann had lived there his entire life. It was the house where he had grown up, where he had raised his own children, and where, prosecutors would later allege, he had planned and perhaps even committed some of his murders. The arrest sent shockwaves through Massapequa Park. Neighbors who had lived near Heuermann for years or even decades couldn't believe what they were hearing. They described him as quiet, if a bit odd. He was a large man, hard to miss at 6'4", and he seemed to keep to himself. But he wasn't someone anyone would have suspected of being a serial killer. Actor Billy Baldwin, who had graduated from the same high school as Heuermann in 1981, tweeted his shock at learning that a former classmate had been arrested as the Gilgo Beach serial killer. He described Heuermann as having been quiet, a family man, an architect, an average guy. But prosecutors had a very different characterization of Rex Heuermann. At a press conference the day after the arrest, Suffolk County District Attorney Raymond Tierney and Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison laid out the evidence against Heuermann in stark terms. Rex Heuermann is a demon that walks among us, Commissioner Harrison said, a predator that ruined families. Tierney presented the DNA evidence, the cell phone records, the witness descriptions, the internet searches. He revealed that Heuermann had used burner phones and fake email addresses to arrange meetings with sex workers. He showed selfies that Heuermann had taken of himself, apparently to send to women he was trying to solicit. He disclosed the disturbing searches Heuermann had conducted, looking for information about the investigation, about serial killers, about the specific victims and their families. He revealed that searches on Heuermann's devices were dead by this point anyway. As the days progressed, the operation increasingly shifted from rescue to recovery. By July 2nd, 4 days after the collapse, city officials were publicly stating that anyone still in the building was likely dead, and that the focus should be on recovering bodies rather than searching for survivors. However, workers continued to search thoroughly, knowing that giving up too soon could mean abandoning people who were still clinging to life. Conditions for those trapped in the rubble were almost unimaginably harsh. Complete darkness, crushing confinement, no food. The only water was rainwater that trickled down through cracks in the debris. The psychological toll of being buried alive, not knowing if rescue would come, was immense. Many who were pulled out alive described the experience as a constant battle against despair, trying to maintain hope even as hours stretched into days. Choi Myung-sok, who was trapped for 10 days before being rescued, later described his experience in interviews. He had been pinned in a small space, unable to move much, but not badly injured. In the complete darkness, his mind played tricks on him. He heard sounds and couldn't tell if they were rescuers working nearby or just the settling of the debris. From his accounts, we can infer that conserving energy and oxygen became paramount concerns. Time lost meaning in the darkness. The cycle of day and night became impossible to track. According to his testimony, Choi's focus narrowed to the most elemental aspects of survival. Each breath, occasional sips of rainwater when it trickled down, maintaining consciousness. His later interviews suggest he spent considerable time thinking about his family, wondering about their search efforts, and making mental commitments about how he would approach life if he made it out. When he finally heard voices that he was certain were rescuers, not just his imagination, he used the last of his strength to make noise, banging on the concrete around him to help them locate him. When light finally broke through and he saw human faces, he could barely process that he was actually being rescued. 10 days of darkness and isolation had left him disoriented and overwhelmed. He was severely dehydrated and had lost 11 pounds, but against all odds, he was alive. Yu Jihuan had a similar ordeal, trapped for 12 days in a space so small she could barely move. Only 18 years old, she survived in a tiny pocket measuring just 4.5 feet long and 19 inches wide. She was sustained entirely by rainwater that dripped down to her location. When rescuers finally reached her on July 11th, nearly 2 weeks after the collapse, she was remarkably coherent and in relatively good physical condition, considering her ordeal, though severely dehydrated and with minor injuries to her leg. The rescue workers were amazed by her survival. 12 days trapped in the rubble, with no food and only rainwater to drink, should have killed her. The fact that she was found alive and alert gave everyone involved in the rescue operation renewed energy and hope. If someone could survive 12 days, maybe others were still alive deeper in the rubble. The search continued with renewed intensity, but the most remarkable survival story was yet to come. On July 16th, 17 days after the collapse, rescue workers were systematically clearing one of the last sections of the basement when they heard something. A faint sound, possibly human. They stopped all equipment and listened. There it was again. Someone was alive down there. The rescue team worked frantically but carefully, removing debris piece by piece, constantly talking to the trapped person to reassure them and to gauge their location. As they got closer, they could make out a female voice. She was conscious, able to respond to questions. After hours of painstaking excavation, they created an opening and saw a young woman looking back at them. It was Park Seung-hyun, the 19-year-old store clerk who had been working in the children's department when the building collapsed. She had been trapped for 17 days in the darkness, buried under massive amounts of concrete and debris. She had survived by drinking rainwater that trickled down to her small survival space and by sheer force of will. When rescuers pulled her out, she was wrapped in a blanket, having lost the clothes she had been wearing. She was severely dehydrated and malnourished, but astonishingly, she had no major injuries. Just 17 days buried alive, and she walked out of that hellhole alive. Her rescue was broadcast on television across South Korea and became an international news story. She represented hope, resilience, the possibility of survival against impossible odds. Park Seung-hyun would be the last person pulled alive from the rubble of Sampung Department Store. Her rescue, on the 17th day, marked an extraordinary end to one of the most intensive rescue operations in South Korean history. In total, approximately 392 people were pulled from the wreckage alive, though many died later from their injuries, bringing the final death toll to 502. The stories of the long-term survivors like Choi, Yu, and Park captured public imagination and provided some measure of hope and redemption in an otherwise horrific disaster. Their survival demonstrated the resilience of the human body and spirit, but their experiences also highlighted the randomness and cruelty of the disaster. Why did these three survive when 500 others didn't? It came down to pure chance, to being in the right spot when the building collapsed, to ending up in one of the few spaces that didn't completely close off, to being fortunate enough to have rainwater reach them. Many survivors struggled with guilt and trauma after their rescue. They had survived while co-workers and friends had died. Some developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The psychological toll of being buried alive, of believing you were going to die, of hearing others around you dying, was immense and lasting. Support systems for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea at the time, and many victims received inadequate mental health care in the aftermath. The rescue operation formally concluded in late July, more than 3 weeks after the collapse, though recovery of bodies continued for weeks beyond that. In total, the operation had involved thousands of workers, both professional rescuers and volunteers. Heavy equipment from across Seoul had been mobilized. The estimated cost of the rescue and recovery operation ran into the millions of dollars. But no amount of money or effort could bring back the 502 people who died, or the 6 whose bodies were never recovered. The Sampung Department Store disaster had ended, but its impact on South Korean society was just beginning to be understood. Part 8. Investigation and Justice. Even as rescue operations continued in the days following the Sampung collapse, investigations into what caused the disaster and who was responsible were already underway. The Seoul District Prosecutor's Office took the lead, assembling a team of investigators, engineers, and forensic experts to examine every aspect of the building's construction and the decisions that led to the collapse. The investigation was exhaustive, eventually producing a comprehensive report titled The Final White Book of Finding Out the Real Truth of the Collapse of the Sampung Department Store. This document, running hundreds of pages, meticulously detailed the structural failures, the construction shortcuts, the corrupt relationships, and the decisions on June 29th that led to such massive loss of life. The structural analysis revealed what many engineers had suspected from the beginning. The building had been doomed from its conception. The investigators confirmed that the original design had been fundamentally compromised by Lee Jun's modifications. The support columns, reduced from 80 centimeters to 60 centimeters in diameter, were simply inadequate for the loads they needed to bear. The removal of support columns to make room for escalators had critically weakened the structure. The addition of the 5th floor had added weight the building wasn't designed to support. But the most damning findings concerned the building's flat slab construction and the loads it was subjected to. Engineers calculated that the 5th floor was bearing approximately 4 times its intended design load. The heavy Ondol heating system in the restaurants, the thick concrete floor, and especially the 3 massive air conditioning units on the roof had pushed the structure far beyond its capacity. The investigators also confirmed that the air conditioning units had been negligently installed, Instead of being properly lifted into place by cranes, they had been dragged across the roof, creating significant damage. The vibrations from these units, when operational, had transmitted stress throughout the building, gradually widening existing cracks and weakening already compromised columns. Turning off the air conditioning on the day of the collapse was an attempt to reduce this stress, but by then, the damage was far too extensive for such a measure to matter. The forensic analysis of the rubble provided detailed information about the collapse sequence. The investigators confirmed that column 5E had been the initiating failure point. This column, located centrally in the 5th floor of the south wing, had completely separated from the floor slab it was supporting. The punching shear failure at this column triggered the progressive collapse that brought down the entire center section of the south wing in about 20 seconds. Material testing revealed another layer of negligence. The concrete and steel used in construction were below specifications. The concrete was weaker than it should have been, suggesting either inferior materials or improper mixing and curing. The steel reinforcement bars were thinner than building codes required. Every aspect of the actual construction cut corners and sacrificed safety for cost savings. But the investigation went beyond just the structural failures. Prosecutors delved into the corrupt relationships that had allowed such a dangerous building to be approved and operated. They examined financial records, interviewed city officials, and traced the bribes that had been paid to allow the building's illegal modifications to proceed. What they found was a web of corruption involving Lee Jun, his son Lee Han-sung, who served as the company's president, and at least 12 city officials responsible for building inspection and approval. These officials had accepted bribes totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, in some cases as much as $17,000 to individual officials, to approve modifications and provide certificates that the building met safety standards. The investigation also examined the events of June 29th and the decisions made by building management as warning signs became increasingly dire. Testimony from survivors and analysis of security footage revealed that Lee Jun and other senior executives had been informed multiple times throughout the day that engineers believed the building was in imminent danger of collapse. Despite these warnings, Lee Jun made the decision to keep the store open. Trial testimony from employees and managers revealed that discussions throughout the day repeatedly returned to the potential revenue loss from closing on a busy Thursday. Even when engineers explicitly recommended immediate evacuation, management resisted, initially closing only the most obviously dangerous floors while keeping the rest of the building operational. The pattern of decision-making that day suggests financial considerations weighed heavily in the response to the engineering warnings. Perhaps most damningly, the investigation revealed that Lee Jun and several other senior executives had left the building in the early afternoon, well before the collapse. They knew the danger was serious enough that they didn't want to be in the building, but they didn't order an evacuation or even inform employees and customers about the risk. They saved themselves and left everyone else behind. This revelation caused enormous public outrage when it became known. The image of wealthy executives fleeing a building they knew was about to collapse while leaving 1,500 other people inside became a symbol of the callous greed and disregard for human life that characterized the disaster. The public response to the investigation's findings was swift and furious. Mass protests erupted across Seoul, with thousands of people taking to the streets demanding justice for the victims. The disaster had shaken public confidence, not just in the Samsung Group, but in the entire construction industry and the government officials responsible for oversight. A broader investigation into construction practices across Seoul revealed just how widespread the problems were. A government survey of high-rise buildings in the city found that 14% were structurally unsafe and needed to be completely rebuilt. 84% required significant repairs to meet basic safety standards. Only 2% of buildings surveyed were found to fully meet codes and government safety standards. These findings were shocking, but not entirely surprising. The construction boom of the 80s and early 90s had prioritized speed and profit over safety. The results were buildings that might look impressive from the outside, but were fundamentally unsound. The Sampung collapse had been the most dramatic failure, but investigators now understood it was just the most visible example of systemic problems. On December 27, 1995, 6 months after the collapse, the first verdicts came down. Lee Jun was convicted of criminal negligence and sentenced to 10 years and 6 months in prison. This would later be reduced, on appeal, to 7 years and 6 months. His son, Lee Han-sang, was convicted of corruption and accidental homicide and sentenced to 7 years. The 12 city officials who had accepted bribes were also convicted and sentenced to various terms. These sentences ranged from 3 to 7 years, depending on the extent of their involvement and the amounts of money they had accepted. Several were also ordered to pay substantial fines. Public reaction to the sentences was mixed. Many felt that even the longest sentences were inadequate given the scale of the tragedy. 7.5 years in prison for 502 deaths seemed woefully insufficient. Others noted that at least in this case, unlike many cases of corporate malfeasance, those responsible were actually being held accountable and sent to prison. In addition to the criminal proceedings, civil cases were filed by victims' families and survivors seeking compensation. 2 months after the collapse, Lee Jun and his son submitted a jointly signed memorandum to the city of Seoul, offering their entire wealth to compensate the families of victims. This wasn't just a gesture. The Sampung Group ceased to exist as a business entity. The compensation settlement ultimately involved 3,293 separate cases, with total payouts amounting to approximately 375 billion won, roughly $300 million. These payments were distributed to victims' families and survivors over several years, with all payouts completed by 2003. For many families, no amount of money could compensate for the loss of a loved one or the trauma of survival. But the comprehensive compensation program was at least an acknowledgement of responsibility and an attempt at making amends, something that victims of corporate disasters often struggle to obtain. Lee Jun served most of his sentence, being released in 2002. He was reported to be in poor health following his release and died a few years later. His son served his full sentence and subsequently maintained a low profile, the family's business empire having been dismantled to pay compensation to victims. The legal proceedings and their outcomes sent a clear message. Those responsible for the disaster would be held accountable. This represented something of a departure from the past, when corporate leaders often escaped serious consequences for negligence that resulted in loss of life. Part 9. Reform and Legacy. The Sampung department store collapse served as a catalyst for sweeping changes in South Korea's construction industry, building codes and disaster response capabilities. The disaster had exposed such fundamental failures in the system that the status quo was no longer tenable. Public pressure and governmental embarrassment combined to force genuine reforms. In the immediate aftermath, the South Korean government launched a comprehensive review of building safety regulations. A special task force was assembled to examine existing building codes, identify gaps and weaknesses, and propose strengthened standards. The goal was to ensure that another disaster on the scale of Sampung could never happen again. The resulting reforms touched every aspect of building design, construction, and oversight. New regulations required independent structural reviews whenever significant design changes were proposed during construction. No longer could a developer simply fire one construction company and hire another, more compliant one to implement dangerous modifications. Any major changes to approved plans now required re-evaluation by independent engineers who had no financial relationship with the project. Column specifications and load-bearing requirements were strengthened, particularly for flat slab structures like Sampung. The new codes required larger columns with more spacing restrictions to ensure adequate support. The use of flat slab construction without proper reinforcement was essentially banned for large commercial structures. Building inspection procedures were overhauled. Instead of relying primarily on initial approval with minimal ongoing oversight, the new system required periodic inspections throughout construction and random audits of completed buildings. Inspectors were given more training and resources, and penalties for accepting bribes or falsifying inspection reports were dramatically increased. The government also established new disaster response protocols. The chaos of the first hours after the Sampung collapse, with no unified command structure and inadequate equipment, had demonstrated the need for better preparation. New emergency management systems were developed specifically for large-scale disasters, with clear chains of command, pre-designated staging areas, and stockpiles of specialized rescue equipment. The disaster also revealed deficiencies in emergency medical response. The lack of triage systems and the chaotic distribution of injured patients to hospitals had hampered effective medical care. In response, South Korea developed one of the world's most advanced disaster medicine protocols, including specialized trauma centers, helicopter transport systems, and comprehensive triage procedures. Beyond the technical reforms, the Sampung disaster prompted a broader cultural reckoning about the costs of rapid development. The notion that economic growth should take precedence over safety and human welfare was increasingly questioned. The disaster became a cautionary tale used in business schools, engineering programs, and government training to illustrate the consequences of prioritizing profit over responsibility. The construction industry itself underwent significant changes. Many companies that had been operating with questionable safety practices found themselves under increased scrutiny. Some were forced out of business when their buildings were found to be structurally unsound. Others reformed their practices to comply with the new, stricter standards. The industry as a whole became more professional and safety-conscious, though problems certainly didn't disappear entirely. The question of memorializing the disaster and remembering its victims became controversial. Families of the deceased wanted a memorial built on the site where Sampung had stood, a place where they could gather to honor their loved ones. However, this proposal faced opposition from local politicians and real estate interests who argued that the land, located in one of Seoul's most expensive districts, was too valuable to be used for a memorial. This dispute revealed continuing tensions between commercial interests and public memory. After extended negotiations, a compromise was reached. A memorial would be built, but not on the Sampung site itself. Instead, the memorial was erected in Yangtze Citizens Forest, a park located approximately 4 kilometers from where the disaster occurred. The memorial, designed by Ua Women's University professor and sculptor Kim Bong-gu, stands 12 meters high and is made of marble. It was funded by the Sampung Group as part of their compensation to victims. The design incorporates symbolic elements representing both the tragedy and the hope for prevention of future disasters. Each year on June 29th, bereaved families gather at this memorial for a ceremony remembering those who died. The land where Sampung Department Store once stood was sold to a private developer. In 2001, construction began on a luxury apartment complex called Acrovista, which was completed in 2004. Walking through the area today, there is no visible sign that a disaster killing over 500 people occurred here. The gleaming apartment towers, home to some of Seoul's wealthiest residents, have completely erased the physical traces of the tragedy. This erasure has been criticized by some as emblematic of a broader tendency to forget uncomfortable aspects of the past in favor of presenting an image of progress and prosperity. The fact that a former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk Yeol, lived in one of these apartments before moving to the presidential residence only reinforced this sense that the tragedy had been paved over and forgotten by those in power. But for the families of victims and survivors, the memory remains vivid and painful. Studies conducted years after the disaster found that many survivors continued to struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. A survey done on the 30th anniversary of the collapse found that 19 of 30 bereaved family members surveyed were still suffering from what psychologists categorized as post-traumatic embitterment disorder, a pathological reaction to negative life events characterized by feelings of injustice and helplessness. The psychological impact of the disaster extended beyond direct victims and their families. The collapse had inflicted collective trauma on South Korean society. Coming just 8 months after the Seongsu Bridge collapse, Sampung seemed to confirm fears that the rapid development of the previous decades had been built on dangerously shaky foundations. People began to question whether the buildings they worked in, the bridges they drove over, the stores they shopped in, were actually safe. This broader loss of trust in institutions and infrastructure was perhaps one of the disaster's most significant social impacts. It represented a coming of age for South Korean society, a recognition that economic prosperity meant nothing if it came at the cost of basic safety and human life. The hustle culture that had driven the nation's remarkable development was increasingly seen as having a dark side that needed to be acknowledged and addressed. The Sampung disaster has been extensively studied by engineers, architects, disaster management professionals, and social scientists. It appears in textbooks and case studies around the world as an example of how corruption, negligence, and flawed engineering can combine to create catastrophe. The technical details of the collapse have been analyzed to understand failure modes and improve building design. The social and organizational failures have been examined to improve oversight systems and corporate governance. In South Korea itself, the disaster lives on in popular culture. Songs, films, novels, and television programs have explored the tragedy from various angles. Rock band NEXT released a song in 1995 called The World We Made that reflected on the disaster and the society that produced it. The lyrics asked who should be blamed and suggested that everyone was complicit in creating a world where such disasters could occur. More recently, documentaries and dramatic series have revisited the disaster, interviewing survivors and examining the circumstances that led to the collapse. These cultural productions serve to keep the memory alive and to remind new generations of the costs of negligence and corruption. They ensure that Sampung remains a living memory rather than just a historical footnote. The reforms prompted by the Sampung disaster have undoubtedly saved lives. South Korea's building codes are now among the most stringent in the world. The country's disaster response capabilities are highly developed. While problems certainly still exist in the construction industry, nothing on the scale of Sampung has occurred in the 3 decades since. Yet questions remain about whether the lessons have been fully learned. Periodic scandals involving shoddy construction, bribery of building inspectors, and inadequate safety enforcement suggest that some of the underlying problems persist. Rapid development continues to be valued, and economic pressures can still lead to corner cutting. The challenge is maintaining vigilance and commitment to safety, even as the memory of the disaster fades. Part 10: The Human Cost. Beyond the statistics of 502 dead and 937 injured, the Sampung department store collapse represents hundreds of individual tragedies, each one a life cut short or forever changed by negligence and greed. To understand the true impact of the disaster, we need to remember that these weren't just numbers. They were people with families, dreams, and futures that were stolen from them. Among the dead were store clerks, many of them young women in their late teens or early 20s, working their first jobs. They were saving money for college, helping support their families, learning about responsibility and independence. They showed up for work on June 29th like any other day, expecting to spend their shift helping customers, restocking shelves, processing sales. They never went home. Restaurant workers on the 5th floor, many of them skilled cooks and servers who took pride in their craft, were going about their preparations for the evening dinner service when the building collapsed. Some were cooking, others were setting tables, preparing for the customers who would never arrive. The 8 restaurants on that floor were completely destroyed, their staff buried under the massive weight of the roof and air conditioning units that crashed down on them. Shoppers who had come to browse or make purchases were trapped mid-transaction. Families who had brought their children to look at toys in the children's department. Office workers stopping by after work to pick up something on their way home. Elderly shoppers who had been loyal customers since the store opened 5 years earlier. All of them became victims through the simple bad luck of being in the wrong place when a greedy developer's shortcuts finally caught up with him. The families left behind faced not just grief, but often severe financial hardship. Many victims had been breadwinners for their families. Their deaths meant not just emotional devastation, but economic catastrophe. Widows and widowers suddenly found themselves single parents struggling to make ends meet. Parents who had lost adult children faced futures without the support those children would have provided in their old age. The compensation provided by the Sampung Group, while substantial in total, was distributed among thousands of claimants and took years to fully process. In the meantime, families struggled. Some lost their homes. Children had to drop out of school. The ripple effects of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties. Survivors faced their own challenges. Many suffered permanent physical injuries, crushed limbs, spinal damage, traumatic brain injuries, organ damage from crushing injuries. Some would never fully recover, facing lives of chronic pain and disability. The young store clerk, who had been excited about her first job, now faced years of painful physical therapy and reconstructed bones. The psychological trauma was equally severe and often less visible. Survivors frequently developed severe anxiety, particularly claustrophobia and fear of buildings. Simple things like entering an elevator or standing in a crowded room could trigger panic attacks. Many experienced recurring nightmares about being trapped in darkness, unable to move, feeling crushing weight all around them. Choi Myung-seok, the survivor trapped for 9 days, struggled significantly after his rescue despite being physically relatively unharmed. He experienced survivor's guilt. Why had he lived when so many others died? He had difficulty readjusting to normal life, finding the routine concerns of everyday existence trivial compared to the life and death struggle he had experienced in the rubble. Eventually, Choi channeled his experience into a career in structural engineering. He pursued degrees in architecture and structural engineering and spent years working for a construction company, ensuring that the buildings he worked on were safe and properly constructed. His goal was to prevent anyone else from experiencing what he had gone through. He found purpose in taking his trauma and using it to make a positive difference. But not all survivors were able to find such redemption. Some struggled with depression and substance abuse. The trauma of the experience was simply too much to process and integrate into a normal life. Mental health resources for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea in the 1990s, and many people suffered without adequate support. Yoo Ji-hwan, the survivor, pulled out after 12 days, experienced her own difficulties adjusting. The media attention following her rescue was initially overwhelming. She was invited to television interviews and talk shows, asked to recount her ordeal again and again. At first, she handled it with grace, even making light-hearted comments about wanting to date one of her rescuers and drinking iced coffee after being deprived for so long. But constantly reliving the trauma through these interviews took its toll. She began to withdraw, struggling with the expectation that she should feel lucky to be alive when the experience had been so horrific and when so many others had died. Eventually, she largely removed herself from public view, focusing on building a normal life away from media scrutiny. She married and settled into a quiet existence, finding healing in privacy rather than in public remembrance. Park Seung-hyun, the last person rescued after 17 days, became the most famous survivor due to the miraculous nature of her rescue. Her story was covered extensively by international media. She represented hope, the idea that survival was possible even in the most dire circumstances. But this fame came with its own burdens. She too found the constant media attention difficult to manage. The trauma of being buried for 17 days wasn't something that could be neatly packaged into a feel-good story about human resilience. The reality was dark, painful, and traumatic in ways that didn't fit the narrative people wanted from her. She eventually sought normalcy, marrying a classmate of one of the other survivors, and building a life focused on the present rather than the past. The rescue workers and first responders who worked the site also experienced lasting trauma. Many developed post-traumatic stress disorder from the horrific scenes they witnessed and the grueling, emotionally devastating work of searching for survivors and recovering bodies. Firefighters and police officers who thought they had seen everything in their careers found the scale and horror of Sampung overwhelming. Some rescue workers described being unable to eat certain foods after the disaster because the smells reminded them of the rubble. Others had nightmares about being unable to reach people they could hear calling for help. The The psychological support for first responders was inadequate, and many struggled in silence with trauma they felt unable to discuss. The bereaved families formed support groups in the aftermath, coming together to share their grief and to advocate for proper memorialization and ongoing support. These groups became important sources of comfort and community for people who felt isolated in their loss. They organized annual memorial ceremonies and pushed for reforms to prevent future disasters. But tensions sometimes emerged within these groups as well. Some families received larger compensation settlements than others, depending on the circumstances of their loss and the earning potential of the deceased. Some had recovered their loved ones' remains and were able to have proper funerals, while others never had that closure. These differences created complex dynamics within the survivor community. One particularly poignant aspect of the human cost was the number of young lives cut short. Many of the victims were in their teens or 20s, just starting their adult lives. They had barely begun to experience independence, to discover who they would become. All of that potential, all those possible futures, were erased in 20 seconds. Parents who lost children faced unique agonies. They had expected to watch their children grow up, get married, have children of their own. Instead, they had to bury them and face decades of wondering what might have been. Some parents reported that the hardest moments came during what would have been major milestones: the year their child would have graduated college, the age when they likely would have married, the time when they might have become grandparents. The disaster also claimed entire families in some cases. Instances where parents and children shopping together were all killed, where multiple siblings working in the store all perished. These losses left extended families devastated, sometimes leaving elderly grandparents without any direct descendants. The compensation settlement, while financially significant, could never truly compensate for these losses. How do you put a price on a child's life? How do you calculate the value of a future that will never exist? The money helped with practical matters, preventing financial destitution on top of emotional devastation, but it couldn't fill the fundamental void left by the deaths of loved ones. 30 years later, as bereaved families gather annually at the memorial in Yangtze Citizens Forest, the pain remains fresh for many. Time doesn't heal all wounds, it just teaches people to carry them differently. The annual memorial services are filled with tears, with offerings to the dead, with prayers and remembrances. Time has passed, and yet every year we honor those who died in the collapse. One bereaved family member said at a recent ceremony, "We just hope that South Korea will be able to become a safer country." So that hope that the sacrifice of their loved ones might lead to meaningful change that saves future lives is what many families cling to. The reforms that followed the disaster, the improved building codes, the better emergency response, all of these represent a kind of legacy for the victims. Their deaths, while senseless and preventable, at least prompted action that has likely prevented other disasters. But for the families and survivors, these policy changes remain abstract compared to the concrete, daily reality of absence and trauma. The person who isn't there for family dinners, the voice that will never be heard again, the presence that's felt only through its absence. These are the real human costs of the Sampung department store collapse, costs that can never be fully tallied or compensated. Conclusion: the Sampung department store collapse stands as one of the most preventable disasters in modern history, a catastrophe that resulted from a perfect storm of greed, corruption, negligence, and systemic failure. 502 people died not because of an earthquake, a war, or an unavoidable natural disaster, but because a developer wanted to maximize profit, because city officials accepted bribes, because warnings were ignored, and because a society prioritized rapid economic growth over basic safety. Every single death at Sampung was preventable if Lee Jun had not made dangerous modifications to the building design, if Wusung Construction had not been fired for raising safety concerns, if the support columns had been properly sized, if the building had been constructed with materials meeting code specifications, if the heavy air conditioning units had not been added to the roof, if city officials had not accepted bribes and falsified inspections, if management had evacuated the building when warned it was about to collapse. If any of these failures had been prevented, the disaster would not have occurred. The tragedy of Sampung is that everyone involved knew better. Engineers warned that the design was unsafe. Construction professionals raised concerns that were ignored. On the day of the collapse, structural engineers explicitly told management the building was in imminent danger. Yet at every decision point, the wrong choice was made, the safe option rejected in favor of saving money or maintaining profit. The disaster revealed the dark underside of South Korea's economic miracle. The gleaming towers and prosperous surface concealed systemic corruption and dangerous practices. The construction boom had been built partly on shoddy workmanship, inadequate oversight, and bribes. Sampung was the most dramatic failure, but the post-collapse survey revealing that only 2% of Seoul's buildings fully met safety codes showed it was far from the only dangerous structure. In the aftermath, South Korea did implement meaningful reforms. Building codes were strengthened, inspection procedures were improved, disaster response capabilities were developed, the construction industry became more professional. These changes have undoubtedly saved lives over the past 3 decades, making the disaster a catalyst for positive change despite its horrific cost. But the question remains, have the lessons truly been learned, or have they simply faded from memory as time passes and the urgency of the disaster recedes? The families of victims worry that as Seoul's skyline continues to reach higher, as development pressures remain intense, as memories fade, the temptations that led to Sampung, the shortcuts, the bribes, the prioritization of profit over safety might return. The memorial in Yangjae Citizens Forest exists to ensure these lessons are not forgotten. The 502 names inscribed there represent not just lives lost, but a collective commitment to remember, to learn, and to do better. Each year, as families gather to honor their dead, they remind South Korean society that the price of negligence is measured in human lives, in families destroyed, in futures stolen. For those of us watching from outside South Korea, the Sampung disaster offers its own lessons. It reminds us that regulation exists for a reason, that building codes are written in blood, that oversight and inspection are not bureaucratic hindrances, but essential safeguards. It shows us how corruption corrodes not just government efficiency, but public safety. It demonstrates that rapid development without adequate regard for safety carries enormous risks. The story of Sampung is ultimately a story about what happens when greed is allowed to operate without constraint, when profit is valued above human life, when those in power prioritize personal gain over public welfare. It's a cautionary tale that remains relevant not just in construction, but in any field where cutting corners can lead to catastrophic consequences. As we conclude this examination of the Sampung department store collapse, let us remember Park Seung-hyun, trapped for for 17 days in darkness. Yu Ji-hwan surviving 12 days in a space barely large enough for her body. Choi Myung-sok's 10 days of isolation and fear. Remember the 502 who didn't make it out, whose last moments were filled with terror and pain. Remember the families still gathering at that memorial 3 decades later, still mourning, still hoping their loss meant something. And let us commit to learning from their suffering, to demanding accountability from those in power, to supporting strong regulations and rigorous enforcement, to choosing safety over profit, to valuing human life above economic growth. The victims of Sampung deserve nothing less than our determination to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again. If you found this deep dive into one of history's most devastating building collapses informative and thought-provoking, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed, well-researched content about cases that matter, and please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The Burning Sun Scandal, when K-pop's glittering facade shattered. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most shocking and complex true crime stories to emerge from South Korea in recent memory, a scandal that would shake the foundations of the country's beloved K-pop industry, expose systemic corruption, reaching the highest levels of law enforcement, and ignite a nationwide reckoning with deeply entrenched misogyny and violence against women. This is the story of Burning Sun, a nightclub in Seoul's glittering Gangnam district that became ground zero for revelations of sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, and police corruption. It's a story about power, privilege, and the devastating ways they can be weaponized against the vulnerable. But it's also a story about courage, the bravery of journalists who refused to look away, of victims who came forward despite unimaginable pressure, and of one young woman whose final act of defiance would help bring the truth to light, even as her own life slipped away. The Burning Sun scandal didn't just topple some of South Korea's biggest entertainment stars. It forced an entire nation to confront uncomfortable truths about gender inequality, the protection afforded to the wealthy and famous, and the systems that allow predators to operate with impunity. This is a story that demands to be told, not just for what happened, but for what it reveals about the darker currents running beneath the surface of modern society. So settle in as we explore this labyrinthine case, peeling back layer after layer to understand how a single assault at a nightclub would unravel into one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean history. Part 1. The glittering world of K-pop and Gangnam's dark underbelly. To understand the Burning Sun scandal, we first need to understand the world it emerged from, a world of contradictions, where carefully crafted public images concealed private horrors, and where the machinery of fame operated according to rules very different from those that governed ordinary lives. By the late 2010s, K-pop had conquered the world. Korean pop music, with its infectious melodies, precision choreography, and impossibly polished performers, had become a global phenomenon worth billions of dollars. Groups like BTS, Blackpink, EXO, and Big Bang weren't just popular in Asia. They were selling out stadiums in Los Angeles, performing at Coachella, and topping charts worldwide. The so-called Korean wave, or Hallyu, had become one of South Korea's most successful cultural exports, projecting an image of the country as modern, vibrant, and irresistibly cool. At the heart of this industry were the idols themselves, young performers, often teenagers when they debuted, who had typically spent years as trainees in the grueling system maintained by major entertainment companies. These trainees would practice singing, dancing, and foreign languages for hours every day, living in dormitories and adhering to strict rules about their behavior, appearance, and personal lives. The successful ones would eventually debut in carefully assembled groups, each member chosen for a specific role and appeal. The public image of K-pop idols was meticulously managed. They were meant to appear flawless, wholesome, and devoted entirely to their fans. Romantic relationships were often forbidden or hidden, as the fantasy of availability was part of the idol's appeal. Scandals could end careers overnight. Fans expected purity, and the industry delivered it, or at least the illusion of it. But beneath this glossy surface, the K-pop industry had a darker side. The intense pressure, lack of privacy, and exploitation of young performers created an environment ripe for abuse. Female idols, in particular, faced constant objectification and harassment. The same system that demanded perfection also demanded silence about its failures and cruelties. Seoul's Gangnam District embodied these contradictions perfectly. Made famous worldwide by Psy's 2012 hit Gangnam Style, this neighborhood on the south bank of the Han River was synonymous with wealth, luxury, and status. Designer boutiques lined the streets. Luxury cars cruised the boulevards. High-rise apartments commanded astronomical prices. Gangnam was where Seoul's elite lived, shopped, and played. And play they did. Gangnam's nightlife was legendary, a hedonistic playground where the wealthy and famous could indulge their desires behind velvet ropes and tinted windows. Nightclubs with names like Octagon, Arena, and Burning Sun catered to VIP clientele, places where celebrities could party without the prying eyes of the general public. These weren't just dance clubs, they were status symbols, exclusive worlds where the rules that governed ordinary life seemed not to apply. Burning Sun itself opened in February 2018, located in the Le Méridien Seoul Hotel in Yeoksamdong, in the heart of Gangnam. From the outside, it appeared to be just another high-end club, albeit one with an impressive pedigree. One of its publicity directors was Lee Seung-hyun, better known by his stage name Seungri, the youngest member of Big Bang, one of the most successful K-pop groups of all time. Big Bang had debuted in 2006 under YG Entertainment, one of the big three K-pop companies. Over the years, they'd become massive stars, not just in Korea, but throughout Asia and beyond. Forbes magazine reported that in 2015, the group had made $44 million in pre-tax earnings. They were cultural icons, trendsetters, whose music, fashion, and behavior influenced millions of fans. Seungri, born on December 12, 1990, had joined Big Bang at just 15 years old. As the youngest member, or maknae, he'd sometimes struggled to stand out among his more prominent bandmates. But he'd found his niche, not just in music, but in business. Seungri positioned himself as an entrepreneur, opening restaurants, launching a dance academy, investing in various ventures. He was multilingual, charismatic, and networked extensively. The media dubbed him Korea's Great Gatsby, a reference that would prove eerily prescient, like F. Scott Fitzgerald's J. Gatsby. Seungri's glittering parties and business success masked illicit activities carried out in the pursuit of wealth and status. In the summer of 2018, Seungri released his first solo Korean-language studio album and embarked on his first solo tour, aptly titled The Great Seungri. He was filling the void left by his Big Bang bandmates who were completing their mandatory military service. Everything seemed to be going Seungri's way. He was successful, famous, wealthy, and positioned to become even more influential. But Seungri's world, and the world of Burning Sun, was built on foundations far more sinister than anyone outside could have imagined. Behind the pulsing music and bottle service, behind the VIP rooms and celebrity clientele, a culture of violence and exploitation flourished. Women were drugged and assaulted. Illegal videos were filmed and shared. Police officers looked the other way, their silence purchased with bribes and favors. It was a system that depended on the silence and complicity of many, the vulnerability of victims who had no voice, and the confidence of perpetrators who believed themselves untouchable. That confidence would prove to be their downfall. Because in November 2018, on a Saturday night at Burning Sun, an incident occurred that would set in motion a series of events exposing everything. A man named Kim Sang-kyo would file a complaint about what happened that night, a complaint that would ultimately trigger one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean entertainment history. His name was Kim Sang-kyo, and his decision to speak out would change everything, though his story, like so much about this case, would prove far more complicated than it first appeared. Part 2. The night that started it all. The date was November 24th, 2018. It was a Saturday night, and Kim Sang-kyo, a 28-year-old man, had come to Burning Sun with friends to celebrate a birthday. By his account, they'd reserved a table and were drinking champagne when around 7 in the morning, as the long night was winding down, he witnessed something that disturbed him. According to Kim's later testimony, he saw a woman at a nearby table who appeared to be in distress. A man was grabbing at her, trying to pull her back to the table. The woman broke free and hid behind Kim, grabbing onto his shoulder. Kim claimed he intervened, holding the man's arms back and asking security for help. Instead of assistance, Kim said, the man punched him. What happened next would become the subject of intense dispute and investigation. According to Kim's account, he was dragged outside the club by multiple staff members, including managers and security guards. Once outside, in an area without CCTV coverage, he was beaten severely. He managed to call the police at around 7:02 in the morning, but rather than stopping the assault, the beating continued. When police arrived at the scene, what happened next shocked Kim and would eventually shock the nation. Rather than arresting the Burning Sun employees who'd assaulted him, the police arrested Kim himself. He was taken to the Gangnam police station, where he claimed officers continued to abuse him. He was held for nearly 8 hours before being released to seek medical treatment. At the hospital, doctors documented extensive injuries. Kim had 4 fractured ribs, a condition called rhabdomyolysis, where muscle tissue breaks down and can cause kidney damage, paralysis in his right finger, and severe bruising throughout his body. These weren't minor injuries from a scuffle. They were the result of a sustained, brutal beating. But Kim's ordeal was far from over. In the days and weeks that followed, rather than investigating his assault, authorities seemed intent on building a case against him. Burning Sun staff claimed Kim had been the aggressor, that he'd been causing trouble in the club and sexually harassing women. The police, rather than treating Kim as a victim, treated him as a suspect. Frustrated and injured, Kim did something that would prove crucial. He went public. In late January 2019, he filed a petition with the Blue House, South Korea's presidential office, detailing what had happened to him. The petition described his assault in vivid detail, including his claims that police had colluded with Burning Sun staff to cover up the incident and falsify evidence. The petition quickly gained traction. Within days, over 200,000 people had signed it, demanding an investigation. Media outlets picked up the story. CCTV footage from outside Burning Sun began to circulate, showing Kim being beaten by multiple men while on the ground. Additional footage from inside the police station showed officers handling Kim roughly, contradicting their claims that they'd treated him appropriately. The public was outraged. Here was clear evidence of excessive force by both private security and police officers, yet the victim was the one facing charges. Questions arose. Why had police arrested the victim rather than his attackers? Why had they tried to suppress the CCTV footage? What were they trying to hide? Kim's case struck a nerve because it exemplified something many Koreans suspected but couldn't prove: that the wealthy and well-connected could literally get away with assault, with police serving as their protectors rather than enforcers of justice. Burning Sun was owned and operated by people with connections. Surely, many thought, those connections explained why Kim had been treated not as a victim, but as a problem to be dealt with. President Moon Jae-in himself weighed in, ordering a thorough investigation, not just into the Burning Sun assault, but into potential police corruption. The Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency announced they would examine the conduct of officers who'd responded to Kim's call and handled his detention. But as investigators began looking into Burning Sun, they discovered something unexpected. Kim's assault, serious as it was, turned out to be just the surface. Beneath it lay a world of criminality that went far beyond one nightclub beating. Investigators started hearing whispers about drugs, about women being assaulted, about illegal videos, about payments to police to look the other way. The more they dug, the more disturbing the picture became. It's important to note that Kim Sang-kyo's story would become more complex as events unfolded. While his initial complaint proved instrumental in launching the investigation that would expose the Burning Sun scandal, Kim himself would later face serious legal challenges. In the years following that November night, he was charged with more than 15 offenses stemming from events at Burning Sun. In November 2022, nearly 4 years after that fateful night, a court found Kim guilty of sexually harassing a woman at Burning Sun on the same evening he was assaulted, as well as obstruction of business and defamation. The court cited CCTV evidence and victim testimony in reaching its verdict. Kim received a suspended sentence of 1 year in prison with 2 years of probation, along with mandatory completion of a 40-hour sexual assault treatment program and 80 hours of community service. Kim maintained throughout his legal battles that many of the charges against him were attempts to discredit him as a whistleblower, and that authorities had aggressively pursued him in retaliation for exposing corruption. He was acquitted of 2 other sexual harassment charges due to insufficient evidence. The court did acknowledge procedural irregularities in Kim's arrest, including failure to properly read him his rights and improper handling during his transport to the station. This complexity doesn't negate the importance of Kim's initial report in exposing the systematic criminal activity at Burning Sun. His complaint, whatever the circumstances surrounding it, did trigger an investigation that would ultimately reveal crimes far more serious and widespread than anyone initially imagined. But it does illustrate something important about this case, that the events of that night and the scandal that followed involved layers of truth that defied simple narratives of heroes and villains. Real life rarely offers the clear moral lines that make for easy storytelling, and the Burning Sun scandal was no exception. What Kim's complaint did accomplish was this. It forced authorities to look closely at Burning Sun, and once they started looking, they couldn't ignore what they found, and what they found would prove explosive in ways no one could have predicted. Part 3. Burning Sun's Dark Reality. As investigators began examining Burning Sun in response to Kim Sang-kyo's complaint and the public outcry it generated, a picture emerged of a club where criminal activity wasn't an aberration but standard operating procedure. The assaults on customers, it turned out, weren't isolated incidents. They were part of a pattern of violence used to control the club and protect its illegal operations. Multiple women came forward with similar stories. They'd gone to Burning Sun for a night out and found their drinks tasting strange. They'd wake up the next morning, or sometimes days later, with little or no memory of what had happened, with injuries they couldn't explain, or in unfamiliar places. When they tried to report these incidents to police, they were dismissed, told they'd simply had too much to drink, that they needed to be more responsible. The stories followed disturbing patterns. Women reported feeling suddenly disoriented or losing consciousness after just 1 or 2 drinks. Security footage, when it existed, often showed women being carried or dragged out of the club by staff or male customers while clearly incapacitated. Club employees seemed not just indifferent to women in distress, but actively facilitating their removal from the premises. Investigators began testing for drugs commonly used to facilitate sexual assault. They found evidence of GHB gamma hydroxybutyrate, known colloquially as a date rape drug, and other substances designed to incapacitate victims. These drugs were being administered to club guests, particularly women, without their knowledge or consent. Once drugged, these women became vulnerable to assault, and the club's systems seemed designed to enable rather than prevent such assaults. The club's management structure also raised red flags. While Seungri was the most famous figure associated with Burning Sun, serving as a publicity director and business partner, the day-to-day operations involved a network of managers, promoters, and security personnel. Some of these individuals had connections to organized crime. One security staff member had ties to gangs, and there were allegations that the club employed violence not just against troublesome customers, but as a means of enforcing loyalty and silence among staff. Lee Moon-ho, one of Burning Sun's CEOs, became a focal point of the drug investigation. Authorities found evidence that Lee had not only used drugs himself, including ecstasy and ketamine, but had supplied them to club customers. This wasn't recreational use happening incidentally at a nightclub. This was systematic distribution, with drugs being provided to specific customers, often wealthy businessmen being entertained by club management. The club's financial records revealed other irregularities. There were allegations of money laundering, tax evasion on a massive scale, and violation of food sanitation laws. An investigation would later reveal that Arena, another club with similar ownership, had evaded approximately 16 billion won in taxes, around $14 million, between 2014 and 2017. But perhaps most disturbing were the allegations about prostitution. Investigators heard consistent reports that Burning Sun and other clubs in the same network weren't just venues where prostitution might happen incidentally. They were places where prostitution was actively arranged by management for VIP customers and potential investors. Women were recruited, sometimes under false pretenses, and provided to wealthy men as part of business entertainment packages. These weren't independent sex workers making their own choices about clients and compensation. These were women being directed, managed, and provided by club staff to men who'd been promised such services as part of their VIP experience. Some of the women involved may not have even realized they were being positioned as prostitutes until they found themselves in situations they couldn't easily escape. The scale of the operation was stunning. This wasn't a few corrupt employees taking advantage of their positions. This was systematic criminality woven into the club's business model. Burning Sun made money not just from bottle service and cover charges, but from facilitating illegal activities for customers willing to pay premium prices for experiences that existed outside legal boundaries. And none was more prominent than Seungri, whose name and image had been used to market Burning Sun to the young and wealthy. As a publicity director and business partner in the club, Seungri had benefited financially from Burning Sun's operations, but his involvement went deeper than many initially realized. As investigators dug into Seungri's business dealings and communications, they discovered something that would prove even more explosive than the revelations about Burning Sun itself. They found evidence of secret group chats on KakaoTalk, South Korea's most popular messaging app. And in these chats, Seungri and other prominent figures in the K-pop world had been discussing activities that would horrify the nation: prostitution arrangements, illegal hidden camera footage, and sexual assault. The scandal was about to get much, much worse. Part 4. The chat rooms, messages that exposed everything. The discovery of the KakaoTalk chat rooms represented a turning point in the Burning Sun scandal, transforming what had begun as an investigation into one nightclub into an expose of widespread criminal activity among some of South Korea's most famous and beloved celebrities. These messages, extracted from the personal phone of singer Jung Jun-young, would reveal crimes that had been going on for years, involving multiple famous figures and victimizing countless women. The story of how these messages came to light reads almost like a thriller. In September 2016, Jung Jun-young, then a rising star in the Korean entertainment industry, had been investigated by police after a woman accused him of secretly filming a sexual encounter. At the time, Jung's agency claimed the allegations were a misunderstanding, and in October 2016, after what the agency characterized as a thorough investigation, Jung was acquitted. The case was closed, and Jung's career continued uninterrupted. But someone knew the truth. When Jung took his phone to a private forensics company for repairs sometime around 2018, a technician there discovered something disturbing on the device: videos and chat messages that clearly showed Jung filming sexual encounters without the consent of the women involved, then sharing those videos with friends. The technician, whose identity has never been publicly revealed, made a decision that would prove momentous. Rather than simply fixing the phone and returning it, the technician copied the incriminating material. The technician then reached out to a lawyer named Bang Jung-hyun, sending him an email containing thousands of chat messages spanning an 8-month period from late 2015 through mid-2016. Bang recognized immediately that what he was looking at was evidence of serious crimes. When the Burning Sun scandal began making headlines in early 2019, Bang forwarded these messages to SBS's investigative news program, SBS Fun-E, and to the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission. On February 26, 2019, SBS Fun-E published the contents of the first chat room. The revelations were explosive. The messages showed Seungri instructing staff at Burning Sun and his other business ventures to provide prostitutes to potential investors and wealthy businessmen. He discussed the arrangements in clinical, business-like language, treating the women involved as commodities to be provided as part of his hospitality to business partners. But that was just the beginning. On March 11, 2019, SBS's 8 o'clock news revealed more chat rooms, and these were far more disturbing. These groups included not just Seungri, but Jung Jun-young, Choi Jong-hoon, a former member of the popular K-pop group FT Island, and several other men. The content of these chats was genuinely shocking, even to investigators and journalists who thought they'd seen everything. Jung Jun-young had been systematically filming sexual encounters with women without their knowledge or consent. The videos showed women who were clearly drunk or unconscious, unable to consent to being filmed or to the sexual acts themselves. Jung would then share these videos in the group chats, sometimes within minutes of filming them. The other members would respond with messages cheering him on, requesting more videos, or sharing their own illegal footage. The messages weren't just evidence of crimes, they revealed the mindset of the perpetrators, their complete lack of respect for their victims, and their confidence that they would never face consequences. The men joked about drugging women. They discussed which victims were best and rated them. They shared tips on where to find vulnerable women and how to avoid getting caught. When one participant expressed mild concern about the legality of what they were doing, others laughed it off, assuring him that they had police connections who would protect them, and they weren't wrong to feel confident. The chat rooms also revealed a cozy relationship between these celebrities and high-ranking police officials. One figure referred to in the chats as the police superintendent general appeared to be providing the group with inside information about investigations and helping them avoid legal troubles. The group members joked about their police protection, confident that they were essentially untouchable. The sheer number of victims was staggering. According to court documents that would later be released, Jung Jun-young alone had filmed and distributed content from at least 11 different women between November 2015 and June 2016, and that only covered the period for which investigators had direct evidence. Jung had shared these videos across 5 different group chats and sent them in 3 separate private conversations, with 14 different people receiving the illegal material. The victims in these videos had not given consent to be filmed. Many didn't even know the videos existed until police contacted them during the investigation. Some of the women had been in relationships with Jung and thought they were having private, consensual, intimate moments. Others had been too drunk or drugged to know what was happening. When authorities reached out to these women as part of the investigation, many were devastated. One victim, interviewed by reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who broke the story, begged, "Please save me. How do I live after this?" The trauma inflicted on these women was immeasurable. Not only had they been violated in the most intimate way possible, but their private moments had been shared among strangers, turned into entertainment for a group of men who saw them as nothing more than objects. And because the videos had been shared digitally, the women faced the terrifying reality that these images might still be circulating, impossible to fully delete or contain. As investigators dug deeper into the chat rooms, more names emerged. In addition to Jung and Choi, the group included Kim, a former Burning Sun employee, Kwon Hyuk-jun, a businessman who would later be revealed as the older brother of Girls' Generation member Yuri, Heo, a former YG Entertainment employee, and several other men whose identities were protected due to their status as non-public figures. One particularly disturbing aspect of the chat rooms was the participants' discussions of gang rape. Messages suggested that multiple men had participated in assaulting unconscious or severely intoxicated women, with the attacks sometimes being filmed and shared. These weren't spontaneous crimes of opportunity, but coordinated assaults, with participants discussing logistics, sharing locations, and celebrating their crimes afterward. What made these revelations particularly shocking to the Korean public was the contrast between the public personas of these men and their private behavior. Jung Jun-young had been a beloved television personality, appearing on popular variety shows where he portrayed himself as charming and fun-loving. Choi Jong-hoon had been a member of FT Island, one of Korea's most popular rock bands, whose music often dealt with themes of love and respect. Seungri was a member of Big Bang, whose fans numbered in the millions worldwide. These men had stood on stages, accepted awards, and spoken about being role models. Their fame had been built on the devotion of fans, many of them young women, who'd supported their careers for years, buying albums, attending concerts, and defending them against critics. Those fans now had to reckon with the fact that their idols had been living double lives, projecting wholesomeness while privately engaging in the most degrading treatment of women imaginable. The technical integrity of the chat messages was carefully verified. When lawyer Bang Jung-hyun appeared on SBS's 8 o'clock news on March 11th to discuss how he'd obtained the messages, he explained that the files had been protected with tamper-proof verification, a hashcode system that would show if any alterations had been made. This meant the messages could stand as legitimate evidence in court, despite claims by some of the accused that the chats had been manipulated or taken out of context. As more chat room contents were revealed, the scandal expanded beyond just the core group. Other celebrities found themselves under scrutiny for their connections to the participants. Journalists began investigating whether other prominent figures in the entertainment industry might have been involved or had knowledge of these activities. The entire K-pop industry came under suspicion, with questions raised about how many more celebrities might be engaging in similar behavior, protected by their fame and industry connections. The chat room revelations transformed public perception of the scandal. What had started as a story about one nightclub's bad practices had become a window into a culture of misogyny, violence, and sexual exploitation at the highest levels of the entertainment industry. These weren't just random criminals. These were men who'd been role models, whose faces appeared on billboards and television screens, whose music played on the radio and in shopping malls across the nation. The discovery of these messages would lead to criminal charges, convictions, and prison sentences. But perhaps more importantly, they sparked a national conversation about the treatment of women in South Korea, the abuse of power by celebrities, and the systems that had allowed these crimes to continue for so long. The pretty facade of K-pop had been ripped away, revealing the ugliness that had been hidden behind it. Part 5. Goo Hara, the brave woman who helped expose the truth. Among the many tragic elements of the Burning Sun scandal, few are more heartbreaking than the story of Goo Hara. A former member of the popular girl group Kara, Hara would play a crucial role in exposing police corruption at the heart of the scandal. But the courage she showed would come at a devastating personal cost. Goo Hara was born on January 3, 1991. She debuted with Kara in 2008, and the group quickly became one of the most successful K-pop acts of the early 2010s. They were particularly popular in Japan, where they achieved mainstream success rare for Korean acts at the time. Hara was known for her bright personality, her dancing ability, and her dedication to her craft. But behind the scenes, Hara faced challenges that her public image didn't reflect. The pressure of idol life took its toll. The constant scrutiny, the impossible beauty standards, the grueling schedules, and the lack of privacy wore on her. Like many idols, she struggled with depression and anxiety, conditions that were often dismissed or stigmatized in an industry that demanded performers maintain cheerful, flawless public personas regardless of their internal suffering. In 2018, Hara's personal life became painfully public when her relationship with a hairdresser named Choi Jong-bum turned abusive. The couple had begun dating after meeting on the set of a beauty television program called My Mad Beauty Diary. Initially, the relationship seemed happy, but it deteriorated into violence and manipulation. On September 13, 2018, just 2 months before the Burning Sun incident, Choi broke into Hara's home while she was sleeping. According to Hara's account, a fight ensued, triggered by Choi's jealousy over Hara having lunch with a male acquaintance. The argument escalated into physical violence. Choi assaulted Hara, causing injuries including damage severe enough that she experienced uterine hemorrhaging. But the physical assault wasn't the worst of it. During the fight, Choi threatened Hara with something that would cause her even more terror than the violence itself. He told her that he had secretly filmed them having sex, and he would release the video to destroy her career if she didn't comply with his demands. This threat, the weaponization of intimate footage, would hang over Hara for the rest of her life. Both Hara and Choi filed assault complaints against each other. When the case went to court, the details that emerged painted a picture of a deeply abusive relationship. Choi had been controlling, jealous, and violent. The assault on September 13th was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern. Evidence showed that Choi had indeed filmed intimate encounters and had threatened to release them. In August 2019, a court found Choi guilty of assault, making threats, property damage, and coercion. However, he was not convicted on the illegal filming charge. The court ruled that there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove the recording itself was illegal, though it acknowledged he'd used the threat of releasing the video as blackmail. Choi received a suspended sentence, 1.5 years in prison, suspended for 3 years. This meant he wouldn't serve jail time unless he committed another crime during the probation period. The sentence sparked outrage. Here was a man who had violently assaulted his girlfriend, caused her significant physical harm, and blackmailed her with threats to release intimate footage that would destroy her career. And he received no jail time. The message to victims of domestic abuse and revenge porn seemed clear. The justice system would not protect them adequately. For Hara, the sentence felt like a betrayal. She'd been brave enough to come forward, to testify about her abuse in public, to allow the details of her victimization to become part of the public record. And in return, her abuser walked free. Worse, she faced intense public scrutiny and judgment. While some supported her, Others blamed her for the relationship's problems, suggesting she'd somehow provoked Choi's violence or questioning why she dated him in the first place. The cruel logic of victim blaming was applied mercilessly. Choi had physically assaulted Hara, damaged her property, and terrorized her with threats to release intimate videos, yet he received only a suspended sentence. The message seemed clear. Even when the justice system acknowledged a man's abusive behavior, it wouldn't impose serious consequences. The stress of the case, combined with the intense public judgment, took a terrible toll on Hara's mental health. In May 2019, she attempted suicide. Fortunately, she survived, and her friend and fellow Kara member Gu Ji-young found her in time. Hara was hospitalized and later released, but the incident revealed the depth of her suffering. Around this same time, the Burning Sun scandal was unfolding. As we've already discussed, Hara reached out to reporter Kang Kyung-yoon to offer help with the investigation. Despite dealing with her own traumatic situation, the lawsuit, the suicide attempt, the continuing public scrutiny, Hara wanted to help other victims of illegal filming and sexual exploitation. Hara's role in identifying Yoon Kyu-gun as the corrupt police official protecting the Burning Sun criminals was crucial. She used her connection to Choi Jong-hoon, whom she'd known since their trainee days, to convince him to tell the truth. She recorded the conversation where Choi revealed Yoon's identity and provided it to investigators. Without Hara's intervention, this key piece of the puzzle might never have been solved. When Hara spoke to Kang about why she wanted to help, she explicitly identified with the victims of Jung Jun-young and the others. "I am also a victim of revenge porn," she told Kang. Hara understood what it felt like to have your intimate moments weaponized against you, to be threatened and violated, and then blamed for your own victimization. She wanted to prevent others from suffering as she had suffered. Hara's bravery during this period was remarkable. She was simultaneously fighting her own battle against an abuser, dealing with the psychological aftermath of a suicide attempt, and helping to expose one of the biggest criminal scandals in South Korean entertainment history. All of this while facing public judgment, online harassment from fans who didn't want to believe the accusations against their favorite celebrities, and the knowledge that her ex-boyfriend might at any time release intimate footage of her. After the Burning Sun scandal broke fully into public view, Hara continued her activities, including traveling to Japan for work commitments. She posted on social media, sharing updates with fans. In photos and videos from this period, she appears to be trying to maintain normalcy, to continue her career despite everything happening in her personal life. But beneath the surface, Hara was struggling terribly. On November 24, 2019, exactly 1 year and 1 day after the incident that started the Burning Sun investigation, Hara was found dead in her home in the Cheongdam neighborhood of Seoul. She was 28 years old. Police investigated and ruled the death a suicide. There were no signs of foul play. In her final Instagram post, published just 2 days before her death, Hara had written simply, "Goodbye" in Korean. To those who'd been watching closely, who'd seen her struggles, who understood the crushing weight she'd been carrying, the message was heartbreakingly clear. Hara's death devastated her fans and the Korean public, coming just weeks after the suicide of another female K-pop idol, Sulli, who'd also faced intense online bullying and harassment. Hara's death forced Korea to confront the dark side of its celebrity culture. The pressure on idols, particularly female idols, was not just intense, it was sometimes deadly. In the aftermath of her death, over 200,000 people signed a petition calling for stronger punishments for revenge porn and illegal filming. Another petition demanded action against online bullying and hate comments. Hara's suffering and her courage in fighting back against her abuser became a catalyst for demands for legal reform. In 2024, 5 years after her death, it was revealed that Hara had played an even more crucial role in the Burning Sun investigation than had been publicly known. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon disclosed the full extent of Hara's contribution, including how she'd helped identify Yoon Kyu-gun, Hara's brother, Gu Ho-in, who'd been present during the phone call with Choi Jong-hoon, confirmed his sister's involvement. Hara had known that helping with the investigation might bring more scrutiny to her own experiences with illegal filming threats. She'd known it might reignite public interest in her most traumatic experiences. She'd helped anyway, because she understood that staying silent protected perpetrators while speaking out protected potential future victims. Her final act of courage was trying to save others from the fate she'd experienced. The tragedy of Gu Hara's story lies not just in her death, but in the fact that the system failed her at every turn. When she reported her abuser, he received a sentence that felt like a slap on the wrist. When she faced public judgment, authorities did little to protect her from harassment and hate comments. When she tried to help expose corruption and sexual crimes, she had to carry that burden largely alone, without the support and protection she deserved. Hara's death remains one of the most painful chapters in the Burning Sun saga. She was a victim of the same culture that enabled the crimes at Burning Sun. A culture where women's pain was minimized, where abusers faced few real consequences, where speaking out often brought more suffering than silence. But she was also a hero, someone who refused to let her own victimization prevent her from helping others, who used her platform and her knowledge to fight for justice even when it cost her so much personally. In death, Hara became a symbol of what needed to change in Korea. Not just the laws around revenge porn and illegal filming, not just the treatment of abuse victims, but the entire culture that made women like her vulnerable and then blamed them for their vulnerability. Her memory became a rallying cry for reform, a reminder that behind every statistic about gender-based violence was a real person who'd suffered and deserved better. Part 6. Unraveling the Criminal Network. As the scope of the Burning Sun scandal became clear throughout early 2019, law enforcement agencies launched one of the most complex criminal investigations in South Korean history. What had begun as an inquiry into one nightclub assault had expanded into a multi-pronged investigation involving sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, embezzlement, tax evasion, and police corruption. Dozens of suspects, hundreds of victims, and thousands of pieces of evidence had to be tracked, verified, and prosecuted. The investigation was, in many ways, a race against time. Once the scandal broke publicly, there was concern that evidence might be destroyed, witnesses might be intimidated, and suspects might flee the country. Prosecutors and police had to move quickly to secure phones, computers, and other devices that might contain incriminating material. They had to interview victims who were often traumatized and reluctant to come forward. They had to navigate complex digital forensics to recover deleted messages and videos. Jung Jun-young was one of the first to be arrested. On March 21, 2019, police took him into custody on charges of illegally filming and distributing sexual content. Jung's immediate admission of guilt was startling. In a statement to the press, he said, "I admit to all my crimes. I filmed women without their consent and shared it in a chat room. And while I was doing so, I didn't feel a great sense of guilt." His candor seemed to reflect not remorse so much as resignation. He knew the evidence against him was overwhelming. But as police dug deeper, they uncovered allegations even more serious than the illegal filming. Women came forward claiming that Jung, along with other men, including Choi Jong-hoon, had raped them while they were unconscious or too intoxicated to resist. One woman described being assaulted by 5 men, including Jung, in March 2016 at a hotel. She'd been drinking and lost consciousness, waking later with injuries and fragmented memories of the attack. When she learned that the assault had been filmed and shared in a group chat, she was devastated. Choi Jong-hoon, the former FT Island member, was also arrested. Initially, Choi denied all charges, claiming he hadn't assaulted anyone, but evidence from the chat rooms showed him discussing assaults, and testimony from victims contradicted his denials. Choi had also been involved in a separate scandal, bribing a police officer to cover up a drunk driving incident. That investigation, too, became part of the broader case. Seungri's case proved more complex. While the chat room messages clearly showed him arranging prostitution services for business associates and potential investors, Seungri maintained that he'd been unaware of the illegal nature of these arrangements. He claimed his business partners had handled the details without his knowledge or approval, and that messages showing his involvement had been taken out of context or misunderstood. But prosecutors built a strong case. They had messages where Seungri explicitly discussed providing women to investors. They had testimony from employees who'd arranged these services at his direction. They had financial records showing payments related to prostitution services. Seungri was charged with multiple counts of prostitution mediation, essentially pimping, along with embezzlement, illegal gambling, and violation of the Food Sanitation Act. In March 2019, Seungri announced his retirement from the entertainment industry. "The public's anger toward me is very serious, he said in a statement. "I've decided to retire from the entertainment industry." He maintained his innocence on most charges, but acknowledged that his association with the scandal had become untenable. 2 months later, he enlisted in the military, a move that some saw as an attempt to avoid further scrutiny or to have his case handled by military rather than civilian courts. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was arrested on drug charges. Investigators found evidence that Lee had regularly used ecstasy and ketamine and had supplied drugs to club customers. Another club official, a promoter known as MD Cho, received even more serious charges related to drug smuggling and large-scale distribution. Police drug sweeps at Burning Sun and related venues netted hundreds of arrests for possession and distribution of various controlled substances. The police corruption investigation proved particularly difficult. Identifying and prosecuting corrupt officers required navigating an institution that was understandably defensive about accusations of widespread corruption. The blue wall of silence, the tendency of police to protect their own, made witnesses reluctant to testify and evidence difficult to obtain. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior police official identified through Gu Hara's intervention, became the highest-profile target. Yoon was arrested in March 2019 on charges of bribery and using his position to suppress investigations and provide inside information to club owners and operators. The charges alleged that Yoon had accepted bribes in exchange for warning club operators about planned raids, providing information about ongoing investigations, and using his influence to minimize the consequences when club operators were caught breaking laws. President Moon Jae-in personally weighed in on the scandal, calling for thorough investigations of both the entertainment industry figures and the police officers who'd enabled them. The Burning Sun incident is not just about one club, Moon said. It's about the culture of corruption and the abuse of power. He ordered police reforms, including better oversight of nightlife venues and stricter protocols for handling sexual assault cases, but the police corruption investigation faced obstacles. Many of the lower-ranking officers who'd responded to the initial Burning Sun call or who'd had regular contact with club officials received only administrative punishments, reprimands, suspensions, or transfers. The most serious charges were dropped or resulted in acquittals. In several high-profile cases, judges ruled that while the officers' conduct had been inappropriate, prosecutors hadn't proven criminal intent or that money had actually changed hands. This frustrated many who felt the scandal had revealed systemic corruption that went unpunished. The two officers most directly involved in Kim Sang-kyo's arrest and detention were cleared of assault charges, with the court ruling that while their procedures had been flawed, there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove they'd intentionally harmed Kim. The message seemed to be that institutional failures and bad judgment weren't criminal offenses, even when they enabled serious crimes by others. Meanwhile, victims of the crimes faced their own challenges. Many women who'd been filmed without consent or sexually assaulted struggled with whether to cooperate with investigators. Coming forward meant having their victimization become part of the public record. It meant facing questions about their behavior, their clothing, their alcohol consumption, or the victim blaming that typically accompanies sexual assault cases. It meant potentially facing the perpetrators in court, reliving trauma, and having intimate details of their assaults discussed by strangers. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who'd broken many of the key stories, became an advocate for these victims. She worked to protect their identities while ensuring their stories were told. She faced death threats and harassment for her reporting, threats serious enough that she required police protection at times. Other journalists investigating the scandal faced similar intimidation, highlighting how dangerous it could be to challenge powerful men and institutions. Some victims chose to settle their cases privately rather than go through criminal trials. Under Korean law, certain offenses can be settled through financial compensation and agreements not to pursue charges if the victim agrees. This created controversy. Some felt it allowed wealthy perpetrators to literally buy their way out of consequences. But for victims, the decision to settle often came from exhaustion, trauma, and the knowledge that even successful prosecutions might not bring satisfying justice. The investigation also revealed the scale of the Molka problem in South Korea. The Burning Sun case wasn't isolated. It was part of a much larger epidemic of illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Police were overwhelmed with complaints about hidden cameras in changing rooms, public restrooms, hotels, and other spaces. Websites openly hosted and profited from illegal content. The technology to film secretly had become cheap and ubiquitous, while the legal and social responses had lagged far behind. By mid-2019, prosecutors had indicted dozens of people in connection with the Burning Sun scandal and related cases. The entertainment industry reeled as more names emerged. Several other celebrities found themselves under investigation for their connections to the chat rooms or similar behavior. Talent agencies scrambled to distance themselves from the scandal, while fans grappled with the reality that their idols had committed serious crimes. The trials themselves would take years. COVID-19 pandemic-related delays, appeals, and the sheer complexity of the cases meant that final sentences weren't handed down for some defendants until 2021 and 2022. But as the legal process unfolded, the contours of justice and its limitations became clear. Part 7. Verdicts, Sentences, and the Incomplete Nature of Justice. The legal proceedings arising from the Burning Sun scandal stretched across more than 3 years, with trials, appeals, and final verdicts gradually determining the fates of those involved. The sentences handed down would spark debates about whether justice had truly been served, whether the powerful and famous received preferential treatment, and whether the legal system adequately addressed the severity of the crimes. Young Jun-young and Choi Jong-hoon were tried together for rape and sexual assault. On November 29, 2019, the Seoul Central District Court delivered its verdict. Young was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Choi received 5 years. Both were also ordered to complete 80 hours of sexual violence treatment programs. Judge Kang Seong-soo, in delivering the sentence, was blunt about the nature of their crimes. The defendants are well-known celebrities and friends, but the chat they've had showed that they simply considered women as objects of sexual pleasure and committed crimes that were extremely serious, he said. Strict punishment is inevitable, as the damage inflicted has not properly been recovered and the victims demand harsh penalties. Young's 6-year sentence covered multiple crimes: 2 counts of gang rape committed in 2016, where he and other men had assaulted unconscious women, and 11 counts of illegal filming and distribution of sexual content. The court found that Young had systematically filmed women without consent, often when they were unable to resist, and had shared this content with others for entertainment. On appeal, Young's sentence was reduced to 5 years. The appellate court acknowledged his expressions of remorse and the fact that he'd admitted guilt, though many observers noted that this remorse had only come after he'd been caught with overwhelming evidence against him. Young would ultimately serve the full 5-year sentence, being released from prison in March 2024. Choi Jong-hoon's 5-year sentence reflected his participation in gang rapes and his attempts to use his celebrity status and connections to avoid consequences. Evidence showed that after one assault, Choi had contacted police officials, asking them to suppress the investigation. This attempt to manipulate the justice system was considered an aggravating factor. Unlike Young, Choi had initially denied all charges before eventually pleading guilty during the trial process. Seungri's case took a different path because he'd enlisted in the military before being formally charged. This meant his trial was conducted by a military court rather than a civilian court, following different procedures and potentially different standards. Critics argued this gave Seungri an advantage, as military courts were sometimes seen as more lenient. In August 2021, a military court found Seungri guilty on all 9 charges against him. These included prostitution mediation, procuring prostitution services for himself, embezzlement of approximately 528 million won, around $455,000, habitual gambling in Las Vegas involving approximately 2.2 billion won, around $2.2 billion million, violation of the Foreign Exchange Transaction Act, violation of the Food Sanitation Act, sharing illegally filmed content, and ordering subordinates to threaten people. The court sentenced Seungri to 3 years in prison and ordered him to pay a fine of approximately 15 billion won, about $9 million, $190,000. While this was a substantial sentence, prosecutors had asked for 5 years, and many felt 3 years was insufficient given the range and severity of his crimes. But Seungri's legal journey didn't end there. He appealed the sentence, and in January 2022, a military appeals court reduced his sentence to 1.5 years. The reduction came after Seungri admitted to all charges and expressed remorse, a marked change from his earlier denials. The appeals court cited his acknowledgement of guilt and stated intention to reflect on his crimes as mitigating factors. In May 2022, South Korea's Supreme Court upheld the 1.5-year sentence, making it final. Because Seungri had already served several months, he faced approximately 9 more months in civilian prison after being discharged from military service. He was ultimately released in February 2023, having served less than 2 years total. The reduction of Seungri's sentence sparked outrage. Many felt that his wealth and celebrity status had allowed him to receive preferential treatment. The pattern seemed clear: admit guilt after fighting charges for years, express remorse once it becomes strategically advantageous, and receive a reduced sentence. For a man who'd arranged for women to be provided to business associates as commodities, who'd benefited financially from prostitution and illegal activities, and who'd shown no remorse until legally cornered, 1.5 years seemed inadequate. Other figures in the scandal received varied sentences. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was sentenced to 1 year for habitual drug use. MD Cho, the promoter involved in large-scale drug smuggling, received 4.5 years. These sentences, while substantial, still seemed light relative to the damage done and the scale of the criminal enterprise they'd operated. Yoon Sok, Seungri's business partner, who'd admitted to arranging prostitution services for investors, received a suspended sentence of 3 years probation. He'd cooperated with investigators and testified against others, which worked in his favor. His willingness to provide information about how the prostitution arrangement worked and who had benefited from it was considered valuable to the prosecution's case. Yang Hyun-suk, the head of YG Entertainment, the company that had managed Big Bang, was fined for illegal gambling and money transactions in Las Vegas. While the fine was substantial, the fact that a major entertainment company executive faced no jail time for activities that included covering up or being connected to criminal behavior disappointed many observers. The police corruption cases proved most frustrating for those seeking accountability. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior officer accused of bribery and protecting Burning Sun, was ultimately acquitted at trial. The court ruled that while his conduct had been inappropriate and his relationship with club operators suspicious, prosecutors hadn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he'd accepted bribes or intentionally suppressed investigations. The acquittal suggested how difficult it was to prosecute corruption cases when evidence often came down to he said, she said testimony and circumstantial connections. Lower-ranking officers involved in the initial response to Kim Sang-kyo's assault were disciplined administratively but faced no criminal charges. 12 out of 40 officers involved in the case received some form of disciplinary action, but the punishments were generally minor: reprimands, short suspensions, transfers to different departments. None faced the kind of serious consequences that might deter future corruption or misconduct. This pattern of minimal accountability for institutional actors contrasted sharply with the years-long legal battles faced by individuals like Kim Sang-kyo, who, despite triggering the investigation that exposed the scandal, ended up convicted of sexual harassment and other charges himself. The system seemed more capable of punishing individuals than of reforming the institutions that enabled their crimes. For the victims, the legal outcomes were mixed at best. Some received validation when their perpetrators were convicted and sentenced to prison. These convictions acknowledged, in the formal language of law, that real crimes had been committed against them. But the sentences often felt inadequate to the harm suffered. Years in prison couldn't undo violations, couldn't remove videos from the internet, couldn't restore privacy or dignity or peace of mind. Many victims also received financial settlements from perpetrators seeking to resolve civil claims. While the money provided some tangible benefit, it also highlighted the transactional nature of justice for the wealthy. Write a check, serve a reduced sentence, move on. For women whose intimate moments had been filmed without consent and shared among strangers, no amount of money could truly compensate for the violation. The scandal's legal resolution also highlighted problems with how South Korea handled sexual crimes. Convictions for rape and sexual assault often resulted in surprisingly light sentences compared to many other developed nations. The concept of quasi-rape, sexual assault of someone unable to consent due to intoxication or unconsciousness, sometimes received lesser punishment than forcible rape, as if taking advantage of an unconscious victim was somehow less serious than physically overpowering a conscious one. Illegal filming and distribution of intimate content, despite the severe psychological harm to victims, often resulted in fines or suspended sentences for first-time offenders. The laws had been strengthened over the years, but enforcement remained inconsistent. Judges sometimes showed leniency toward defendants who expressed remorse or who claimed they hadn't understood the seriousness of their actions. Lenience that victims felt was misplaced. The incomplete nature of justice in the Burning Sun scandal reflected broader truths about legal systems everywhere. Perfect justice, outcomes that fully heal victims, adequately punish perpetrators, and prevent future crimes is perhaps impossible. Legal systems can provide formal acknowledgement of wrongdoing, can remove dangerous individuals from society temporarily, can create some deterrent effect. But they cannot undo harm, cannot restore what was taken, cannot make victims whole again. For the women victimized by Yoon Jun-young, Seung-ri, Choi Jong-hoon, and others, the convictions and sentences provided something, validation, a sense that they'd been heard and believed, the knowledge that their abusers would face consequences. But they also had to live with the knowledge that their private moments remained somewhere in the digital ether, potentially being viewed by strangers. They had to cope with trauma that would take years to process. They had to rebuild lives that had been shattered by violations they'd never asked for and often hadn't even known about until investigators contacted them. The Burning Sun legal proceedings concluded with convictions and sentences, but not with closure. The trials ended, but the harm continued. Justice had been served in a formal sense, but in the lived experience of victims, justice remained incomplete and always would be. Part 8. The broader context: South Korea's reckoning with gender-based violence. The Burning Sun scandal didn't occur in a vacuum. It emerged from and exposed broader patterns of gender-based violence in South Korean society, particularly the phenomenon of molka, illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Understanding the scandal requires understanding this wider context and the women's movement that was fighting for change even before Burning Sun became headline news. The term Molcha is a Korean abbreviation meaning secret camera or hidden camera. While technically it could refer to any covert filming, in practice it came to specifically mean illegal filming of women for sexual purposes, in bathrooms, changing rooms, subway cars, or during intimate encounters. The content would then be shared online, often for profit, creating a market for violations of women's privacy and dignity. By the late 2010s, Molcha had become epidemic in South Korea. Hidden cameras were found in public bathrooms, hotel rooms, changing facilities, and even women's homes, installed by stalkers or former partners. The technology had become incredibly sophisticated and miniaturized. Cameras could be hidden in pens, clocks, air fresheners, power outlets. Nearly any object in a room might conceal surveillance equipment. The websites hosting this content operated openly with minimal legal consequences. Men would share footage they'd taken and discuss techniques for filming without detection. Some operated as sophisticated businesses, charging subscription fees for access to large libraries of illegally obtained content. The women in these videos often had no idea they'd been filmed, much less that their most private moments were being bought and sold online. Women responded by becoming hypervigilant. They learned to check bathrooms for suspicious objects, to cover or avoid certain types of fixtures that commonly concealed cameras, to be constantly on guard in spaces that should have felt safe. This hypervigilance itself was a form of harm, the psychological burden of knowing you might be filmed at any moment, that your body might become content for strangers' consumption without your knowledge or consent. In 2018, women in South Korea began organizing mass protests, specifically targeting Molcha crimes and the inadequate legal and social responses to them. The protests grew to be some of the largest demonstrations in South Korean history, with tens of thousands of women taking to the streets of Seoul and other cities. The protests held in May and June 2018 were particularly significant. Women gathered in Seoul's Daehangno area, holding signs reading, "My life is not your porn," and demanding stricter punishments for perpetrators, better enforcement of existing laws, and social recognition of Molcha as a serious crime rather than merely embarrassing or unfortunate incidents. The protesters highlighted stark disparities in how the justice system treated perpetrators versus victims. Men caught filming illegally often received fines or suspended sentences, particularly for first offenses. Meanwhile, the women who'd been filmed faced lifelong consequences: anxiety, trauma, the fear that videos of them might surface at any time, damage to relationships and careers if their victimization became known. The protests also drew attention to the common practice of blaming victims for Molcha crimes. When women were secretly filmed, they often faced questions about why they'd been in certain spaces, why they hadn't been more careful, whether they'd somehow invited the attention. This victim blaming deflected responsibility from perpetrators to victims, making women responsible for preventing men's crimes against them. The connection between the Molcha epidemic and the Burning Sun scandal was direct and profound. Young Jun Young's crimes weren't different in kind from the Molcha cases that had sparked the protests. They were different only in that he was famous, wealthy, and had felt so secure in his impunity that he'd shared his videos with friends rather than selling them anonymously online. The sense of entitlement, the objectification of women, the confidence that consequences would never come. These were the same elements that characterized Molcha crimes across Korean society. For the women who'd been protesting throughout 2018, The Burning Sun scandal validated everything they'd been saying. This wasn't a problem of a few deviant individuals. It was systematic, reaching to the highest levels of entertainment and business. The police corruption that had protected Burning Sun was the same corruption that allowed Molka perpetrators to operate with minimal consequences. The victim blaming that survivors of sexual assault faced was the same victim blaming that made women afraid to report Molka crimes. The protests continued throughout 2019, now explicitly connecting the Molka epidemic, the Burning Sun scandal, and broader issues of gender inequality. At the protests, women held signs reading "Rape Cartel" and "Dismantle the Boys Club." They demanded prosecution not just of the celebrities directly involved in Burning Sun, but of the police officers who'd protected them, the executives who'd enabled them, and the industry structures that had allowed such behavior to flourish. The protests also highlighted how thoroughly women's concerns had been dismissed before, when women had been reporting strange incidents at clubs, suspicious drinks, waking up with no memory of the previous night. Their complaints had been ignored or minimized. They were told they just had too much to drink, that they needed to be more careful, that they were making mountains out of molehills. The revelation that these complaints had been accurate, that women really were being systematically drugged and assaulted at places like Burning Sun, underscored how completely the system had failed them. International attention focused on South Korea's gender issues. Reports noted that the country ranked near the bottom among developed nations for gender equality, with significant pay gaps, limited representation of women in leadership positions, and deeply entrenched cultural attitudes that viewed women as subordinate to men. The combination of the Molka protests and the Burning Sun scandal put South Korea's treatment of women on the global stage, creating pressure for change from both domestic and international sources. But progress remained halting. Even as some reforms were implemented, new cases emerged. The Nth Room scandal, which broke in 2020, revealed another massive operation involving sexual exploitation and distribution of illegal content through Telegram chat rooms. It demonstrated that despite the awareness raised by Burning Sun, the fundamental problems remained. The women who'd led the protests understood that real change would require more than punishing individual perpetrators. It would require dismantling the cultural attitudes, power structures, and institutional failures that enable gender-based violence to flourish. The Burning Sun scandal was a symptom of much deeper issues, and addressing it properly meant confronting those issues directly. The movement for change included not just protests, but legislative efforts. Activists pushed for stronger penalties for illegal filming, for mandatory education programs about consent and respect, for better training of police and prosecutors handling sexual assault cases, for resources to help victims remove illegal content from the internet. Some reforms were enacted, though advocates argued they didn't go far enough. The Burning Sun scandal, despite its horrors, provided an opportunity. It forced conversations that had been avoided. It made visible patterns of abuse that had been normalized or hidden. It created political will for reforms that had previously faced resistance. The question was whether that opportunity would lead to meaningful change, or whether, once the scandal faded from headlines, old patterns would reassert themselves. For the women who'd been fighting against gender-based violence long before Burning Sun became news, the scandal was both vindicating and exhausting. Vindicating because it proved they'd been right about the scope and severity of the problem. Exhausting because it showed just how much work remained to be done, how deeply entrenched the attitudes and systems they were fighting against truly were. Part 9. Lessons and Legacy. Years have passed since the Burning Sun scandal first broke, and the immediate crisis has faded from daily headlines. The convicted have served or are serving their sentences. The club itself has long since closed. The entertainment careers of those involved have ended, though some have attempted comebacks to varying degrees of success and public acceptance. But the lessons of Burning Sun remain relevant, both for South Korea and for societies everywhere grappling with similar issues. First, the scandal demonstrates how easily systems meant to protect the vulnerable can be corrupted to instead protect the powerful. The police officers who should have investigated crimes instead suppressed them. The entertainment industry that should have safeguarded its artists instead created conditions where abuse flourished. The cultural norms that should have promoted dignity and respect instead enabled violence and exploitation. At every level, institutions failed the women who were victimized, choosing instead to protect men with money, fame, and connections. Second, the scandal reveals the particular vulnerability women face in societies marked by deep gender inequality. The crimes committed at Burning Sun and documented in the chat rooms weren't random acts by disturbed individuals. They were systematic exploitation enabled by cultural attitudes that viewed women as objects existing for male pleasure. The victim blaming that survivors faced, the lenient sentences perpetrators received, and the difficulty victims had in getting their cases taken seriously all reflected these underlying attitudes. Third, the scandal shows the power of journalism and civic engagement in forcing accountability. Without reporters like Kang Kyung-yoon and Park Hyo-sil, the truth might never have emerged. Without Kim Sang-kyo's refusal to stay silent, despite the personal cost, the investigation might never have begun. Without the mass protests by women demanding change, authorities might have continued ignoring the Molka epidemic and related crimes. Change came not from institutions working properly, but from people outside those institutions, forcing them to act. Fourth, the scandal demonstrates that fame and success don't correlate with character. Jung Jun-young, Seungri, and Choi Jong-hoon had achieved what millions dream of: success in the competitive entertainment industry, wealth, and the adoration of fans. Yet they were capable of terrible cruelty and criminality. The lesson isn't that fame corrupts, though it certainly can, but that we shouldn't assume success means someone is inherently good. Character must be demonstrated through actions, not inferred from accomplishments. Fifth, the scandal highlights how digital technology can enable new forms of violation. The ease with which Jung could film and distribute videos, the encrypted chat rooms where criminals coordinated, the websites where illegal content was bought and sold, all these reflected how technology that could be used for good could also facilitate terrible harm. South Korea's struggles with Molka crimes showed how quickly predators could adapt new technology for their purposes and how slowly legal and social systems responded. Finally, the scandal reminds us that justice is often incomplete. While some perpetrators faced consequences, many others didn't. Police officers who'd enabled crimes received minimal punishment. The cultural attitudes that enabled systematic abuse remained largely unchanged. Victims received some acknowledgement, but no real recompense for what they'd lost. Legal victories didn't erase trauma or restore violated privacy. Perfect justice was impossible, and survivors had to make peace with whatever imperfect justice the system provided. What then should be done? The answer is complex and multifaceted. Legal reforms must continue, and deepen. Stronger penalties for sexual violence, illegal filming, and distribution of sexual content are necessary. Police corruption must face serious consequences. Victim protection mechanisms need strengthening. Digital sex crimes require specialized investigation units and courts equipped to handle the technical and psychological complexities these cases involve. Cultural change is perhaps more important than legal reform. Societies must actively combat misogyny, teaching boys and men to view women as full human beings deserving respect. Consent education must become standard. Victim blaming must be challenged whenever it appears. Celebrity culture needs reform, moving away from treating entertainers as products to be consumed and toward recognizing their humanity and agency. Institutional accountability must be enforced. Entertainment companies must face real consequences when they enable abuse. Police departments must be held accountable for corruption and failures to protect citizens. News media must maintain high standards of investigative journalism even when powerful interests pressure them to back off. Without institutional accountability, individual prosecutions ring hollow. Support systems for victims must expand dramatically. Women who experience sexual violence, illegal filming, or other violations need access to competent, compassionate support, legal aid, mental health counseling, assistance removing illegal content from the internet, protection from retaliation. The burden of seeking justice shouldn't rest entirely on traumatized individuals navigating hostile systems alone. International pressure can play a constructive role. South Korea, like many countries, cares about its international reputation. Foreign attention to ongoing problems with digital sex crimes, gender inequality, and police corruption can create pressure for reform that domestic criticism alone might not achieve. However, this pressure must come from a place of genuine concern rather than cultural superiority. Every society struggles with gender-based violence and institutional corruption in various forms. The Burning Sun scandal will, in time, fade from headlines and public consciousness. The convicted will serve their sentences and attempt to rebuild their lives. New scandals will emerge to capture public attention. But the lessons of Burning Sun about power, privilege, gender, and justice remain relevant. The suffering of victims like Goo Hara, who paid the ultimate price for her bravery, must not be forgotten. The courage of journalists who faced death threats to expose the truth must be honored. The determination of women who protested under the banner, "My life is not your porn," must inspire continued activism and reform. Change is possible, but not inevitable. It requires sustained effort from many people over long periods. It requires individuals willing to speak up when they witness wrongdoing. It requires journalists willing to investigate powerful people. It requires prosecutors and judges committed to equal justice under law. It requires voters demanding accountability from elected officials. It requires parents raising children who understand respect and consent. It requires all of us choosing to be part of the solution rather than complicit in the problem. The story of Burning Sun is ultimately about choices. The choices made by predators to hurt others, the choices made by systems to protect the powerful rather than the vulnerable, but also the choices made by brave individuals to resist, to speak truth, to fight for justice. In telling this story, we honor those who made the hard choice to stand up, and we challenge ourselves to do the same when we encounter injustice in our own lives and communities. Thank you for staying with me through this difficult but important story. If you found this examination of the Burning Sun scandal informative, please consider subscribing to the channel. More importantly, if you or someone you know has experienced sexual violence or illegal filming, please reach out to appropriate support services in your area. You are not alone, and what happened to you was not your fault. Remember, silence protects perpetrators, while speaking out protects potential future victims. The bravest thing any of us can do is refuse to stay silent in the face of injustice. Until next time, take care of your... The Doomsday Mum, when love, faith, and madness ended in murder. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're going deep into one of the most disturbing and complex true crime cases in recent American history. This is a story that has everything you'd expect from a fictional thriller, except it's devastatingly, horrifyingly real. It's a story about a beauty pageant contestant turned mother who came to believe she was a goddess destined to lead people through the end times. It's about a self-proclaimed prophet who wrote books about the apocalypse and claimed he could communicate with the dead. It's about two missing children whose faces appeared on billboards across America, whose grandparents pleaded on national television for their safe return, only for their worst fears to be confirmed when law enforcement discovered two small bodies buried in a rural Idaho backyard. This is the story of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell, a couple whose twisted religious beliefs and obsessive romance would leave a trail of bodies across multiple states. 3 confirmed murders, 2 attempted murders, multiple suspicious deaths that may never be fully explained. And at the center of it all, 2 innocent children, 7-year-old Joshua Jackson, J.J. Vallow, an autistic boy who loved his red pajamas and playing with his toys, and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, a teenager who loved Chipotle and driving her Jeep, a girl who was just beginning to figure out who she was and who she wanted to be. The case of the Doomsday Mom, as the media would come to call Lori Vallow Daybell, isn't just about murder. It's about how seemingly ordinary people can become radicalized by fringe beliefs. It's about how love can become obsession, how faith can become fanaticism, and how the human capacity for self-deception can lead to unspeakable evil. It's about a mother who referred to her own children as zombies, whose bodies had been possessed by dark spirits, who smiled for the camera on a Hawaiian beach just weeks after burying them in shallow graves. As we trace this story from its beginning, through the disappearance of J.J. and Tylee to the horrific discoveries that would follow, we'll explore not just what happened, but how it happened. How did a woman who friends described as a devoted mother transform into someone capable of murdering her own children? How did a seemingly harmless author of religious fiction become an accomplice to multiple homicides? And perhaps most importantly, how did they manage to operate for so long, leaving a wake of death behind them before anyone could stop them? This is a story that demands to be told, not for the sensational aspects, though there are certainly shocking elements, but because understanding what happened might help us recognize the warning signs when someone we love begins to slip away from reality. It's a story about the people who tried to save J.J. and Tylee, about the investigators who refused to give up, and about a family torn apart by secrets, lies, and an ideology that valued the eternal over the lives of the living. So settle in. This is going to be a long journey, and parts of it will be difficult to hear. But it's a journey worth taking, because at the end of it, we honor the memories of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan. Two children who deserved so much better than the fate that awaited them. Part 1. Before the Darkness, the early lives of Lori and Chad. To understand how this story ends, we need to understand where it begins. And it begins, as so many American stories do, with two people who seemed, on the surface at least, relatively ordinary. Lori Noreen Cox was born on June 26, 1973, in Loma Linda, California, into a family that adhered to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as the Mormon Church. But her family wasn't just religiously conservative. They were also deeply suspicious of government authority. Her parents were tax protesters who followed sovereign citizen ideology, spending about 2 decades in conflict with the Internal Revenue Service. This anti-government sentiment, this belief that ordinary rules didn't necessarily apply to them, would be one of the threads running through Lori's entire life. Growing up, Lori was by all accounts attractive, charismatic, and ambitious. She had dreams of fame and success, dreams that seemed attainable when you looked at her. In 2004, she competed in the Mrs. Texas beauty pageant, standing on stage in evening gowns and swimsuits, smiling for judges who would assess her poise and personality. That same year, she appeared as a contestant on Wheel of Fortune, spinning the wheel and guessing letters, hoping to win cash and prizes. These weren't the actions of someone plotting murder. These were the actions of someone who wanted recognition, who wanted to be seen as special, who wanted to matter. But Lori's personal life was far less stable than her public image might suggest. Her romantic history was a series of beginnings and endings, marriages that started with hope and dissolved in acrimony. Her first marriage, in 1992 when she was just 19, was to her high school boyfriend. It ended quickly in divorce. In October 1995, she married again, and in 1996 gave birth to a son named Colby. That marriage also ended in divorce in 1998. Then, in 2001, came her marriage to Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr. This marriage would prove to be particularly contentious and would play a significant role in the dark events to come. Joseph and Lori had a daughter together in 2002, a girl they named Tylee Ashlyn Ryan. By all accounts, Tylee was a beautiful child who would grow into a teenager with a sharp wit and an independent spirit. But the marriage between Joseph and Lori was troubled from the start. The couple divorced in 2005, and what followed was a bitter custody battle over Tylee. Lori accused Joseph of sexually abusing both Tylee and her son Colby from a previous marriage. These were serious allegations, the kind that could destroy a person's life even if never proven. Investigators found no evidence to support the claims, and Joseph was never charged with any crime. But the damage was done. He lost equal custody rights in 2007, relegated to supervised visitation with the daughter he loved. That same year, Lori's brother Alex Cox physically attacked Joseph Ryan using a taser to assault him. Alex Cox would later be convicted for this attack and served 90 days in jail. Years later, close friend Angeline Law would claim that Lori had once told her she'd hired her brother to attack Joseph because of things he'd allegedly done to the children. Whether this was true or just another layer of manipulation in Lori's growing pattern of behavior is unclear, but it established a pattern. Alex Cox was willing to use violence to protect his sister or to carry out her wishes. Joseph Ryan died on April 3, 2018, officially of arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease, a heart attack. He was found in his Arizona apartment during a welfare check. At the time, His death was thoroughly investigated and determined to be from natural causes. Years later, after Lori's arrest in 2020, police reviewed Joseph Ryan's death with fresh eyes. A recording surfaced in which Lori mentioned wanting to kill Ryan, like Nephi killed, a reference to a Book of Mormon figure who killed a man under divine instruction. Despite this disturbing statement and the renewed investigation, authorities found no evidence whatsoever of foul play in Joseph's death. The medical evidence clearly supported natural causes. While the timing may seem suspicious given subsequent events, there is no factual basis to suggest Joseph Ryan was murdered. He died of heart disease. In 2006, between her divorce from Joseph Ryan and his eventual death, Lori married for a fourth time. Her new husband was Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, who went by the name Charles. Charles was a businessman, relatively successful, and, by all accounts, a genuinely good person. Friends described him as generous, caring, and devoted to his family. This marriage appeared, for a time at least, to offer Lori the stability she'd been seeking. In 2013, Charles and Lori made a decision that would ultimately become one of the most heartbreaking elements of this entire story. They adopted Charles's grandnephew, a little boy named Joshua Jackson Vallow, known to everyone as JJ. JJ's biological parents struggled with substance abuse, and when JJ was born with drugs in his system, spending time in the neonatal intensive care unit, it became clear he couldn't stay with them. Charles's sister Kay and her husband Larry Woodcock initially cared for JJ for nearly his first year of life. But ultimately, Charles and Lori adopted him, giving him what everyone hoped would be a loving, stable home. JJ was diagnosed with autism, which meant he required extra care and attention. Friends and family members who knew Lori during this time consistently described her as a patient, devoted mother. April Raymond, who met Lori in 2015 in Hawaii, said Lori did everything for JJ, that he and Tylee were the center of her world. The Lori that people knew in the mid-2000s seemed like a woman who had finally found her calling in motherhood, who had put aside dreams of fame and recognition to focus on raising her children. But something was about to change. Something that would begin subtly, then accelerate with terrifying speed, transforming Lori from a devoted mother into someone capable of unspeakable acts. Meanwhile, about 1,000 miles north, another life was unfolding. Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in Provo, Utah, into a Mormon family. He grew up in the neighboring city of Springville, and by all accounts, had a relatively conventional Mormon upbringing. He was religious, studious, interested in both history and prophecy, interests that would eventually converge in his career as a writer. On March 9, 1990, Chad married Tammy Douglas in the Manti, Utah Temple, one of the sacred spaces where Mormons perform their most important religious ceremonies. This was Chad's first and, for many years, only marriage. Tammy was a school librarian, described by those who knew her as active, healthy, and devoted to her family and her community. Together, Chad and Tammy would have 5 children: Emma, Seth, Mark, Leah, and Garth. By all appearances, they were a solid family unit, raising their children in the Mormon faith and building a life together. In 2004, Chad and Tammy founded Spring Creek Book Company, a small publishing house focused on religious literature, particularly books aimed at Latter-day Saints readers. Tammy served as Chief Financial Officer and designed book covers, while Chad focused on writing and publishing. This was a modest operation, not making anyone rich, but providing a sense of purpose and a way to share Chad's increasing interest in apocalyptic prophecy and near-death experiences. In 2007, Chad published the first novel in his fictional series, Standing in Holy Places. These books weren't mainstream religious fiction. They were focused on the end times, on preparedness for catastrophic events, on the idea that believers needed to steel themselves for the coming apocalypse. As the years went on, Chad's writing became less clearly fictional and more focused on presenting his alleged visions as real prophecies. He began claiming he'd had a near-death experience that gave him the ability to receive direct messages from God. He asserted that the world would end on July 22, 2020, in a series of natural disasters that would usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ. By the mid-2000s, Chad had developed a following in certain corners of the Mormon community, particularly among those interested in preparedness culture, people stockpiling food and supplies for the end times. He positioned himself as a prophet, someone chosen by God to lead 144,000 people through the apocalypse, a number drawn from the Book of Revelation. He also claimed he possessed the ability to see people's souls, to determine whether they had light or dark spirits. Those with dark spirits, he reportedly said, were zombies whose bodies had been taken over by evil forces. These zombies, Chad taught, could only be freed if their physical bodies were killed, releasing the original soul from its prison. These weren't mainstream Mormon beliefs. In fact, they directly contradicted much of what the LDS Church teaches. But to a certain type of believer, someone seeking special knowledge, secret truths, and the promise of being among the chosen few, Chad's teachings were intoxicating. He was offering not just salvation, but significance. He was telling people they were special, that they had been selected for a divine purpose. In 2015, Chad claimed he'd received a divine message telling him to relocate to Rexburg, Idaho. This was supposedly because Utah would be devastated by an earthquake that year, a prediction that never came to pass, though apparently this didn't shake the faith of Chad's followers. That June, Chad and Tammy moved to Salem, Idaho, just outside Rexburg, purchasing a property with several acres of land. Tammy continued working as a librarian while Chad focused on his writing and his growing role as a speaker at religious conferences. Around this same time, Lori Vallow in Arizona became interested in Chad Daybell's books. She reportedly discovered his Standing in Holy Places series around 2015 and became increasingly fascinated with his apocalyptic teachings. Over the next few years, she read more of his books, listened to podcasts featuring excommunicated Mormons discussing end times prophecy, and dove deeper into radical religious beliefs that increasingly diverged from mainstream Mormonism. In late 2018, Lori began corresponding with Chad online. Here were two people, both in what appeared to be stable marriages, both raising families, who found in each other something they'd been missing. For Chad, perhaps it was adoration and validation from an attractive woman who hung on his every word. For Lori, perhaps it was the promise of special significance, the idea that she wasn't just another suburban mum, but rather a goddess with a divine mission. In October 2018, Lori attended a Preparing a People conference where Chad was speaking and signing books. This was where they met in person for the first time. According to later testimony from Lori's friend, Melanie Gibb, the connection between Lori and Chad was immediate and intense. They began communicating constantly, and Chad started telling Lori things that would fundamentally alter her perception of reality. He told her that they had been married to each other in multiple past lives. He said they were destined to be together for eternity and that they would lead the 144,000 chosen people through the end times. He told her that various people in their lives, including their own spouses, had become zombies possessed by dark spirits. Charles Vallow, Lori told Melanie Gibb, had been replaced by a demon named Ned or Hiplos. Tammy Daybell, according to texts between Chad and Lori, had been possessed by a spirit named Viola and was in limbo. And later, horrifyingly, Lori would tell people that her own children, Jay, and Tylee, had also become zombies. This belief system, according to prosecutors and expert testimony, wasn't harmless religious enthusiasm. It provided a framework that justified murder. Because if you genuinely believe that someone's soul has been replaced by an evil spirit, and if you believe that killing their body will free their soul, then murder becomes not just justified but necessary. It becomes a mercy, an act of spiritual liberation. And so, as 2018 turned into 2019, two families, the Vallows in Arizona and the Daybells in Idaho, were headed toward a collision course that would end in death and devastation. Part 2. The First Death. Charles Vallow. Charles Vallow had been noticing changes in his wife for months, and by early 2019, he was deeply worried. The woman he'd married, the mother who had seemed so devoted to their children, was acting completely differently. She was distant, secretive, spending hours on her phone, communicating with people Charles didn't know. She was making increasingly bizarre statements about religious prophecies and the end of the world. And most disturbingly, she'd begun talking about Charles himself in frightening terms. On January 31, 2019, Gilbert, Arizona police officers responded to the Vallow home. The body cam footage from that night shows Charles, clearly distressed, trying to explain to officers that his wife had become unhinged. He told them that Lori believed she was a goddess, preparing for the end of days. He said she'd threatened to murder him. The concern on Charles's face in that footage is palpable. This was a man who knew something was terribly wrong, but didn't know how to fix it. On February 5, 2019, Charles filed for divorce from Lori. In the court documents, he explicitly stated that he feared for his own safety and for the safety of the children. He was, it seems, one of the few people who truly recognized the danger Lori posed. But then, inexplicably, in the following month, Charles dismissed the divorce proceedings. Perhaps Lori had reassured him that things would get better. Perhaps he hoped that whatever phase she was going through would pass. Perhaps he simply loved her enough to keep trying. Whatever his reasons, it was a decision that would cost him his life. Later investigation would reveal that Charles had learned of Lori's infidelity with Chad Daybell 12 days before his death. On June 29, 2019, Charles sent an email to Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife, attempting to warn her about what was happening. "Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow," the email read. "I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife Lori. This is your work email, so I'll wait to send you the evidence. That is very disturbing. You may call or email me from the address where you can receive the information. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done." Evidence found during the investigation suggests that Tammy opened this email and then deleted it, blocking Charles's email address. Whether she showed it to Chad, whether they discussed it, whether she believed it or dismissed it As the ravings of a jealous husband, we don't know. But she knew. Tammy Daybell knew, more than 3 months before her own death, that her husband was involved with another woman, and that woman was planning something terrible. Police documents would later show that at this point, text messages between Chad and Lori were increasingly frequent and increasingly focused on the people they saw as obstacles. They texted about death percentages for Tammy. They discussed Charles being possessed. They talked about people being in limbo. And they communicated using burner phones, suggesting they knew what they were discussing needed to be kept secret. On July 1st, 2019, Charles informed Lori that he was planning to meet with Tammy Daybell in person to tell her about the affair. This appears to have been a tipping point. If Tammy knew and believed Charles, if she took action, divorced Chad, exposed the affair publicly, it would ruin everything. And so, investigators believe, Lori and her brother Alex Cox began planning Charles's murder. On the morning of July the 11th, 2019, Charles went to Lori's house in Chandler, Arizona, intending to pick up JJ for school. What happened next was captured in various ways, through witness statements, 911 calls, and police body cam footage, and the official story is that Charles Vallow died in an act of self-defense. But investigators would later conclude the evidence suggested something far more sinister. According to Alex Cox's account to police, Charles came at him with a baseball bat, hitting him in the back of the head. Alex said he grabbed his gun and shot Charles twice in the chest, killing him in self-defense. But there are problems with this story. Witnesses reported seeing Charles arguing with Lori and Tylee before Alex appeared. Tylee herself told police that Charles had hit Alex with the bat, corroborating her uncle's story. But years later, investigators would question whether she'd been coached or threatened into supporting the narrative. When police arrived, they found Charles Vallow's body on the floor. He was 48 years old. Alex Cox appeared calm, cooperative, answering questions and insisting it had been self-defense. Lori seemed shaken, but not devastated, not in the way you'd expect from a wife who just watched her husband die violently. The police investigated, but without clear evidence contradicting Alex's account, and with Tylee supporting his version of events, no charges were filed. Alex Cox walked free. Looking back, there are red flags everywhere. Alex Cox had a history of violence, particularly when it came to protecting Lori from her husbands. He'd attacked Joseph Ryan with a taser years earlier. Texts between Lori and her friends around this time show her referring to Charles as a zombie who had to be stopped. The day Charles Vallow was killed, his life insurance policy named Lori as the beneficiary for $1 million. Prosecutors would later argue this was part of the motive. However, what Lori apparently didn't know was that Charles had changed his life insurance beneficiary just months earlier, removing Lori and naming his sister Kay Woodcock instead. When the insurance company denied Lori's claim, she was reportedly furious. She'd helped orchestrate the murder of her husband, and she wasn't even going to get the money she'd been counting on. But if Lori was angry about the insurance money, she didn't let it slow her down. Less than 3 weeks after Charles's death, she moved Tylee and JJ from Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho. She rented an apartment in the same complex where Alex Cox conveniently also rented a unit. And perhaps most significantly, she was now living near Chad Daybell, the man who had convinced her she was a goddess, the man who told her they were meant to be together for eternity. The move to Idaho in late August 2019 would mark the beginning of the end for Tylee and JJ. Their faces would appear on missing persons posters. Their grandparents would plead for information on national news. And eventually, 9 months after they disappeared, their small bodies would be found buried in Chad Daybell's backyard, hidden beneath the Idaho soil. But we're getting ahead of the story, because before the children disappeared, before their bodies were buried, there was a period of several weeks when they were still alive, still attending school, still appearing in photos, still capable of being saved. If only someone had intervened, if only someone had seen what was happening and stopped it before it was too late. Part 3. The Last Days of Tylee and JJ. When Lori Vallow moved her children to Rexburg, Idaho in late August 2019, it must have seemed to Tylee like just another upheaval in what had been an increasingly chaotic life. Tylee was 16 years old. At that particular age, where independence and identity are everything, where being uprooted from your friends and your familiar surroundings feels like the end of the world. According to her best friend from Arizona, Tylee hadn't wanted to move to Idaho. But she went anyway, reportedly because she wanted to protect her little brother JJ. JJ was 7 years old, an autistic child who thrived on routine and stability. The move to Idaho disrupted his entire world. He'd been attending Lawrence Institute for Education in Gilbert, Arizona, where teachers and staff understood his needs and worked with him patiently. Now he was being enrolled in Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg, in a completely new environment with people who didn't know him. Tylee had been attending Perry High School in Gilbert. Whether she was ever enrolled in a high school in Idaho isn't entirely clear from the records, but what is clear is that her time in Rexburg would be measured in days, not months or years. On September 8, 2019, Lori took Tylee and JJ on what would be their last family trip. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, drove them in his Ford F-150 to Yellowstone National Park. They spent the day touring the park, taking photos, appearing for all the world like a normal family, enjoying the natural beauty of Yellowstone's geysers and hot springs and wildlife. There are photographs from this day that would later become crucial evidence. Images of Tylee smiling, images of her wearing a necklace with a distinctive silver charm, images of JJ looking happy despite the upheaval in his life. The last photo taken of Tylee shows her near a body of water at Yellowstone, her long hair blown by the wind, very much alive. The timestamp on that photo would later become significant because it established the last time anyone outside of Lori, Chad, and Alex definitely saw Tylee alive. According to phone records, Alex Cox's phone pinged at a restaurant in West Yellowstone, Montana at 8:37 p.m. that evening. By midnight, they'd returned to Rexburg. The phone records from that night paint a disturbing picture. At around midnight, Alex returned to his own apartment. But at 2:42 a.m., he went back to Lori's apartment. What happened during those early morning hours? What was discussed? We don't know for certain, but we know what happened the next morning. The morning of September 9th, 2019, data from Alex Cox's cell phone placed him at Chad Daybell's property, specifically near the pet cemetery and fire pit area on Chad's land. The phone remained at that location for approximately 2 hours. About 14 minutes after Alex's phone showed him leaving the property, Chad Daybell sent a text message to his wife Tammy, who was away from home. The text read, "I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I had my gun handy, and he is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times." This text message would later become one of the most chilling pieces of evidence in the case. Because when investigators eventually searched Chad Daybell's property 9 months later, They wouldn't find a raccoon in the pet cemetery. They would find the remains of 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, dismembered, burned, and buried in a shallow grave. The forensic analysis would later reveal just how horrific Tylee's death had been. Her body had been burned while still whole, not in pieces, according to forensic anthropologist Dr. Eric Bartelink. Large parts of her remains were missing, including her arms, legs, and portions of her ribs. What was found was examined by forensic experts who discovered evidence of blunt force trauma to many of her bones. The cause of death was officially listed as homicide by unspecified means because the extent of the burning and dismemberment made it impossible to determine exactly what had killed her. But there's no question that she died violently. Tylee's DNA would be found on a pickaxe and a shovel in Chad Daybell's garage. Surveillance footage would show Alex Cox and Lori visiting a storage unit on multiple occasions after Tylee's death, presumably disposing of evidence or moving belongings. But in the immediate aftermath, Lori said nothing. She didn't report Tylee missing. She didn't tell friends or family where Tylee had gone. She simply acted as if her teenage daughter had ceased to exist. When people asked about Tylee in the following weeks and months, Lori had various stories. Sometimes she said Tylee was at school. Sometimes she said she was with friends. Sometimes she said she'd gone to college, even though at 16, that would have been unusual. Lori's friend, Melanie Gibb, would later testify that she heard Lori refer to Tylee as a zombie, using the language Chad Daybell had taught her to describe people whose bodies had supposedly been taken over by dark spirits. If Lori truly believed this, if she genuinely thought Tylee's soul had been replaced and that murdering her daughter's body was somehow an act of spiritual liberation, it's hard to imagine a more tragic delusion. But whatever happened to Tylee in Chad Daybell's backyard on that September morning in 2019, one thing is certain: she was gone. And soon, her little brother would follow. J.J. Vallow continued attending Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg after Tylee's disappearance, though one wonders what he was thinking, what questions he might have asked about where his sister had gone. JJ's autism meant he likely relied heavily on Tylee for emotional support and stability. Suddenly losing her must have been deeply confusing and frightening for him. On the weekend of September 21st to 22nd, 2019, Lori's friends, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, were staying with her in Rexburg. This was about 2 weeks after Tylee had disappeared. On the evening of September 22nd, David Warwick witnessed Alex Cox carrying JJ into Lori's apartment. The boy was reportedly asleep on his uncle's shoulder. But the next morning, when Warwick asked to see JJ, Lori told him that JJ was being a zombie and that Alex had to take him away. This language, calling her own son a zombie, would later be crucial in establishing that Lori had adopted Chad's belief system completely. She wasn't just going along with Chad's ideas to please him. She genuinely believed, or claimed to believe, that her children had been possessed by dark spirits and needed to be eliminated. September 23, 2019, would be the last day anyone definitively saw J.J. Vallow alive. The next morning, according to phone records, Alex Cox's cell phone returned to Chad Daybell's property. This time, Alex was there for only about 17 minutes. 17 minutes to kill a 7-year-old boy and hide his body. 17 minutes to end the life of a child who had been born into difficult circumstances, who had overcome challenges associated with his autism, who had been adopted into what he thought was a loving family, only to be murdered by the very people who were supposed to protect him. When investigators eventually found JJ's body, the condition in which he was discovered would break the hearts of everyone who saw the evidence. JJ had been wrapped tightly in black plastic bags, his hands and feet bound with grey duct tape. His mouth had duct tape over it. A white plastic bag had been placed over his head. The official cause of death was asphyxiation. He had essentially been suffocated, wrapped up like garbage, and buried near a tree on Chad Daybell's property. Dr. Garth Warren, the forensic pathologist who conducted JJ's autopsy, noted scratch marks on the plastic bag near where JJ's hands had been. Dr. Warren testified that these could suggest JJ had tried to scratch the bag off his head, that he might have been conscious and fighting for his life as he suffocated. JJ also had bruises on his wrists and ankles, consistent with the duct tape bindings, and an abrasion on his neck. There were no signs of disease or other trauma to his internal organs. A healthy 7-year-old boy killed for no reason other than his mother's twisted beliefs and her desire to be with a man who told her she was special. The last time anyone took a photo of JJ was at Yellowstone on September 8, 2019. In that photo, he's wearing his characteristic smile, his hair neatly combed, looking like any other little boy on vacation with his family. 2 weeks later, he would be dead, his body hidden beneath Idaho's soil, while his mother and her lover carried on as if he'd never existed. On October 29, 2019, Lori officially withdrew JJ from Kennedy Elementary School, telling administrators he would be homeschooled. This was approximately 5 weeks after JJ had been killed and buried. There were no records of any homeschooling arrangements at any of Lori's residences. No school district ever received requests for JJ's academic records. It was a lie, one of many Lori would tell, as she tried to cover up what she'd done. But by late October 2019, Lori had bigger concerns than explaining where her children had gone, because Chad Daybell's wife Tammy was about to become the next victim. Part 4. Tammy Daybell's death. Tammy Douglas. Daybell had been married to Chad for 28 years. They'd raised 5 children together. They'd built a life centered around their faith, their family, and their small publishing company. Friends and co-workers universally described Tammy as healthy, active, and engaged with life. She worked as a librarian at Central Elementary School. She attended high-intensity fitness classes regularly. She was taking a clogging class. Several people who exercised with Tammy in the months before her death described her as fit and able to keep up with vigorous workouts without difficulty. Tammy was 49 years old in October 2019. There was no indication she was seriously ill. She hadn't expressed concerns about her health to her friends. She seemed to have years ahead of her to watch her children grow up, to welcome grandchildren, to continue the life she'd built. But Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had other plans, because as long as Tammy was alive, Chad couldn't marry Lori. And according to the belief system they'd constructed, being together for eternity required eliminating anyone who stood in their way. On October 9, 2019, Tammy called 911. The call was frightening. She reported that a masked man had approached her in her driveway and shot at her with what she thought was a paintball gun. She posted about the experience on Facebook afterward, saying she had no idea who the person was or why they would shoot at her. This incident was terrifying enough on its own, but court documents would later indicate that the masked man had been Alex Cox and that his paintball gun was actually a real firearm. The shot had missed, whether deliberately or because Alex's aim was off, we don't know. But it was an assassination attempt, the first of what would turn out to be several efforts to kill Tammy. Cell phone records would later show that Alex Cox's phone was near the Daybell property on October 9, 2019. And text messages between Lori and Chad reveal that Lori called an unnamed individual that day and said he can't do anything right. Was she frustrated that Alex had failed to kill Tammy? It certainly seems possible. 10 days later, on October 19, 2019, Tammy Daybell died in her bed. Her son, Garth Daybell, said he and Chad had found her unresponsive that morning and called 911. The 911 call featured Chad sounding distressed, reporting that his wife had died. When Rexburg police officer Alyssa Greenhalgh arrived at the scene, she found Chad and Garth in the living room. She described Chad as distraught and crying. Garth was quiet and reserved, likely in shock. Chad told Officer Greenhalgh that Tammy had woken up around midnight with a coughing fit and had vomited multiple times. He said he'd helped her back to bed and then woke later that morning when she fell from the bed, pulling the blankets off him. That's when he discovered she was unresponsive. He mentioned that Tammy had fallen about a month earlier and didn't have any major medical issues, though he referenced some fainting episodes and shaking fits that might have been seizures. Fremont County Coroner Brenda Dye was called to the scene. When she arrived, Chad was very upset, pacing around. Dye examined Tammy's body and noted that it was cold, with rigor mortis already setting in. Tammy's body showed blood pooling consistent with having died on her back. There was pink foam around her mouth, a fluid that can leak into airways when people die. Dye also noticed what she initially identified as old bruises on Tammy's body. Based on Chad's account of Tammy's recent health issues, the coughing, the vomiting, the supposed fainting spells and seizures, Coroner Dye initially ruled the death as natural causes, likely a heart attack. Tammy's body was released to the family, and no autopsy was performed. Chad and his children specifically declined to have an autopsy done. Tammy was buried 3 days later on October 22, 2019, in a cemetery in Springville, Utah, near her beloved mother. Chad's choice to bury Tammy in Utah rather than Idaho raised some eyebrows among those who knew the family. When questioned about it, Chad explained that the weather was colder in Rexburg and that Tammy would have wanted to be buried near her mother. It seemed like a reasonable explanation, but looking back, you have to wonder if Chad chose to bury Tammy in Utah to make it more difficult for investigators to exhume her body if questions ever arose about her death. Less than 24 hours after reporting Tammy's death, Chad sent a text message to Lori. "I know exactly how you feel." What did he mean by this? Was he referencing the deaths of Charles Vallow and the children? Was he acknowledging that he'd just gotten away with murder, just as Lori had? The exact meaning is ambiguous, but the timing is chilling. Approximately 2 weeks after Tammy's funeral, on November 5, 2019, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married on a beach in Hawaii. Let that timeline sink in. 28-year marriage ends. Wife buried. 14 days later, beach wedding to a woman whose husband had been killed less than 4 months earlier and whose 2 children had recently disappeared. Photos from the wedding show Chad and Lori smiling, barefoot on the sand, looking for all the world like 2 people in love, starting a new life together. Text messages from around this time show Lori talking about their completed mission, about how they were now free to be together eternally. On October 2, 2019, Laurie had purchased a wedding ring on Amazon the same day as another significant event we'll discuss shortly. The ring was later seen on her finger in wedding photos. Chad's adult children, Emma, Seth, Mark, Leah, and Garth, were apparently not invited to their father's quick remarriage. In fact, most of the family seemed to have been kept in the dark about how fast Chad had moved on. When Tammy's sister, Samantha Gwilliam, learned that Chad had remarried only 2 weeks after Tammy's death and 1 month after her burial, she was shocked. Chad had told Samantha that his new wife's name was Laurie Ryan, using her daughter's last name, not Vallow, and that her previous husband had died of a heart attack. He also told Samantha that Laurie had no children, that they would be empty nesters. This was a lie, of course. Laurie had 4 living children at the time of this conversation, her adult son Colby, and the now deceased Tylee and JJ. Even if Chad believed Tylee and JJ were dead, which he certainly should have, since their bodies were buried in his backyard, telling family members that Laurie had no children was a calculated deception designed to prevent questions about where those children might be. Chad and Laurie returned from their Hawaiian honeymoon and settled into what they apparently thought would be their new life together. They'd eliminated the obstacles. They'd gotten away with murder. They were free to lead their 144,000 followers into the apocalypse, which, according to Chad's prophecy, would arrive on July 22, 2020. But they'd made a crucial miscalculation. They'd forgotten about JJ's grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock. Part 5. The Search for the Missing Children. Kay Woodcock was Charles Vallow's sister, and her bond with JJJ went back to his earliest days. When JJ was born with drugs in his system due to his biological parents' substance abuse issues, Kay and her husband Larry had stepped in immediately. For nearly 10 months, they'd cared for this tiny, vulnerable infant, watching him overcome his difficult start, celebrating every milestone. When Charles and Laurie adopted JJ in 2013, Kay had been relieved and happy. She knew her grandson would be raised by her brother, a man she trusted completely, and his wife, who at that time seemed to be a devoted mother. Kay had watched JJ grow from that fragile newborn into a bright, energetic boy. Yes, he had autism, which meant he experienced the world differently than neurotypical children. He needed structure, routine, patience, but he was also funny, affectionate, and full of life. Kay loved him fiercely, as grandmothers do, and made it a point to stay actively involved in his life even though she lived in a different state. After Charles's death, in July 2019, Kay's concern for JJ intensified. Charles had been JJ's advocate, his protector, the parent who truly understood how to care for him. With Charles gone, killed in circumstances that seemed suspicious even if the police had ruled it self-defense, Kay worried about whether JJ would continue to get the care and attention he needed. She tried to maintain regular contact with him, calling frequently to hear his voice, to let him know his grandma loved him, to make sure he was okay. But in the months after Charles's death, something changed. Kay's phone calls with JJ became less and less frequent. At first, when Kay would call, Laurie would answer and explain that JJ wasn't available. He was at school, learning and playing with other children. He was sleeping, tired from a busy day. He was playing with his toys and couldn't come to the phone right now. These seemed like reasonable excuses. Children have routines, activities, nap times. Kay understood this, but as weeks turned into months, and Kay still couldn't actually speak to JJ, the excuses started seeming less reasonable and more like evasions. Why was JJ never available? Why couldn't Lori schedule a time for Kay to call when JJ would be free? Why did every attempt to connect with her grandson result in another excuse, another delay, another promise that next time she'd be able to talk to him? Kay's worry transformed into alarm. Something was wrong. She couldn't quite articulate what, but her grandmother's instinct was screaming that JJ was in danger. She shared her concerns with Larry, and together they decided they needed to take action. If Lori wouldn't let them talk to JJ, if she kept making excuses and putting them off, then they needed someone with authority to check on the boy and make sure he was safe. On November 26, 2019, Kay and her husband, Larry Woodcock, asked Rexburg police to conduct a welfare check on JJ. This simple request, grandparents worried about their grandson, asking police to make sure he was okay, would set in motion a chain of events that would eventually expose the full scope of Lori and Chad's crimes. When Rexburg police arrived at Lori's apartment on November 26th, she lied to them. She told officers that JJ was in Arizona, staying with her friend Melanie Gibb. The officers had no reason not to believe her. They noted her statement and left, presumably intending to follow up with Melanie Gibb to confirm JJ's whereabouts. But Lori knew the lie would unravel quickly, so she called Melanie Gibb and asked her to lie to the police if they contacted her, to say that JJ was with her even though he wasn't. Melanie Gibb initially went along with this, but the weight of the lie gnawed at her conscience. The next day, Melanie called the Rexburg police and told them the truth. JJ Vallow was not with her. She had no idea where JJ was. Police immediately returned to Lori's apartment to question her again, but Lori and Chad had fled. The apartment was hastily cleared out, with belongings left behind, half-packed bags on the beds. Rexburg police obtained a search warrant for the apartment, and what they found, or rather, what they didn't find, was deeply troubling. There was no sign that a 7-year-old autistic boy had ever lived there. No toys, no adaptive equipment, no medication, nothing that suggested JJ's presence. As police continued their investigation, they realized that not only was JJ missing, but so was Tylee. When had anyone last seen her? The last confirmed sighting was the photo from Yellowstone National Park on September 8, 2019. That was over 2 months ago, and now both children were gone. Their mother had lied to police and disappeared, and no one could provide any credible information about where the children might be. On December 20th, 2019, Rexburg police held a press conference announcing that 7-year-old Joshua JJ Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan were missing and believed to be in danger. The police released photos of both children, appealing to the public for any information. The case immediately captured national attention. 2 photogenic children, a mysterious mother, allegations of cult beliefs, and doomsday prophecies. The media couldn't get enough of it. As the story spread, more troubling details emerged. Journalists discovered that Lori's brother Alex Cox had shot and killed her husband Charles Vallow. They found that Chad Daybell's wife Tammy had died suddenly just before Chad married Lori. They learned about the bizarre religious beliefs, the talk of zombies and dark spirits, the claims about being married in past lives. Each new revelation made the case stranger and more disturbing. By late December, police had traced Lori and Chad to Kauai, Hawaii, where they were living in a rented condo, apparently enjoying an extended honeymoon. On January 25, 2020, Lori was formally served with a court order to produce Tylee and JJ within 5 days to authorities in Madison County, Idaho, or face legal consequences. Lori ignored the order. She didn't produce the children. She didn't provide any information about where they might be. She simply continued her Hawaiian vacation as if nothing was wrong, as if 2 children weren't missing, as if their grandparents weren't sick with worry, as if the entire nation wasn't watching and waiting for answers. On February 20th, 2020, Lori was arrested in Kauai and charged with 2 counts of desertion and non-support of dependent children, as well as resisting or obstructing officers, solicitation of a crime, and contempt of court for violating the order to produce the children. Video footage from her court appearance shows Chad sitting in the gallery behind her, showing his support. Outside the courthouse, as Lori was being transported, investigative reporter Morgan Lowe called out questions. "Where are your kids? How come you're not telling anybody where your kids are?" Lori said nothing, her face impassive. Lori was extradited from Hawaii back to Idaho to face the charges. Bail was set at $1 million, which she couldn't afford. She remained in jail while Chad returned to Idaho, moving back into the home where Tylee and JJ's bodies lay buried just 50 feet from the house. The investigation continued to expand. In December 2019, suspicious about the circumstances of Tammy Daybell's death, Fremont County investigators obtained permission to exhume her body from the cemetery in Utah. On December 11, 2019, Tammy's coffin was disinterred and her remains were transported to the Utah Medical Examiner's Office for an autopsy. Dr. Eric Christensen, Utah's chief medical examiner at the time, performed the autopsy alongside Dr. Lily Marsden, then a fellow at the office. What they found contradicted the initial determination of natural causes. Tammy had bruising on her chest and arms that appeared to be recent, not old injuries. The pattern of bruising was consistent with someone being restrained or having pressure applied to them. The doctors also found evidence that contradicted Chad's story about Tammy's supposed health problems. Chad had told coroner Brenda Dye that Tammy had been experiencing fainting spells and seizure-like activity, but Tammy's medical records showed no history of seizures. There was no structural defect in her heart. She was a healthy, 49-year-old woman who had no business being dead. After thorough examination, including microscopic analysis of the bruised tissue, the medical examiners determined that Tammy Daybell had died of asphyxiation, specifically asphyxiation by suffocation. The manner of death was changed from natural to homicide. Someone had killed Tammy Daybell, most likely by smothering or strangling her, then positioned her body to make it look like she died peacefully in her sleep. The pink foam found around Tammy's mouth, which Coroner Dye had noted at the scene, is actually fluid that leaks into the airways during certain types of death, including asphyxiation. The fact that Tammy's body showed blood pooling consistent with lying on her back for some time after death suggested she'd been killed in bed, or at least positioned there very soon after death. Chad's story about her falling out of bed was likely fabricated to explain why he supposedly discovered her body. All of this evidence pointed to one conclusion. Chad Daybell had murdered his wife of 28 years, smothering her in their bed while she slept, so that he could marry Lori Vallow and pursue their twisted vision of leading the faithful through the apocalypse. But while investigators now had strong evidence of Tammy's murder, they still didn't know where Tylee and JJ were. Were they alive somewhere? Hidden away? Were they dead? If they were dead, where were their bodies? These questions tormented everyone working the case, and they especially tormented Kay and Larry Woodcock, who clung to increasingly faint hope that their grandson might still be saved. The breakthrough came from cell phone data. Investigators had been meticulously tracking the locations of Alex Cox's phone through cell tower pings and GPS data, and they noticed something significant. On both September 9th and September 23rd, 2019, the days immediately after Tylee and JJ were last seen, Alex Cox's phone had pinged for extended periods from Chad Daybell's property in Salem, Idaho. This wasn't just a quick visit. On September 9th, Alex's phone was at Chad's property for approximately 2 hours. On September 23rd, it was there for about 17 minutes. These time periods and locations corresponded with suspicious activity that would make sense if someone were burying bodies. In early June 2020, investigators obtained a search warrant for Chad Daybell's property. The warrant was based on the cell phone evidence, the suspicious circumstances of Tammy's death, and the fact that 2 children had been missing for 9 months and had last been in the care of Chad's wife, Lori. On the morning of June 9, 2020, a large contingent of law enforcement officers descended on Chad Daybell's home in Salem. FBI agents, detectives from multiple jurisdictions, forensic specialists, and cadaver dogs all arrived to conduct what everyone feared would reveal the worst-case scenario. Chad Daybell was home when the search began. He asked to contact his attorney and then sat in his car, watching as investigators began marking off areas of interest in his backyard. He watched as they brought in equipment, as they carefully photographed every inch of the property, as they began the painstaking process of excavating areas where the cadaver dogs had indicated possible human remains. Detective Ray Hermosillo would later testify in chilling detail about what they found that day. The first discovery came near a tree in the backyard. They removed the top layer of earth, revealing grass that was shorter than the surrounding area, as if it had been recently disturbed. Beneath the sod and topsoil, they found 3 large, flat, white rocks. Under the rocks were thin pieces of wood paneling, and beneath that, a layer of black plastic. One of the crime scene investigators cut a hole in the black plastic. Beneath it was white plastic, like a bag, and inside that bag was the small body of a child. They could see brown human hair through the plastic. Carefully, methodically, they continued the excavation. The child was wrapped tightly in plastic, with duct tape binding the hands and feet. There was duct tape over the mouth, a white plastic bag over the head. It was J.J. Vallow. He was wearing red pajamas and black socks. His small body had been wrapped up like garbage and buried beneath rocks and wood paneling. The care taken to hide him, the layers of earth and stone and plastic, contrasted horrifically with the violence of how he'd been killed. His arms and legs were bound. He'd been suffocated, fighting for breath, scratching at the bag over his head, while his mother and her accomplices had snuffed out his young life. As investigators continued searching the property, they made a second, equally horrific discovery. In an area Chad had described as a pet cemetery, where Chad had supposedly buried a raccoon back in September, they found something far worse than animal remains. The excavation in this area revealed charred remains, burned bone fragments, tissue that had been melted by intense heat. As they carefully sifted through the burned material, they found what had once been a 16-year-old girl. Tylee Ryan's body had been dismembered and burned, her remains mixed with soil and ash. Among the burned material they found a melted green bucket and a distinctive silver charm, the same charm Tylee had been wearing in the photos from Yellowstone on September 8, 2019. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels testified that about 14 minutes after Alex Cox's phone left the property on September 9th, Chad Daybell had sent the text to his wife about shooting a raccoon for the pet cemetery. The spelling error, raccoon instead of raccoon, seemed almost insulting, as if Chad couldn't even be bothered to spell-check his cover story for murdering a child. The condition of Tylee's remains was beyond disturbing. Forensic anthropologist Dr. Angie Christensen received more than 100 bone fragments from Tylee's body for analysis. Major parts of the skeleton were represented: the skull, arms, legs, pelvis, but many parts were missing, presumably destroyed by the fire or still buried somewhere on the property. Many of the bones showed evidence of blunt force trauma. The body had been burned whole, not in pieces, based on the burn patterns, and there was no evidence in the toxicology that Tylee had been alive when she was burned. A small mercy in an otherwise unimaginably cruel death. The moment Jay's body was confirmed as found, someone apparently radioed Chad Daybell's daughter Emma, where Chad had been waiting. Detective Eric Wheeler testified that he saw Chad's daughter Emma approach the car where Chad sat handcuffed, crying as Chad told her how to access his bank account. "I'm sorry," he was overheard saying to her. Then Chad drove away from his daughter's house at a high rate of speed. Detective Wheeler pursued him and stopped him, placing Chad under arrest and informing him that Jay's remains had been found. Chad Daybell was taken into custody on June 9, 2020, and charged with 2 counts of destruction, alteration, or concealment of evidence. Additional charges, including murder charges, would come later as the investigation continued and more evidence was gathered. The discovery of the children's bodies answered the question everyone had been asking: where are Tylee and Jay? But it raised 100 more questions. Who exactly had killed these children? When? How? Had they suffered? Did they know what was happening to them? And most painfully for those who loved them, could they have been saved if someone had intervened sooner? The news of the discovery spread quickly. Within hours, every major news organization in America was reporting the story. The images of the small graves being excavated, the footage of Chad Daybell being arrested as he fled his daughter's home, the photographs of Jay and Tylee that had been displayed on missing persons posters for months. All of it flooded television screens and social media feeds across the country. The public reaction was intense and visceral. People who had followed the case from the beginning felt devastated but not surprised. There had been little hope the children were still alive after so many months, but having that hope finally, definitively extinguished was still crushing. Those who were learning about the case for the first time were horrified, struggling to comprehend how a mother could kill her own children and then go on vacation in Hawaii as if nothing had happened. The Rexburg community, where Chad had lived and where his property had become a crime scene, was shaken. This was a small town, a place where people knew their neighbors, where this sort of thing wasn't supposed to happen. Residents had to grapple with the fact that 2 children had been buried just yards from a home in their community for 9 months, while everyone went about their daily lives completely unaware of the horror that lay hidden beneath the Idaho's soil. For law enforcement, the discovery was both vindicating and heartbreaking. The investigators who had worked tirelessly for months, following leads, analyzing phone records, building their case, had suspected all along that the children were dead. The cell phone evidence had pointed to Chad's property specifically, but suspecting something and confirming it are two different things. Finding the actual bodies, seeing the condition they were in, understanding the violence that had been inflicted on these innocent children. It affected even the most experienced officers. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels, who had been part of the excavation team, would later testify about the process of uncovering the burial sites. The testimony was clinical, professional, necessary for the legal proceedings. But behind the clinical language, you could sense the emotional weight of what these investigators had experienced. They'd gone to work that morning hoping they wouldn't find what they suspected they'd find. And then they found it anyway. 2 children, murdered and buried, hidden away like they'd never mattered at all. Kay and Larry Woodcock received the news at their home. They'd known on some level that this was the likely outcome. As the months had passed with no sign of J.G., hope had faded. But knowing something intellectually and having it confirmed are two different experiences. When the official confirmation came that the remains were indeed their grandson and his sister, the grief that had been building for months finally crashed over them like a wave. Larry Woodcock would later describe the moment in interviews and court testimony. The sense of helplessness, of having tried everything to save JJ and failed. The rage at Lori for what she'd done. The questions that would haunt them forever about whether there was something more they could have done, some action they could have taken that might have changed the outcome. These are the burdens that victims' families carry, the what-ifs and if-onlys that can never be answered satisfactorily. Tammy Daybell's family also received confirmation that day that their worst fears were justified. Tammy's death, which had initially seemed natural, which they'd grieved as a tragic but ultimately unremarkable loss, had in fact been murder. Their father, son-in-law, brother-in-law, the man they'd known for decades, had killed her. And then he'd remarried so quickly, had carried on with his new life, while Tammy lay in her grave, had been living in a house just 50 yards from where 2 children's bodies were buried. The betrayal was unfathomable. In the days following June 9, 2020, more details about the condition of the remains began to leak out through court filings and law enforcement statements. The public learned that J.J. had been bound and wrapped in plastic, his mouth taped shut. People learned that Tylee's remains had been burned and dismembered. These details, while necessary for the criminal cases, were agonizing for those who had cared about the children. It's one thing to know someone has been killed. It's another thing entirely to learn the specific, horrific details of how they died. The location of the burials on Chad's property also raised questions about who else might have known. Chad's adult children lived in the area and visited the property. Had they noticed anything suspicious? The pet cemetery where Tylee was buried? Had anyone questioned the story about the raccoon? The tree where JJ was found? Had anyone noticed the disturbed earth, the grass that was shorter than the surrounding area? Investigators would interview Chad's children extensively. The children maintained that they'd had no idea about the burials, that their father had kept them completely in the dark. Some of them initially defended Chad, insisting he was being framed, that there must be some explanation other than their father being a murderer. Over time, as more evidence emerged, some of the children would come to accept the reality of what Chad had done. Others would struggle with that acceptance for much longer. The property itself became a focal point for both media attention and criminal investigation. Aerial footage showed the entire layout: the house where Chad and Tammy had lived, the backyard where the children were buried, the outbuildings and grounds. Forensic teams would continue processing the scene for weeks after the initial discoveries, searching for additional evidence, documenting everything meticulously for the upcoming trials. Meanwhile, attention turned to Lori Vallow Daybell, who was still in jail in Idaho on the child desertion charges. She had now been in custody for about 4 months, having been arrested in February and extradited from Hawaii. The discovery of the bodies on her husband's property, while not immediately changing her charges, obviously pointed toward far more serious crimes. But building murder cases takes time. Prosecutors needed to analyze all the evidence, establish timelines, prove not just that the children were dead, but that Lori was criminally responsible for their deaths. Public sentiment toward Lori, which had already been largely negative, became even more hostile after the bodies were found. People who had given her the benefit of the doubt, who thought perhaps the children were alive somewhere, hidden away for reasons we didn't understand, now had to confront the reality that she'd been lying all along. She'd known exactly where the children were because she'd helped put them there. The smiling photos of Lori on the beach in Hawaii, taken while her children's bodies decomposed in an Idaho backyard, became symbols of her callousness and depravity. The legal process was moving forward, but slowly, as major criminal cases often do. Prosecutors were building their cases methodically. The evidence was complex: cell phone records, text messages, financial documents, witness statements, forensic analyses. Everything needed to be organized, authenticated, prepared for presentation at trial. And throughout this process, both Chad and Lori were being held in custody, unable to flee, unable to communicate with each other, waiting for the justice system to run its course. Part 6. More victims, more crimes. As investigators dug deeper into the history of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, they began to realize that the murders of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy were not isolated incidents. There were other suspicious deaths, other attempted murders, a whole constellation of violence orbiting around this couple and their twisted beliefs. On October 2nd, 2019, the same day Lori purchased a wedding ring on Amazon, approximately 17 days before Tammy Daybell's death, Brandon Boudreaux was driving home from the gym in Gilbert, Arizona, when someone shot at his vehicle. The bullet missed his head by mere inches, striking the car instead. Brandon was the ex-husband of Lori's niece, Melanie Pawlowski. The shooter was driving a Jeep registered to the now-deceased Charles Vallow. Brandon survived the assassination attempt, but it was terrifyingly close. Investigators believe Alex Cox was the shooter, following orders or suggestions from Lori as part of a broader pattern of eliminating people who were seen as obstacles or threats. Brandon had been going through a contentious divorce with Melanie Pawlowski, and prosecutors would later allege that Lori hoped to access Brandon's money through her niece Melanie if Brandon were dead. Then there's the death of Alex Cox himself. On December 12, 2019, just weeks after Tylee and JJ had been killed and buried, shortly after Lori and Chad had fled to Hawaii, Alex Cox was found unresponsive on his bathroom floor in Gilbert, Arizona. He was rushed to the hospital but pronounced dead. He was 51 years old. The Maricopa County medical examiner conducted an autopsy and extensive toxicology testing. The primary cause of death was determined to be bilateral pulmonary thromboemboly, essentially blood clots that had become wedged in arteries in his lungs. The medical examiner also noted atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease, meaning plaque buildup in arteries and high blood pressure. Based on this evidence, Alex Cox's death was officially ruled natural causes. Alex's widow, Zulema Pastens, whom he'd married just weeks before his death, along with other family members, issued statements saying they'd always maintained Alex's death had no sinister aspect. They seemed genuinely relieved that the medical examiner had confirmed natural causes, validating what they'd believed all along. However, many people following the case remained suspicious. The timing was awfully convenient. Alex Cox died before he could be questioned about the children's disappearance, before he could be charged with any crimes, before he could potentially testify against his sister. Some speculated that Lori or Chad had somehow poisoned Alex, perhaps fearing he would crack under pressure and expose their crimes. But the medical examiner's report was clear. The blood clots and heart disease were real, and there was no evidence of homicide. Sometimes, even in cases as complex and sinister as this one, people just die naturally. Before he died, Alex Cox had been given a patriarchal blessing by Chad Daybell on November 24, 2019. This recording, later found on Lori's iCloud account, featured Chad telling Alex that he had assisted Chad and Lori in ways that can never be repaid. Chad called Alex a prophet and a hero, predicting he would have a future as a messenger of the Lord. The blessing had no official standing in the LDS Church. Chad had been excommunicated and had no authority to give such blessings, but to Alex, it apparently meant everything. He died believing he'd done the right thing, that he'd helped his sister fulfill a divine mission. The investigation also revealed other suspicious circumstances. Joseph Ryan, Lori's third husband, and Tylee's biological father, had died in April 2018 of what was officially ruled a heart attack. After Lori's arrest, police reviewed Joseph's death, particularly in light of the recording where Lori mentioned wanting to kill him, like Nephi killed. But investigators found no evidence suggesting foul play. Joseph's death appeared to be natural, though the timing, dying when Lori might have found him inconvenient, certainly makes one wonder. Prosecutors also examined the complex web of financial motives underlying these crimes. Charles Vallow's life insurance policy would have paid out $1 million to Lori if she'd still been the beneficiary when he died. Chad Daybell had increased Tammy's life insurance policy shortly before her death. Lori was receiving Social Security survivor benefits for both J.J. and Tylee even after they were dead, essentially stealing money meant to care for them. The theft charges in the indictments reflected this ongoing fraud. And then there were the religious conferences, the followers, the people who bought Chad's books and attended his speaking events. Chad and Lori weren't just committing crimes for money or even just for each other. They were operating within a belief system that justified everything they did, a system where they were the heroes, the chosen ones, the people destined to save humanity. Part 7. The Trials and Verdicts. The legal proceedings against Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell would take years to unfold, involving multiple jurisdictions, complex legal maneuvering, and intense public interest. The sheer scope of the alleged crimes, 3 murders, conspiracy charges, insurance fraud, child desertion, meant the cases would be exceptionally complex. In May 2021, Chad and Lori were finally indicted together on multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder for the deaths of Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. They were also charged with grand theft for fraudulently obtaining money meant for the children's care. However, the cases would not be tried together. At Chad's request, and due to concerns about his ability to receive a fair trial if tried jointly with his wife, the judge severed the cases. Lori would be tried first, and Chad's trial would follow later. But before Lori could stand trial, there was a significant delay. On May 27, 2021, she was found incompetent to stand trial after mental health evaluations. The judge stayed her case, sending her for treatment at a mental health facility. This was a controversial decision. Was Lori genuinely mentally ill, suffering from delusions that prevented her from understanding the proceedings? Or was she malingering, pretending to be incompetent to delay her trial? Mental health experts disagreed, but eventually, Lori was restored to competency and deemed fit to stand trial. Lori Vallow Daybell's trial began on April 3, 2023 in Ada County, Idaho. The case had been moved from Fremont County due to concerns about finding an impartial jury, given the extensive pre-trial publicity. Judge Stephen Boyce presided over the proceedings, which would last several weeks and feature testimony from dozens of witnesses. The prosecution, led by Fremont County Prosecutor Lindsay Blake and Madison County Prosecutor Rob Wood, laid out a methodical case. They presented the cell phone evidence showing Alex Cox at Chad's property on the days the children disappeared. They showed text messages between Lori and Chad discussing dark spirits and zombies and death percentages. They called Melanie Gibb, Lori's former best friend, who testified about the bizarre religious beliefs and about hearing Lori refer to her own children as zombies. They presented the autopsy evidence, including the horrific photographs of how JJ and Tylee's bodies had been found. The atmosphere in the courtroom throughout the trial was heavy with emotion and significance. This wasn't just another criminal trial. This was a case that had captured national attention, that had sparked conversations about religious extremism, maternal love, and the capacity for human evil. Every seat in the gallery was filled every day. Reporters from major news organizations documented every moment. And watching it all were the people who had loved the victims, family members seeking justice and answers. The prosecution's opening statement set the tone for everything that would follow. Lindsay Blake stood before the jury and methodically laid out what the state intended to prove. She explained how Lori and Chad had developed a twisted belief system based on Chad's teachings about dark spirits and zombies. She described how this belief system had been used to justify removing anyone who stood in the way of their relationship. She walked through the timeline. Charles Vallow's death in July 2019, Tylee's disappearance in September, JJ's disappearance later that same month, Tammy's death in October, and then the wedding in Hawaii just 2 weeks after Tammy's funeral. Blake pulled no punches in describing what the evidence would show. She told the jury about the cell phone data that would place Alex Cox at Chad's property when the children vanished. She described the text messages that would reveal the couple's mindset. She warned them about the graphic photographs they would see. Images of JJ wrapped in plastic and duct tape, images of Tylee's burned and dismembered remains. This wasn't going to be an easy trial to sit through, Blake acknowledged, but it was necessary if justice was going to be served. The defense's opening statement, delivered by Jim Archibald, attempted to create reasonable doubt. Archibald acknowledged that terrible things had happened. No one disputed that the children were dead, that they'd been found on Chad's property. But he argued that the prosecution hadn't proven Lori herself had killed anyone. He suggested that Alex Cox, who had conveniently died before he could be charged or testify, might have been acting alone or primarily responsible. He emphasized that believing in unusual religious ideas, even very unusual ones, wasn't the same as committing murder. The prosecution had to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Lori had actually committed these crimes, not just that she had bizarre beliefs or that she'd acted suspiciously afterward. The prosecution then began presenting their case witness by witness, building methodically toward the most damaging evidence. Early witnesses established the timeline and basic facts. Law enforcement officers testified about responding to Lori's apartment when Kay Woodcock had requested the welfare check, about how Lori had lied about JJ's whereabouts, about how the apartment had been hastily abandoned when police started asking questions. Relatives of the victims testified, their pain evident even as they tried to maintain composure on the stand. Charles Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock, described her efforts to maintain contact with JG after Charles's death, her growing alarm when she couldn't reach him, her desperate hope, even as months passed, that he might still be alive somewhere. Her testimony was heartbreaking, particularly when prosecutors asked her to identify photographs of JJ alive in happier times, and then the photographs from the crime scene. Kay broke down sobbing, unable to continue for several minutes. Colby Ryan, Lori's adult son from an earlier marriage, testified about the last time he'd spoken with his brother JJ and his sister Tylee. He described how Lori had lied to him about how Charles Vallow died, initially telling him it was a heart attack before the truth about the shooting came out. He talked about trying to reach his siblings after they'd moved to Idaho, about getting evasive answers from his mother, about the growing sense that something was terribly wrong. Watching Colby testify was perhaps one of the most poignant moments of the trial. A son forced to testify against his mother in a case involving the murders of his siblings. The complexity of his emotions was visible on his face throughout his testimony. April Raymond, who had been Lori's close friend in Hawaii before the move to Idaho, testified about how Lori had changed over time. April described the Lori she'd first met in 2015, a devoted mother who seemed to do everything for her children, who was patient with JJ despite the extra demands his autism placed on her, who appeared to love Tylee deeply. Then April described the transformation that began around 2018 to 2019 after Lori became involved with Chad Daybell's teachings. The increasingly bizarre conversations about zombies and dark spirits. The growing distance between Lori and Charles. The sense that Lori was becoming someone April didn't recognize anymore. April's testimony was important because it established that this wasn't a woman who had always been capable of murder. Something had changed, and that something appeared to be her involvement with Chad Daybell. Then came Melanie Gibb, one of the prosecution's star witnesses. Melanie had been Lori's best friend during the critical period when everything fell apart. She'd attended the Preparing a People conference where Lori first met Chad in person. She'd been staying with Lori in Rexburg in September 2019 when JJ disappeared. She'd received the phone call from Lori asking her to lie to police about JJ being with her. And crucially, Melanie had heard firsthand the language Lori and Chad used to describe people, the references to zombies, to dark spirits, to people needing to be eliminated. Melanie's testimony spanned multiple days and covered extensive ground. She described the belief system that Chad had taught and that Lori had embraced. Chad claimed he could see people's light or dark ratings on a numerical scale. People with higher dark ratings were supposedly possessed by evil spirits and had become zombies. Melanie testified that she heard Lori refer to both Tylee and JJ as zombies, using Chad's language to describe her own children as no longer truly human. The defense aggressively cross-examined Melanie, trying to undermine her credibility. John Pryor, who would later represent Chad Daybell, questioned her about her own involvement in the group's beliefs. Hadn't she initially believed Chad's teachings? Hadn't she participated in discussions about dark spirits and demons? Hadn't she initially lied to police herself when Lori asked her to? Melanie acknowledged all of this, but she was clear that she'd eventually recognized how dangerous these beliefs were, that she'd ultimately chosen to tell the truth to police, even though it meant betraying her friend, and that she deeply regretted not seeing the danger sooner. The forensic evidence was presented next, and this was when the trial became truly difficult to witness. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels walked the jury through the process of excavating the burial sites on June 9, 2020. He used diagrams, photographs, and careful descriptions to explain what investigators had found: the layers of soil and rock covering JJ's body, the plastic bags and duct tape, the condition of the remains. Photographs were shown to the jury, photographs so graphic that they were blocked from the live stream and public viewing, visible only to those physically present in the courtroom. Larry and Kay Woodcock, who had attended most of the trial, left the courtroom during this testimony. They couldn't bear to hear the detailed descriptions of how their grandson had been found. Other family members stayed, but were visibly distraught, some crying quietly, others staring straight ahead with expressions of devastation etched on their faces. Agent Daniels also described finding Tylee's remains in the pet cemetery area: the burned bone fragments, the melted green bucket, the silver charm from Tylee's necklace, the sheer violence evident in how her body had been treated even after death. The testimony was clinical and professional, as it needed to be for legal purposes, but the horror of what was being described hung heavy in the courtroom air. Dr. Garth Warren, the forensic pathologist who had conducted the autopsies on both children, testified next. His testimony was perhaps the most difficult of the entire trial. Warren explained in medical detail what he'd found when examining the children's remains. For JJ, he described the plastic bag over the head, the duct tape over the mouth, the bindings on the hands and feet. He explained how he'd determined the cause of death was asphyxiation. JJ had been suffocated. Warren pointed out the scratch marks on the plastic near where JJ's hands had been, suggesting the boy might have been conscious and fighting to remove the bag, trying desperately to breathe as he died. Warren also testified about JJ's bruises on his wrists and ankles from the duct tape bindings, on his arms, and abrasion on his neck. These weren't injuries from disease or accident. They were injuries consistent with someone restraining a struggling child. The implication was clear. JJ had known what was happening to him. He had fought, and his efforts to save himself had been futile because he was a 7-year-old boy being killed by adults who were supposed to protect him. For Tylee, Warren's testimony was different because the condition of her remains made determining an exact cause of death impossible. The burning and dismemberment had destroyed too much evidence. Warren explained that Tylee's death had been ruled homicide by unspecified means. They knew she'd been murdered, but they couldn't determine precisely what had killed her before her body was burned. The toxicology showed no evidence she'd been alive when burned, which Warren noted was at least a small mercy. She hadn't suffered the additional horror of being burned alive. Throughout Warren's testimony, Lori sat at the defense table, showing virtually no emotion. She took notes occasionally, conferred with her attorneys in whispers, but never showed visible distress at the descriptions of how her children had died. This lack of affect, this apparent absence of normal human emotion, was noted by many observers and seemed to harden the jury against her. How could a mother sit unmoved while hearing clinical descriptions of her children's violent deaths? The prosecution also presented evidence about Charles Vallow's death and Tammy Daybell's death, establishing the broader pattern of people dying when they became inconvenient to Lori and Chad. Detective David Stubbs from Chandler, Arizona, testified about the investigation into Charles's shooting. He described the scene, Alex Cox's claim of self-defense, Tylee's statement supporting her uncle's version of events. He acknowledged that police at the time had believed it was self-defense, but that looking back with the benefit of hindsight and additional information, there were red flags they'd missed. Dr. Eric Christensen, the medical examiner who'd performed Tammy Daybell's autopsy after her exhumation, testified about finding evidence of asphyxiation. The bruising on Tammy's arms and chest, the pattern suggesting she might have been restrained, the pink foam around her mouth consistent with asphyxiation, the absence of any medical condition that would have caused natural death. Christensen was clear. Tammy Daybell had been murdered, almost certainly smothered in her own bed. The cell phone evidence was presented through multiple witnesses. FBI analysts who'd examined the records, law enforcement officers who'd interpreted the data. Maps and timelines showed Alex Cox's phone at Chad's property on September 9th and September 23rd, 2019, the days immediately after Tylee and JJ were last seen alive. The phone had remained at the location for extended periods, 2 hours in one case, long enough to dig graves and bury bodies, 17 minutes in the other case, long enough to kill a small boy and hide him under a tree. Text messages between Lori and Chad were read aloud in court. Messages sent while both were still married to other people. Romantic messages declaring their eternal love, but also more disturbing messages about death percentages, about dark spirits, about people being possessed. One particularly chilling exchange occurred shortly after Charles Vallow's death. About a month after Charles's passing, Lori's asking Chad, "Do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children?" Blake told the jury, displaying the message. "There is a plan being orchestrated for the children," Chad replied. "I was shown last night how it fit together again." This message, sent before the children disappeared, suggested premeditation. It showed that Lori and Chad had been discussing what to do about the children, that there was a plan, that Chad was claiming divine revelation about how this plan would unfold. It was exactly the kind of evidence prosecutors needed to prove conspiracy and premeditation rather than impulsive killings. Financial evidence was also presented. Records showing that Lori had continued collecting Social Security survivor benefits for both JJ and Tylee even after they were dead. The amounts were substantial, thousands of dollars over the months the children were missing. This wasn't just murder, it was also theft, fraud, a betrayal of the children's memory for money. The prosecution argued this showed Lori's motivation was partly financial, that she wanted the children gone so she could be with Chad, but she also wanted to continue profiting from their deaths. Evidence about Charles Vallow's life insurance came in as well. The $1 million policy that Lori thought she'd inherit, but that Charles had changed to name his sister Kay as beneficiary instead. Text messages and conversations suggested Lori had been counting on that money, that she'd been furious when she learned she wouldn't receive it. This, prosecutors argued, showed another pattern, killing for money that didn't always materialize, but that didn't stop the killing. As the prosecution's case drew to a close, they presented their final witness, a summary witness who tied everything together, showing the jury how all these individual pieces of evidence fit into a coherent narrative. Then they rested, confident they'd proven their case beyond reasonable doubt. The defense's case was much shorter. They called relatively few witnesses, mostly focused on trying to cast doubt on specific pieces of evidence, or to suggest that Alex Cox, now conveniently dead and unable to defend himself, had been the primary actor. They pointed out repeatedly that there was no physical evidence directly linking Lori to the killings, no DNA, no murder weapons with her fingerprints, no witness who saw her personally harm the children. But this argument largely fell flat because the circumstantial evidence was so overwhelming. Lori didn't need to personally kill the children to be guilty of their murders. The law recognizes that people who plan murders, who conspire with others to carry them out, who help cover up the crimes afterward, are just as guilty as the person who physically commits the act. And the evidence showed Lori doing all of those things, calling her children zombies, lying about their whereabouts, collecting their benefits after death, fleeing to Hawaii, showing no concern about finding them when police came asking. Colby Ryan, Lori's adult son from an earlier marriage, testified. He spoke about the last time he'd talked to his brother J.J. and his sister Tylee. He told the jury how Lori had lied to him about how Charles Vallow died, initially telling him it was a heart attack, then never addressing why she'd lied even when he directly asked her about it. Watching Colby testify was heartbreaking. A young man trying to make sense of how his mother could have done such terrible things to his siblings. Kay and Larry Woodcock attended much of the trial, sitting through testimony about how their beloved grandson had been killed and buried. There were moments when Larry had to leave the courtroom overcome with grief. Kay's face throughout the trial showed the devastating impact of the case. A grandmother who had tried to protect her grandson, who had raised the alarm when she couldn't reach him, but who had ultimately been unable to save him. Lori's defense attorneys, led by Jim Archibald, had a nearly impossible task. The evidence against their client was overwhelming. Their strategy seemed to be to suggest that Alex Cox was responsible for the murders, that Lori might have known about them afterward but hadn't directly participated, and that the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt that Lori herself had killed anyone. But this defense fell apart under scrutiny. Even if Lori hadn't physically killed the children herself, the evidence showed she'd been complicit. She'd called them zombies. She'd lied about their whereabouts. She'd fled when police came asking questions. She'd collected their Social Security benefits after they were dead. And perhaps most damningly, she'd shown no emotion, no remorse, no grief. She'd gone to Hawaii and gotten married while her children's bodies decomposed in Chad Daybell's backyard. On May 12, 2023, after deliberating for about 7 hours, the jury returned its verdict. Lori Vallow Daybell was found guilty on all charges. 2 counts of first-degree murder for JJ and Tylee, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder for JJ, Tylee and Tammy, and grand theft. The courtroom was silent as the verdicts were read. Lori showed no visible reaction. On July 31, 2023, Judge Boyce sentenced Lori Vallow Daybell to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge imposed multiple life sentences to run consecutively, one for each murder, meaning even if one conviction was somehow overturned, she would still face life in prison for the others. Lori would never be free again. But the legal saga wasn't over. After her Idaho convictions, Lori was extradited to Arizona to face additional charges related to Charles Vallow's death and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. These trials would take place in 2025. In the Arizona proceedings, Lori made the unusual and ill-advised decision to represent herself. Despite having court-appointed attorneys available, she chose to conduct her own defense, leading to multiple contentious exchanges with the judge and prosecutors. On April 22, 2025, after about 3 hours of jury deliberation, she was found guilty of conspiring to murder Charles Vallow. Then, on June 12, 2025, she was found guilty of conspiring to murder Brandon Boudreaux. At her sentencing hearing on July 25, 2025, victim impact statements painted a devastating picture of the harm Lori had caused. Colby Ryan spoke about losing his father, Charles, whom he described as generous and caring. Larry Woodcock, in an emotional statement, told Lori, "I will never call or speak of your name again, murderess. You are nothing." Brandon Boudreaux said he would never feel safe if Lori wasn't kept in prison. Judge Justin Boreski, before imposing sentence, addressed Lori directly, saying she had left a wake of destruction stretching across multiple states and that she should never be released from prison. He then sentenced her to 2 additional consecutive life terms with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Combined with her Idaho sentences, Lori Vallow Daybell would almost certainly die in prison. While Lori's trials concluded, Chad Daybell's case was still pending. His trial finally began on April 1, 2024, in Boise, Idaho, after being moved from Fremont County for the same reason as Lori's trial. Pre-trial publicity made finding an impartial jury difficult in the area where the crimes occurred. The prosecution's case against Chad followed a similar structure to Lori's trial, but with some key differences. They could present evidence from Lori's trial, including her testimony in her own defense, which she'd ultimately declined to give. They had additional time to analyze evidence and build their case. And crucially, Chad was facing the death penalty, which Lori had avoided due to procedural issues with evidence disclosure. The trial lasted about 8 weeks, from jury selection through closing arguments. Prosecutors Rob Wood and Lindsay Blake again led the case for the state, presenting the same methodical evidence: cell phone data, text messages, testimony from Chad's own children, autopsy results, and the terrible photographs from June 9, 2020, when the bodies were discovered. Chad's defense attorney, John Pryor, argued that his client had been manipulated by Lori, that she had created the person who committed these crimes. He suggested that Chad was fundamentally a good man who had been corrupted by his relationship with Lori. He emphasized that there was no physical evidence directly tying Chad to the murders, no DNA, no murder weapons with his fingerprints, nothing that proved beyond doubt that Chad himself had killed anyone. But the circumstantial evidence was damning. The children were buried on Chad's property. Chad had texted about a raccoon for the pet cemetery on the very morning Tylee was killed and buried there. Chad had increased Tammy's life insurance shortly before her death. Chad had married Lori mere weeks after Tammy died, and Chad had shown no emotion throughout the trial, never shed a tear looking at photographs of dead children buried in his backyard. On May 30th, 2024, after less than 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Chad Daybell guilty on all 8 charges. 3 counts of first-degree murder for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and 2 counts of insurance fraud. His face remained largely expressionless as the verdicts were read. The trial then moved to the penalty phase, where the jury would decide whether Chad should receive the death penalty or life in prison. Prosecutors argued that the murders were especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. They pointed out that Chad had exhibited utter disregard for human life and had shown a propensity to commit murder that would likely constitute a continuing threat to society. In a stunning decision, Chad chose not to present any mitigating evidence during the penalty phase. He waived his right to have his attorneys present reasons why he should not be sentenced to death. No evidence of mental illness, no troubled childhood, no remorse, nothing. When Judge Boyce confirmed this decision with Chad, asking if he understood he was giving up the opportunity to present evidence that might save his life, Chad simply responded, "That is my choice." Victim impact statements were presented on Friday, May 31st. Tammy's father, Ron Douglas, spoke about his daughter being treated how she was and finding comfort knowing she was resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone and near her beloved mother. Kay Woodcock spoke about the immense pain the family continued to endure daily, about milestones JJ would never reach. Without any mitigating evidence to consider, the jury deliberated on Chad's sentence. On June 1st, 2024, they returned with their decision: death. All 12 jurors had unanimously agreed that Chad Daybell should be sentenced to death for his crimes. Judge Boyce formally imposed the death sentence on Saturday, June 1st, 2024. Chad showed no emotion as the sentence was announced, his face remaining blank as it had throughout most of the trial. He was also sentenced to 15 years for the insurance fraud charges. He now sits on Idaho's death row, the 9th inmate awaiting execution in that state. Both Chad and Lori have filed appeals of their convictions and sentences. These appeals will likely take years to wind their way through the court system. Idaho has a mandatory post-conviction review process for death penalty cases, and defendants can pursue additional appeals after death warrants are filed. Given that Idaho hasn't executed anyone since 2012 and that a recent execution attempt was halted due to medical complications, it's possible Chad Daybell will die of natural causes before the state executes him. Part 8. Understanding the Tragedy: Belief, Manipulation, and Evil. As we step back from the specific events of this case, we're left with difficult questions. How could this happen? How could a mother murder her own children? How could seemingly intelligent people convince themselves that killing was not only acceptable, but divinely ordained? And perhaps, most importantly, what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent future ones? The case of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell represents a perfect storm of factors that led to horrific violence. Let's examine each element. First, there's the role of fringe religious beliefs. Chad and Lori weren't mainstream Mormons. They'd gravitated toward increasingly extreme ideas, apocalyptic prophecies, communication with the dead, the ability to identify dark spirits, and the concept of zombies whose bodies had been possessed. These beliefs provided a framework that justified murder. If you genuinely believe someone is no longer human, that their body is merely a prison for their soul, that killing them is actually an act of liberation, then murder becomes not just acceptable, but necessary. This is a pattern we see in other cases involving cult-like groups or extreme religious movements. When people become convinced they have special knowledge, that ordinary moral rules don't apply to them, that they're acting on divine instruction, the normal inhibitions against violence can evaporate. Jim Jones convinced his followers to murder a congressman and then commit mass suicide. The Heaven's Gate cult convinced its members to kill themselves, believing they'd ascend to a spaceship. Charles Manson convinced his followers they were starting a race war. In each case, a charismatic leader with a compelling ideology convinced others to commit acts they never would have considered on their own. Chad Daybell positioned himself as a prophet, someone with direct communication with God. This gave him enormous influence over Laurie and others who followed his teachings. When he declared someone a zombie, he was essentially issuing a death sentence. And Laurie, seeking significance and special status, embraced this role enthusiastically. She wasn't just a suburban mom anymore. She was a goddess destined to save humanity. That sense of importance, of cosmic significance, can be intoxicating. Second, there's the role of romantic obsession. Laurie and Chad weren't just religious partners. They were intensely romantically involved. They believed they'd been married in past lives, that they were soulmates destined to be together for eternity. This romantic obsession blinded them to reality and gave them motivation to eliminate anyone who stood between them. Charles Vallow was killed shortly after he planned to expose Chad and Laurie's affair. Tammy Daybell was killed so Chad would be free to marry Laurie. Even the children's deaths can be seen through this lens. They were obstacles to Laurie and Chad's perfect life together. If Laurie was going to run away to Idaho with Chad, what would she do with 2 children, one of whom required special care for his autism? The cold calculation is horrifying, but it's consistent with how people in the grip of obsessive romantic attachment can rationalize nearly anything. Third, there's the financial motivation. Multiple people in this case were killed or targeted for killing partly because of insurance money or financial benefits. Charles Vallow's $1 million life insurance policy, which Laurie thought she'd receive. Tammy Daybell's increased insurance policy that Chad would receive. The Social Security benefits Laurie continued collecting for JJ and Tylee long after they were dead. The attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, through which Laurie allegedly hoped to access money through her niece Melanie. Money isn't usually the sole motivation for murder, but it certainly helps push people over the edge. If murdering someone not only removes an obstacle, but also provides financial resources to start your new life, the temptation becomes stronger. This is why insurance fraud charges were included in both Chad and Laurie's indictments. The murders weren't just crimes of passion or religious fanaticism, they were also calculated financial crimes. Fourth, there's the role of enablers and accomplices. Alex Cox was central to carrying out these crimes. He shot Charles Vallow. Cell phone evidence places him at Chad's property when the children were killed and buried. He likely attempted to shoot Tammy Daybell and definitely shot at Brandon Boudreaux. Without Alex's willingness to commit violence on his sister's behalf, many of these crimes might never have occurred. Alex's relationship with Laurie was unusual. He'd attacked her husband Joseph Ryan years earlier. Based on his pattern of behavior, investigators believed he was utterly devoted to her in a way that went beyond normal sibling loyalty. Some have speculated about whether their relationship was inappropriately close, though this has never been confirmed. What is clear from the evidence is that Alex saw himself as Laurie's protector and was willing to commit violence on her behalf. His death from natural causes in December 2019, while preventing him from facing justice, may have actually saved lives without Alex as their enforcer. Chad and Laurie's ability to kill was substantially limited. There were also other people in Chad and Lori's orbit who didn't directly participate in crimes but who enabled their behavior through passive acceptance. Melanie Gibb heard them talking about zombies and dark spirits, but didn't immediately alert authorities. Zulema Pastenes, who later married Alex, was aware of some of the group's beliefs. Other members of their religious circle heard Chad's teachings and didn't recognize how dangerous they were. None of these people are criminally responsible, but their passivity allowed Chad and Lori to operate longer than they otherwise might have. Fifth, and this is important, there's the question of mental illness. Mental health experts who evaluated Lori came to different conclusions at different times. Initially, she was found incompetent to stand trial. Later, she was deemed competent. During her trials, she showed no remorse, no emotional response to seeing photographs of her dead children. This lack of empathy could suggest antisocial personality disorder, commonly called sociopathy or psychopathy, though no formal diagnosis was made public. There's also evidence that could suggest genuine delusion. Lori's behavior became increasingly bizarre, starting around 2018 to 2019. Friends described a dramatic change in her personality. She went from being described as a devoted mother to someone capable of killing her children. This rapid personality change could indicate a psychotic break or the development of a delusional disorder, though experts disagreed on this assessment. The truth is probably complex. Lori may have been predisposed to certain personality traits, narcissism, lack of empathy, a need for admiration and significance that made her vulnerable to Chad's manipulative ideology. Then, immersed in his teachings, she may have developed genuine delusional beliefs that reinforced what she already wanted to believe, that she was special, that ordinary rules didn't apply to her, that killing was justified. However, prosecutors successfully argued she understood the wrongfulness of her actions, which is why she was found competent to stand trial. Sixth, there were numerous system failures that allowed these crimes to occur. When Charles Vallow went to the police in early 2019, telling them his wife had threatened to kill him and that he feared for the children's safety, police took a report but didn't take immediate protective action. Charles was killed less than 6 months later. Could police have done more to protect him? Perhaps, though it's also true that domestic violence situations are notoriously difficult to manage, and police often can't act without clear evidence of imminent danger. When Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow, claiming self-defense, police investigated but decided not to file charges. Was this the right decision? In hindsight, knowing what we know now, it seems like a tragic error, but at the time, Alex's story was supported by Tylee's statement, and there may not have been sufficient evidence to prove it wasn't self-defense. Still, one wonders if more aggressive investigation might have uncovered evidence of premeditation. When Tammy Daybell died suddenly, the coroner accepted Chad's explanation and ruled it natural causes without an autopsy. This was a mistake, though an understandable one. Tammy's family declined an autopsy. Chad presented a plausible story about her health issues, and nothing immediately suggested foul play. But if an autopsy had been performed in October 2019, Tammy's death would have been ruled a homicide. Chad would have been arrested, and Tylee and JJ might still have been alive to testify against their mother. These weren't malicious failures. They were failures of training, of imagination, of resources, of protocols. Police, coroners, social workers, they're all dealing with countless cases, limited budgets, incomplete information. They can't investigate every death as if it might be murder. They can't remove children from their parents based solely on bizarre, religious beliefs without evidence of actual abuse. The systems did what systems do. They followed established procedures, made decisions based on available evidence, and moved on to the next case. But the consequences of these failures were catastrophic. 3 people were murdered who might have been saved if someone in authority had connected the dots earlier, had taken the warning seriously, had looked deeper when something seemed off. Part 9. The Victims. Remembering Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. In discussing this case, it's easy to focus on the perpetrators, the twisted beliefs, the murders, the investigations, the trials. But we should never forget that at the center of this story are 3 innocent victims whose lives were cut short. Tammy Douglas Daybell was 49 years old when she was murdered by her husband of 28 years. She was a school librarian who loved working with children. She was physically fit and active, taking exercise classes and clogging lessons. She was a devoted mother to her 5 children and had been looking forward to becoming a grandmother. Friends described her as kind, helpful, and engaged with her community. Tammy's death was particularly cruel because it was carried out by someone she trusted completely. She went to sleep in her own bed next to her husband and never woke up. Chad Daybell, the man she'd built a life with, the father of her children, smothered her while she slept. The bruising found on her body suggests she may have struggled, that she may have woken during the attack and fought for her life. The terror she must have felt in those final moments is unimaginable. Tammy's family attended the trials and spoke about the impact of her loss. Her father talked about finding comfort in knowing she was at rest near her beloved mother. But no amount of comfort can erase the fact that she was murdered, that her husband betrayed her in the most fundamental way possible, that her children lost their mother years before they should have. Tylee Ashlyn Ryan was 16 years old when she was killed. She was a teenager with a sharp sense of humor, according to those who knew her. She loved Chipotle. She loved driving her Jeep. She was at that age where young people are figuring out who they are, what they want from life, what kind of person they want to become. All of that potential was stolen from her. Tylee's life had been difficult even before her murder. Her biological father, Joseph Ryan, had a contentious relationship with her mother. Tylee was caught in the middle of their custody battle, subjected to allegations and counter-allegations. When Joseph died in 2018, Tylee lost her father. When Charles Vallow was killed in 2019, she lost her stepfather. She witnessed Charles's shooting and may have been coerced into supporting Alex Cox's self-defense story. By the time Lori moved Tylee to Idaho, the girl had been through more trauma than most adults experience in a lifetime. And then, on September 9th, 2019, she was killed, her body dismembered and burned, buried in a pet cemetery like she was nothing. The cruelty of how she was treated, both in death and in the disposal of her remains, is staggering. Tylee's older brother Colby spoke movingly about her during the trials. Her best friend from Arizona, Vaisia Itaiho, talked about their friendship, about how she'd always hoped Tylee was alive somewhere, how she couldn't bear to believe otherwise. Tylee deserved so much better than the life and death she got. Joshua Jackson, JJ Vallow, was 7 years old when he was murdered. He was born with drugs in his system due to his biological parents' substance abuse and spent time in the neonatal intensive care unit. Despite this difficult start, JJ was adopted by people who were supposed to love and protect him. He was diagnosed with autism, which meant he needed extra care and patience, but people who knew him described him as a happy boy who loved to play and laugh. JJ had already lost so much by September 2019. His adoptive father Charles, who truly loved him, had been killed. His sister Tylee had disappeared. He was in a new state, attending a new school, away from everyone familiar. And then, one night, he was suffocated, bound with duct tape, wrapped in plastic bags, and buried under rocks and dirt. The evidence suggests JJ may have been conscious as he was being killed, that he scratched at the bag over his head, trying to get it off, trying to breathe. A 7-year-old autistic boy, confused and terrified, fighting for his life, while the adults, who should have protected him, instead murdered him. It's a level of cruelty that defies comprehension. JJ's grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock, became the public face of the search for him. They never gave up hoping he'd be found alive, even as months passed, with no word. When his body was discovered, Larry could barely contain his grief in the courtroom. Kay spoke about milestones JJ would never reach: birthdays, first days of school, graduations, all stolen from him. In remembering these victims, we honor their lives, not just their deaths. Tammy was a woman who dedicated her career to helping children learn. Tylee was a teenager with her whole life ahead of her. JJ was a little boy who deserved love and care. They were real people with hopes and dreams, and people who loved them. They weren't zombies, they weren't obstacles. They were human beings with inherent value and dignity. And while nothing can bring them back, while no amount of justice can undo what was done to them, we can at least ensure they're remembered not as victims in a sensational true crime case, but as individuals who mattered, whose lives had meaning beyond the circumstances of their deaths. Part 10. Lessons and Implications. As we reach the end of this long journey through one of the most disturbing true crime cases in recent American history, it's worth asking, what can we learn from the tragedy of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell? How can we honor the memories of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ by ensuring something like this doesn't happen again? First, we must recognize the warning signs of radicalization. When someone you know begins expressing increasingly extreme beliefs, especially beliefs that dehumanize others or that claim special knowledge that justifies harming people, that's a red flag. Chad Daybell's teachings about zombies and dark spirits weren't harmless religious enthusiasm. They were a framework for murder. If someone in your life starts talking about people as if they're not fully human, as if killing them would be justified or even necessary, that person may be dangerous. The challenge is distinguishing between unusual but harmless beliefs and genuinely dangerous ideology. Plenty of people hold unconventional religious or spiritual views without becoming violent. The key warning signs include dehumanizing language towards specific people, claims of divine authority to harm others, increasing isolation from friends and family who question the beliefs, and escalating rhetoric about taking action against those deemed evil or possessed. Second, we must take domestic violence threats seriously. When Charles Vallow went to the police in January 2019, telling them Lori had threatened to kill him, that should have triggered more intensive intervention. Domestic violence doesn't always escalate gradually. Sometimes there's a sudden shift, where someone who has never been physically violent before makes credible threats. Those threats should be taken seriously, investigated thoroughly, and responded to with appropriate protective measures. The problem is resources. Police departments are overwhelmed with domestic violence calls. They can't investigate every case to the degree it might deserve. They have to make judgment calls based on limited information. But Charles Vallow's case had specific warning signs: bizarre religious beliefs, threats of murder, concerns for children that in hindsight should have prompted more action. Third, we need better coordination between different jurisdictions and different agencies. The crimes in this case spanned multiple states: Arizona, Idaho, Hawaii. Different police departments investigated different incidents: the shooting of Charles Vallow in Chandler, the disappearance of the children in Rexburg, the death of Tammy Daybell in Salem, the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux in Gilbert. For a long time, no one was connecting these dots because they were happening in different places, investigated by different agencies. Better information sharing, better coordination, better systems for flagging when the same names keep appearing in suspicious incidents across jurisdictions. All of these could help catch serial offenders before they rack up multiple victims. This is particularly important in our mobile society, where people can easily move from state to state, starting over in new communities where no one knows their history. Fourth, we need to reform how we handle suspicious deaths. Tammy Daybell's death should never have been ruled natural causes without an autopsy. A healthy 49-year-old woman doesn't just die in her sleep without explanation. The coroner's willingness to accept Chad's story about health problems that Tammy's medical records didn't support, combined with the family's refusal of an autopsy, resulted in a homicide being missed. Some states have laws requiring autopsies in certain circumstances: sudden death of someone under a certain age, deaths in police custody, suspicious circumstances. Perhaps those laws need to be expanded and more strictly enforced. Perhaps coroners need more training to recognize red flags. Perhaps there need to be protocols that prevent families from refusing autopsies when there are suspicious circumstances, even if that interferes with religious beliefs about handling the dead. Fifth, we need better mental health intervention systems. If Lori Vallow was genuinely mentally ill, experiencing delusions that made her believe she was a goddess and her children were zombies, she needed treatment, not just legal consequences. But our mental health system is notoriously inadequate. It's difficult to get someone involuntarily committed for treatment even when they're clearly a danger to themselves or others. Privacy laws prevent sharing mental health information even with family members who might be able to help. Insurance often doesn't adequately cover mental health treatment. These systemic problems mean that people in mental health crisis often don't get help until they've already committed crimes. By then, it's too late for prevention. We're in the realm of punishment and incapacitation. We need a system that can intervene earlier, that can recognize when someone is becoming dangerous and provide treatment before violence occurs. Sixth, we must be more vigilant about protecting vulnerable populations, particularly children with special needs. J.J. Vallow was autistic, which made him particularly vulnerable. He couldn't advocate for himself, as well as a neurotypical child might. He relied completely on adults to meet his needs. When those adults decided he was an inconvenience, he had no way to protect himself or escape. Schools, doctors, social workers, anyone who works with special needs children should be trained to recognize signs of abuse or neglect. They should be empowered to intervene when something seems wrong. And the systems for checking on these children need to be robust enough that they can't simply disappear without someone noticing and investigating. Seventh, we need to address the role of social media and online communities in radicalizing individuals. Chad Daybell built his following largely through online channels: self-published books sold on Amazon, podcasts, online discussion groups. These platforms allowed him to find an audience for his extreme views and to connect with people like Lori who were susceptible to his influence. This isn't an argument for censorship or restricting free speech, but we should recognize that the internet makes it easier for people with dangerous ideologies to find each other, to reinforce each other's beliefs, and to create echo chambers where increasingly extreme views seem normal. As a society, we need to figure out how to balance free expression with preventing radicalization, how to allow religious freedom while stopping dangerous cults from forming. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need to rebuild community connections that might catch warning signs early. In older, more tight-knit communities, someone would have noticed when Tylee and JJ disappeared. Neighbors would have known the family, would have asked questions, would have raised alarms. But in our modern, mobile, individualistic society, people often don't know their neighbors well. We can live next door to someone for years without really knowing them. This anonymity allows predators to operate. Lori could move from Arizona to Idaho, and no one in Idaho knew her history. Chad could tell neighbors in Idaho that he was marrying a woman with no children, and no one would know to question it. The community ties that once might have protected vulnerable people have frayed, and we're all more isolated as a result. Rebuilding those connections, knowing your neighbors, being part of community organizations, watching out for each other's children might seem old-fashioned, but it's also protective. It creates webs of relationship that make it harder for predators to operate undetected. Part 11. Where they are now and final reflections. As of October 2025, Lori Vallow Daybell is serving multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole in the Pocatello Women's Correctional Center in Idaho. She will never be free again. Her Arizona sentences, which technically allow for parole after 25 years, are moot given her Idaho sentences. She has filed appeals of her convictions, arguing that there were errors in her trials, but these appeals face long odds. The evidence against her was overwhelming. The trials were carefully conducted, and appellate courts typically defer to jury verdicts when proper procedures were followed. Chad Daybell sits on Idaho's death row at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution in Boise. He is the 9th inmate awaiting execution in Idaho, though the state hasn't successfully executed anyone since 2012. A recent botched execution attempt where officials couldn't establish an IV line to deliver lethal drugs has raised questions about whether Idaho can effectively carry out executions. Chad has also filed appeals and given the typical timeline for death penalty appeals. It's likely he'll be on death row for many years, possibly decades, before any execution could occur, if it occurs at all. Chad and Lori have both lost appeals to have their convictions overturned or their cases retried. The evidence against them was simply too strong, the trials too well conducted, for appellate courts to find reversible error. Unless the U.S. Supreme Court abolishes the death penalty entirely, an unlikely prospect given the current composition of the court, Chad's death sentence will likely be upheld. Kay and Larry Woodcock have become advocates for crime victims' rights and for protecting children. They've spoken publicly about their experience, about the importance of staying vigilant, about never giving up, even when situations seem hopeless. JJ's remains have finally been released to them, and they were able to give him a proper burial with his family. Tylee's remains have also been released and laid to rest. Colby Ryan, Lori's oldest son, has had to process the unimaginable truth that his mother murdered his siblings and conspired to murder his stepfather. He testified against her, helping to ensure justice was served. He's spoken about the importance of remembering Tylee and JJ as the people they were, not just as victims of a horrific crime. Tammy Daybell's 5 children have been placed in an impossible position. Their father murdered their mother, and they've had to grapple with that reality while also processing their grief. Some of them initially defended Chad, believing he was being framed. Others came to accept his guilt more quickly. The family has been torn apart by these events in ways that may never fully heal. Melanie Gibb, who testified for the prosecution in both trials, has had to live with the knowledge that she was close to Lori during the time when these horrible plans were being made. She's expressed remorse for not recognizing the danger sooner, for not alerting authorities earlier. Her testimony was crucial in securing convictions, showing that even when it's difficult, even when it means betraying a friend, sometimes coming forward is the right thing to do. The case has had broader implications beyond the individuals directly involved. It's prompted discussions about religious extremism, about how seemingly normal people can become radicalized, about the warning signs of dangerousness. It's led to calls for reform in how suspicious deaths are handled, how mental health crises are managed, and how child welfare systems operate. The case has also become a cautionary tale about the power of delusion and the danger of believing you're above ordinary moral rules. Chad and Lori convinced themselves they were special, chosen by God, destined for great things. This sense of cosmic significance allowed them to commit horrific acts while feeling righteous about it. They weren't monsters in their own minds. They were heroes in a spiritual war against dark forces. But whatever they believed about themselves, the reality is simpler and more damning. They were murderers. They killed innocent people, including 2 children, for selfish reasons dressed up in religious language. And now they're paying the price, spending the rest of their lives behind bars, their names forever associated with one of the most disturbing family annihilation cases in American history. As we close this exploration of the Doomsday Mum case, we're left with profound questions about human nature, about how easily we can deceive ourselves, about how far people will go when they believe their cause is just. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell shows us the dark side of faith, the danger of charismatic leaders, and the tragic consequences when the vulnerable are left unprotected. But perhaps it also shows us something else: the importance of people like Kay and Larry Woodcock, who refused to give up searching for their grandson, like Melanie Gibb, who ultimately chose truth over loyalty, like the investigators who painstakingly built the case, and like the prosecutors who ensured justice was served. Evil exists in this world, but so does courage, determination, and the refusal to accept injustice. Tylee Ryan deserved a full life, a chance to grow up, to fall in love, to pursue her dreams. JJ Vallow deserved to be protected, nurtured, allowed to develop to his full potential despite the challenges his autism presented. Tammy Daybell deserved to grow old with her children and grandchildren, to continue serving her community, to die naturally many years from now. They didn't get what they deserved, but in making sure their killers were caught, convicted, and imprisoned, we can at least ensure their deaths mattered, that justice was served, and that their memories are honored not just as victims, but as human beings who deserved better than the fate that found them. Thank you for staying with me through this difficult but important story. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell is one that demands to be told, not for the sensational elements, but because understanding what happened might help us prevent future tragedies. If you found this deep dive valuable, please consider subscribing to the channel. More importantly, if you or someone you know is in a situation where someone is making threats, expressing violent ideologies, or acting in ways that seem dangerous, please reach out to appropriate authorities. Don't assume someone else will handle it. Don't wait until it's too late. And remember, children like JJ and Tylee depend on adults to protect them. If you see something that doesn't seem right, speak up, ask questions. Don't be afraid to be wrong if it means potentially saving a life. Until next time, take care of yourselves and take care of each other. And hold your loved ones close, because we never know how much time we have with the people we love. How the serial killer hid in plain sight. Content Advisory. Content Advisory. This presentation discusses violent crimes, including murder and sexual assault. While graphic details have been minimized, some content may be disturbing. Listener discretion is advised. Disclaimer on victim counts. Victim counts in this presentation represent confirmed murders, unless otherwise stated. Many of these killers are suspected of additional crimes that remain unproven. When referencing victim numbers, we rely on officially confirmed cases and clearly label any speculation or unverified claims. Disclaimer on psychological analysis. Psychological interpretations in this presentation are based on expert analysis, documented interviews, and established forensic psychology research. However, the inner workings of these individuals' minds cannot be known with absolute certainty. Where psychological motivations are discussed, they represent the professional assessments of forensic experts and criminal profilers rather than established facts. The neighborhood barbecue was in full swing that warm summer evening. Children's laughter echoed across manicured lawns, while adults gathered around grills, cold drinks in hand, swapping stories about work and weather. Among them stood a man who epitomized suburban normalcy. He wore a pleasant smile, shared recipes for the perfect burger, and made sure everyone's glass stayed full. Neighbors knew him as the guy who volunteered at the local church, the one who always showed up when someone needed help with yard work or moving furniture. He was, by every visible measure, one of the good ones. But beneath that carefully constructed facade lurked something else entirely, something dark, something predatory. Because this same man, the one flipping burgers and telling dad jokes, had murdered multiple people. Their bodies lay hidden, not far from where these good people stood laughing and living their ordinary lives. The predator wasn't lurking in some distant shadow or abandoned building. The killer was right there, shaking hands and asking about your weekend plans. This is perhaps the most terrifying truth about serial killers. They don't always look like the villains we imagine. They don't always act strangely or give off obvious warning signs. Some of the most prolific and brutal murderers in history were people who successfully convinced everyone around them that they were normal, decent, even admirable human beings. They held respectable jobs, they raised families, they served their communities, and they killed, again and again and again. Tonight, we're going to explore the chilling reality of serial killers who hid in plain sight. These are the stories of men who perfected the art of the double life, who wore masks so convincing that even those closest to them never suspected the truth. We'll examine how they did it, why it worked, and what their cases teach us about the nature of predatory behavior. Because understanding how these killers concealed themselves isn't just morbidly fascinating, experts believe this knowledge may help law enforcement and communities recognize warning patterns before more lives are lost. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human psychology, where we'll meet the neighbors, the volunteers, the family men, who turned out to be something else entirely. The psychology of the mask. Before we delve into specific cases, we need to understand something fundamental about how certain killers operate. Psychologists have a term for what these individuals do. It's called compartmentalization. This is the ability to separate different aspects of one's life into mental boxes, keeping them so distinct that they never seem to touch or contaminate each other. For most of us, compartmentalization is a healthy coping mechanism. We might separate our work persona from our home persona, becoming more formal and professional at the office while being relaxed and casual with family. That's normal. That's adaptive. But for certain killers, compartmentalization becomes something far more sinister and far more complete. These individuals don't just separate different roles, they create entirely different personalities. There's the public self, the person everyone sees and knows. This version is often charming, helpful, and socially skilled. It's the face they show to neighbors, co-workers, and even family members. Then there's the private self, the predator that emerges when the opportunity arises. This is the part they keep carefully hidden, the part that plans, stalks, and kills. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, the truly frightening aspect is how seamlessly some killers can switch between these personas. One moment they're genuinely engaged in normal social interaction, laughing at jokes, expressing concern for a sick friend, discussing the minutiae of daily life. The next moment, something shifts inside them, and the predator emerges. Then, just as quickly, the mask slides back into place, and they return to being the person everyone thinks they know. This ability to maintain such a convincing facade is often linked to psychopathy. Now, it's important to understand that not all psychopaths are violent, and not all violent criminals are psychopaths. But many of the killers who successfully hide in plain sight exhibit traits consistent with psychopathic personality disorder. These traits include superficial charm, a grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulation, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow emotional responses, and a parasitic lifestyle where they use others for their own benefit. What makes psychopathic killers particularly dangerous is something called the mask of sanity. This phrase, coined by psychiatrist Hervey Cleckley in his groundbreaking 1941 book of the same name, describes how psychopaths can present a completely normal, even appealing exterior while harboring deeply disturbed thoughts and impulses. They understand social norms not because they feel them, but because they've learned to mimic them. They're actors playing the role of a normal person, and some of them are devastatingly effective at it. These killers often possess above-average intelligence, which they use to study and replicate normal human behavior. They watch how people react to tragedy and learn to fake the appropriate emotional response. They observe what makes someone trustworthy and adopt those characteristics. They're essentially emotional frauds, counterfeiting feelings they don't actually experience to blend into society. There's also typically a strong element of narcissism at play. Research suggests that many of these killers believe they're fundamentally superior to others, that ordinary rules don't apply to them. This grandiosity fuels both their crimes and their confidence that they won't be caught. They think they're smarter than law enforcement, cleverer than their neighbors, more cunning than anyone who might suspect them. And sometimes, terrifyingly, they're right, at least for a while. Another crucial factor is the element of control. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, many serial killers are primarily motivated by a need for power and dominance rather than sexual gratification alone. But maintaining a normal facade requires control as well, just a different kind. They must control their impulses in public, control their words and expressions, control the information others have access to. Research suggests this need for control may extend to every aspect of their lives, creating an existence that is simultaneously meticulously organized and horrifyingly violent. The social context matters too. Research has shown that these killers often thrive in environments where people want to trust each other, where the default assumption is that your neighbor, your co-worker, your fellow church member is basically good. They exploit our desire to see the best in people, using our own optimism and communal trust against us. In tight-knit communities where everyone knows everyone else, the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone familiar can be overwhelming. Our brains resist believing that someone we know could be capable of such horrors. It's also worth noting that many of these killers insert themselves into positions that inherently command trust. They become teachers, coaches, volunteers, religious leaders, roles that society has been conditioned to respect and trust. These positions provide not only cover but also access to potential victims. They create situations where questioning someone's motives feels somehow inappropriate or even offensive. The phenomenon of hiding in plain sight reveals something uncomfortable about human nature and social dynamics. We rely on shortcuts and assumptions to navigate our social worlds. We can't deeply investigate every person we interact with, so we use surface indicators. Does this person seem normal? Do they fit in? Do others vouch for them? To make quick judgments about trustworthiness. Serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight have figured out how to game this system, presenting exactly the right indicators while concealing their true nature. Understanding these psychological mechanisms is crucial not just for law enforcement, but for anyone who wants to better understand how predatory individuals operate. Experts emphasize that while we cannot always identify dangerous individuals by appearance or surface behavior, awareness of these patterns can contribute to improved community safety and more effective investigation strategies. Now, with this psychological framework in mind, let's examine specific cases that illustrate these principles in action. We'll start with a man who maintained his cover for over 30 years, fooling his family, his friends, his church congregation, and his entire community while committing some of the most brutal murders in American history. Dennis Rader, the church president with a terrible secret. Dennis Lynn Rader was born on March 9, 1945, in Pittsburgh, Kansas, the first of 4 sons born to Dorothea May Cook and William Elvin Rader. His father worked for Kansas Gas Service and was a former United States Marine. His mother worked as a bookkeeper. The family attended Zion Lutheran Church in Pittsburgh, where Dennis was baptized as an infant. By all external appearances, the Rader family was typical of countless American families in the post-war era, working class, church-going, and unremarkable. His childhood appeared outwardly normal, though he would later claim, and it's important to note these are his own self-serving claims, that he'd been born with violent sexual fantasies. Psychologists note that such claims often serve to minimize personal responsibility and should be understood within that context. Rader would also later claim to have tortured and killed animals as a child including hanging stray cats, though the extent of these early behaviors remains difficult to verify independently. As a young man, Rader seemed unremarkable. He joined the United States Air Force in 1966, serving until 1970 and achieving the rank of sergeant. During his service, he received training and experience that would later prove useful in his crimes: discipline, attention to detail, and the ability to follow procedures meticulously. He returned to Kansas after his service and attended Wichita State University, eventually earning a degree in administration of justice in 1979. The irony of a serial killer studying criminal justice would later be noted by many observers. It was during this period that he met Paula Dietz, who worked as a secretary for the American Legion. They married on May 22, 1971, in a ceremony held at Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita, the same church where Rader would later become a pillar of the congregation. Together, they would have 2 children, a son, Brian, born in 1975, and a daughter, Kerry, born in 1978. By all outward appearances, Dennis Rader was building a stable, respectable life. He worked as an assembler for the Coleman Company, a manufacturer of outdoor recreational products. He attended church regularly at Christ Lutheran Church, becoming increasingly involved in the congregation. He was active in the Boy Scouts, serving as a troop leader. He was, by every metric his neighbors could see, a good man, perhaps a bit rigid and particular about rules, but certainly not dangerous. In 1974, Rader obtained a position with ADT Security Services, installing home security systems. The irony would later be almost unbearable for his clients and community. The man charged with protecting their homes was the very threat they sought protection from. Co-workers at ADT nicknamed him Blue Book Man because he always followed the rules meticulously and scolded others for even making small talk during work hours. He worked this job for several years before joining the Park City Compliance Department in 1991, where he became a code enforcement officer, essentially a bureaucrat who enforced city ordinances, wrote citations for code violations, and measured grass that was too long. This position suited Rader perfectly. It gave him a modicum of authority, allowed him to enter people's properties, and provided a legitimate reason to be driving through neighborhoods, observing homes and residents. His co-workers would later describe him as officious, someone who relished his small amount of power, perhaps a bit too much. He was known to be inflexible about rules, measuring lawns with precision and issuing citations for even minor violations. He reportedly chased stray animals while carrying a tranquilizer gun, taking his duties perhaps more seriously than necessary. But overzealousness about city codes didn't make someone a murderer. It just made them annoying. Rader's involvement with Christ Lutheran Church deepened over the years. He served in various capacities, eventually becoming the congregation president in January 2005. He was responsible for administrative duties, congregation meetings, church finances. He was trusted with the most mundane and intimate details of church operations. People confided in him about their struggles, their doubts, their fears. He counseled them, prayed with them, presented himself as a pillar of faith and community. But there was another Dennis Rader, a secret Dennis Rader, one that had been active since January 15, 1974. On that frigid winter morning, the Otero family went about their normal routines in their Wichita home. Joseph Otero, age 38, worked for the Coleman Company, the same company where Rader had briefly worked. Julie Otero, age 34, was his devoted wife. They had 5 children together, building the kind of family life that represented the American dream. That morning, 9-year-old Joseph Jr., 11-year-old Josephine, and their siblings were in various states of waking up for school. Dennis Rader had been watching the house. He'd seen the family's routines, knew their schedules. According to his later confessions, he had been stalking Julie Otero since December 1973, apparently developing an obsession with her. When he knocked on the door that morning, the Oteros let him in, perhaps believing he needed help, perhaps thinking he was from the telephone company, as he would later claim to have told them. Once inside, he revealed his true intentions. Using weapons he'd brought with him, Rader methodically restrained the family members. He killed Joseph Otero Sr. by strangulation with a cord. He killed Julie Otero the same way. 9-year-old Joey was also strangled. The systematic nature of the murders stood in stark contrast to any image of passion or sudden rage. This was calculated, planned, methodical. Then, Rader took 11-year-old Josephine to the basement, where he killed her. The crime scene was staged in a way that suggested sexual motivation, though Rader's actual intent was about power and control. When investigators arrived at the Otero home later that day, after family members discovered the bodies, they found a scene of calculated brutality that would haunt the Wichita community for decades. The community was shocked. The Oteros were a good family, well-liked, with no apparent enemies. Who would do such a thing? Why would anyone target an entire family, including children? The randomness of it made it even more terrifying. If the Oteros could be victims, anyone could. But after committing these horrific murders, Dennis Rader didn't flee the state or go into hiding. He went home to his wife Paula, who was pregnant with their first child. He went to work at the Coleman Company. He attended church. He helped neighbors. He lived his normal life as if nothing had happened. He even took a watch from the Otero home as a souvenir, beginning a pattern he would continue throughout his killing career. This ability to commit savage murder and then seamlessly return to mundane normalcy is what Rader would later describe, using his own terminology, as cubing. Though forensic psychologists note this is his own term for what is clinically known as dissociation or extreme compartmentalization. He claimed to be able to separate his life into distinct compartments that never touched: work Dennis, church Dennis, family Dennis, and what he called his Factor X, or his demon. Experts emphasize that such self-serving explanations should be viewed critically, as they often serve to minimize the killer's responsibility for their conscious choices. 3 months after the Otero murders, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck again. Catherine Bright, a 21-year-old woman who also worked at the Coleman Company, was home with her brother Kevin when Rader broke in. He shot Kevin Bright, who survived despite serious injuries and would later provide descriptions to police. Rader then murdered Catherine by stabbing her multiple times. The attack was brutal and prolonged. Catherine fought for her life, sustaining numerous defensive wounds before succumbing to her injuries. Kevin Bright's survival and his ability to describe the attacker should have led to Rader's capture, but somehow the investigation didn't connect him to the crime. Then, something happened that would define the BTK case for the next 30 years. Dennis Rader wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted recognition. He wanted people to know what he'd done and to acknowledge his work. On October 22, 1974, a Wichita Eagle reporter received a phone call directing him to a book at the Wichita Public Library. Inside that book was a letter describing the Otero murders in detail that only the killer could know. The letter was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, describing the crimes as though they were ordinary events. At the bottom, the author had provided a name for himself: BTK, bind, torture, kill. The letter stated, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." This would become his signature. Over the years, BTK would send numerous letters to media outlets and police, taunting them, providing details of murders, sometimes sending items belonging to victims. He seemed to crave the attention, the notoriety, the knowledge that the entire city was talking about him, even though they didn't know who he was. But despite this correspondence, BTK would remain unidentified for decades. And during those decades, Dennis Rader continued his double life. In 1975, his son Brian was born. Rader was present for the birth, a devoted father from the start. He coached Brian in Little League, attended his school events, helped with homework. Brian would later describe his father as strict but loving, someone who enforced rules but also spent quality time with his children. Rader killed again in 1977. On March 17th, Shirley Vian, a 26-year-old mother of 3 young children, was murdered in her home. Shirley was sick with the flu that day, lying in bed when Rader forced his way into the house. He told her children, ages 5, 7, and 8, that he was wanted by the police and needed to hide. He locked them in the bathroom, telling them he would harm their mother if they came out or made noise. The children huddled together in terror, hearing sounds from outside, but not understanding what was happening. Rader killed Shirley in her bedroom while her children waited just feet away. When he left, the children eventually emerged to find their mother dead. The psychological trauma inflicted on these children, who survived but lost their mother in such a terrifying way, is immeasurable. On December 8, 1977, Rader broke into the home of Nancy Fox, a 25-year-old woman who lived alone. Nancy worked at a jewelry store and was known for her friendly personality. Rader killed her by strangulation with a belt. Then, in a display of his twisted arrogance, he used her own phone to call the police and report the homicide, directing them to her address. He wanted them to find his work. He wanted credit. The phone call was brief and matter-of-fact, demonstrating his complete lack of remorse or emotional connection to his victim. After the Fox murder, BTK went silent. Not because he'd stopped thinking about killing, not because he'd experienced remorse, but because, as he would later explain, his life circumstances had changed in ways that made murder more difficult. In 1978, his daughter Kerry was born. His children were growing up. His wife was more aware of his movements. His job demanded more of his time. The compartmentalization required more effort. But he didn't forget. He kept souvenirs from his victims, photographs, identification cards, items of clothing. He revisited these items regularly, using them to relive his crimes in his imagination. He would later admit to creating elaborate fantasies and even detailed drawings of potential future victims during this dormant period. The years passed. 1978, 1979, 1980. No new BTK murders. Wichita began to relax slightly, though the terror of those few years in the mid-1970s had never truly faded. Parents still warned children. Women still checked their locks obsessively, but life moved on as it must. The BTK task force remained active, but with diminishing resources as other crimes demanded attention. Then, In 1985, BTK resurfaced. On April 27th, Maureen Hedge, a 53-year-old neighbor of Rader's, was killed in her home. Maureen lived just 6 doors down from the Rader family on the same street. Rader had watched her, knew her routines. He broke in during the night, killed her, removed her body to take photographs in a remote location, and then returned the body to her home. The level of planning and risk-taking indicated a killer who felt completely confident in his ability to evade capture. The fact that he targeted his own neighbor demonstrated his complete lack of fear and his belief in his own superiority. On September 16, 1986, Vicky Wegerle, a 28-year-old woman, was murdered in her home, while her young 2-year-old son was present in another room. Vicky was a pianist and homemaker. Rader had posed as a telephone repairman to gain entry, part of what he would later call Project Piano. After killing Vicky, he left as calmly as he'd arrived, confident that his disguise and planning had protected his identity. Her murder wouldn't be officially connected to BTK until years later. The final confirmed BTK murder occurred on January 19, 1991. Dolores Davis, a 62-year-old woman, was abducted from her home, killed with her own pantyhose, and her body left under a bridge. Dolores was a beloved grandmother in the community. After this murder, BTK went silent again. For 13 years, there were no letters, no communications, no confirmed killings. The case grew cold. Investigators retired. The city moved on, though the shadow of BTK never entirely lifted. During all these years, Dennis Rader lived his normal life with remarkable success. He raised his children. Brian and Kerry Rader had a father who attended their school events, helped with homework, enforced household rules with perhaps more rigidity than most parents, but nothing that seemed abnormal. They had family dinners, they went on vacations, they celebrated birthdays and holidays. Paula Rader had a husband who went to work, came home, handled household repairs, and seemed like a typical middle-aged man settled into the routines of suburban life. If she noticed anything unusual, she didn't recognize it as evidence of murder. His co-workers at the Park City Compliance Office knew Dennis Rader as the guy who took his job very seriously, maybe too seriously. He was meticulous about city codes, inflexible about enforcement, the kind of person who'd measure your grass with a ruler and write a citation if it exceeded the permitted height by half an inch. Some found him irritating. Others thought he was just doing his job thoroughly. No one thought he was a serial killer. His church congregation knew him as Brother Dennis, devoted to Christ Lutheran Church, always present at services, reliable for administrative tasks, eventually trusted enough to become congregation president. He led council meetings. He managed church finances. He represented the congregation in community interfaith activities. He was, by all accounts, a dedicated member of the Christian community. But in 2004, after 13 years of silence, BTK suddenly began communicating again. The Wichita Eagle ran a story marking the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, and Rader would later explain that he was kind of bored and concerned that his work would be forgotten. Investigators believe his need for recognition overcame his caution. He began sending letters to media outlets again, including items from old crime scenes to prove his identity. What followed was a cat-and-mouse game between BTK and law enforcement. Rader sent numerous communications over the next year, some in cereal boxes, possibly a reference to serial killer, containing drawings, photographs, written descriptions of murders, and even dolls, posed to mimic his victims. He seemed to be playing a game, testing the police, enjoying the renewed attention his crimes were receiving. In one of his communications, Rader made a fatal error. He asked police if they could trace information on a floppy disk. The police, hoping to encourage him to send a disk, lied and said no, they couldn't trace it. Trusting this response and displaying a surprising naivety for someone who'd evaded capture for 30 years, Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a television station. Forensic analysts examined the disk and found deleted metadata that included the name Dennis and a connection to Christ Lutheran Church. This led investigators directly to Dennis Rader. They obtained a DNA sample from his daughter Kerry's medical records at a university clinic. She had had a routine pap smear and compared it to DNA evidence from the crime scenes. The match was conclusive. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested outside his home in Park City, Kansas, on his lunch break from his compliance officer job. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Rader reportedly responded, "Oh, I have suspicions why." Even in the moment of his capture, there was an almost casual quality to his demeanor, as if being arrested for serial murder was just another item on his day's schedule. The arrest shocked everyone who knew him. His family was devastated. Paula Rader filed for an immediate emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. Their marriage was dissolved as quickly as the legal system allowed. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. The psychological trauma of discovering that the man she'd been married to for 34 years was BTK is difficult to comprehend. Their children, now adults, had to reconcile the father they'd known with the serial killer he actually was. Brian and Kerry Rader have largely stayed out of public life since their father's arrest, attempting to build lives separate from the horror of his legacy. Kerry Rawson, she took her married name, eventually wrote a book in 2019 titled A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming, and participated in the 2025 Netflix documentary My Father, the BTK Killer, where she shared her quest for answers and healing. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from jail, he showed a disturbing mix of fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl, I raised right, and life before the arrest was a good time, and the dark side took me away," as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry described the agonizing process of trying to reconcile the loving father she remembered with the killer he actually was. The congregation at Christ Lutheran Church was stunned. This man they'd trusted, who'd managed their church, who'd represented their faith community, he'd been BTK all along. Some members struggled with profound questions about faith, about how they could have been so thoroughly deceived, about what it meant that they'd prayed alongside a serial killer. Rader's co-workers reported feeling disturbed and betrayed. They'd worked alongside him for years, shared breaks with him, attended office parties with him. The code enforcement officer who measured grass and wrote parking tickets had murdered 10 people. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming. During his interrogation and subsequent court proceedings, Rader was unnervingly cooperative and detailed in describing his crimes. He showed no genuine remorse, instead seeming almost proud of his ability to have hidden for so long. He explained his methods, his planning, his motivations with a clinical detachment that forensic psychologists found characteristic of psychopathic personality disorder. He spoke about his victims as though they were objects, projects he'd completed. He detailed his trolling process, how he'd search for potential victims, how he'd plan his attacks, how he'd relive the crimes through his souvenirs. On June 27, 2005, Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder. On August 18, 2005, he was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison, one for each of his confirmed victims. Kansas had no death penalty at the time his crimes were committed, so life imprisonment was the maximum sentence. He will never be eligible for parole. He is currently incarcerated at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he will remain for the rest of his natural life. The BTK case represents one of the most disturbing examples of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. For over 30 years, Dennis Rader maintained a completely normal public existence, while secretly being one of America's most brutal killers. His ability to compartmentalize, to separate his murderous activities from his daily life, allowed him to fool everyone around him: his family, his church, his community, his co-workers. When people think about serial killers, they often imagine someone who looks or acts obviously disturbed. But Dennis Rader looked like everyone's neighbor. He looked like a church leader. He looked like a typical middle-aged man living an ordinary life in the heartland of America. And that's precisely what made him so dangerous and so successful at evading capture for so long. The victims of BTK deserve to be remembered as more than just entries in a killer's ledger. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving father who'd brought his family to Wichita for better opportunities. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who worked at the Coleman Company. Joseph Otero Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had his whole life ahead of him. Josephine Otero, age 11, was a bright student with a promising future. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with hopes and dreams. Shirley Vian, age 26, was a mother doing her best to raise 3 young children. Nancy Fox, age 25, was independent and hardworking. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a kind neighbor. Vicky Weigel, age 28, was a talented pianist and mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. They were people with families, hopes, dreams, and futures that Dennis Rader stole from them. Their names and their humanity must be remembered alongside the story of the man who killed them. John Wayne Gacy, the killer clown, next door. If Dennis Rader represents the mundane killer hiding in plain sight, the ordinary bureaucrat who happened to be a murderer, then John Wayne Gacy represents something even more disturbing: the beloved community figure, the charitable volunteer, the man who brought joy to children and sick people through his clown performances. Gacy was popular, well-liked, and respected in his community. He was also responsible for the deaths of 33 young men and boys, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, the second of 3 children born to John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson. His childhood was marked by complexity and dysfunction, though like many serial killers, external observers might not have recognized the depth of problems within the family home. Gacy's father was an alcoholic who frequently abused his wife and children, both physically and verbally. Young John was often the target of his father's rage and disappointment. The elder Gacy belittled his son, calling him stupid and worthless, comparing him unfavorably to his sisters, and questioning his masculinity. He would beat John with a leather strap for real or perceived infractions. Psychological experts note that this abuse likely contributed to Gacy's later need to prove his worth and earn approval. Though many people experience childhood abuse without becoming killers, and abuse does not excuse or fully explain criminal behavior. Despite these difficulties, Gacy worked hard to present a normal exterior. He was involved in extracurricular activities at school, worked various jobs as a teenager to contribute to the family finances, and seemed to be making efforts to build a stable life. He struggled with health issues, including a heart condition that would cause him to be hospitalized multiple times during his youth and would later exempt him from military service during the Vietnam War era. In 1964, at age 22, Gacy married Marlyn Myers, whose father owned a chain of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants in Waterloo, Iowa. Gacy moved to Waterloo with his bride and began working for his father-in-law, managing one of the restaurants. He threw himself into community involvement, joining the JCs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, a civic organization for young professionals, and quickly becoming known as an enthusiastic volunteer and hard worker. He was elected vice president of the Waterloo JCs chapter and was named outstanding vice president of the organization in Iowa. He seemed to finally be building the kind of respectable life his father had always claimed he couldn't achieve. On the surface, Gacy appeared to be thriving. He and Marlyn had 2 children, a son and daughter. He was successful in business, rising to manage multiple restaurant locations. He was active in community service, known for his dedication and work ethic. He was making something of himself. But beneath this successful exterior, Gacy was engaging in disturbing behavior. He had sexual encounters with teenage boys, sometimes employees at the restaurants he managed. He would ply them with alcohol and then commit sexual acts. In 1968, one of these encounters led to criminal charges when a teenage boy, the son of a fellow JC's member, reported that Gacy had sexually assaulted him. When the case went to trial, Gacy was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years in prison at the Iowa State Reformatory. Marlyn divorced him while he was incarcerated, and he lost contact with his children. His father died shortly after his conviction, reportedly disgusted by his son's crimes. Gacy never got the chance to prove himself to his father. Most people might assume this would be the end of the story. A sex offender caught, punished, and removed from society. But Gacy was a model prisoner. He earned his high school equivalency diploma while incarcerated. He worked in the prison kitchen and was praised for his leadership and work ethic. He served on the Prisoner Grievance Committee. He was, by all accounts, rehabilitated. After serving just 18 months of his 10-year sentence, he was paroled in June 1970. What happened next illustrates a profound failure in the criminal justice system's ability to predict recidivism in certain types of offenders. Gacy moved back to Chicago and started over. He reconnected with his mother and eventually moved to Norwood Park Township, a middle-class neighborhood on the northwest side of Chicago. In 1971, he bought a home at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue, a modest ranch-style house that would later become infamous. Gacy started a construction company, PDM Contractors, named for painting, decorating, and maintenance. He was skilled at construction work, having learned carpentry and other trades from his father, and quickly built a successful business. He hired teenage boys and young men to work for him, often recruiting from local high schools or targeting those from troubled backgrounds who might be less likely to be missed if they disappeared. He paid them fairly and treated them reasonably, though some would later report that he could be volatile and inappropriate. In 1972, Gacy married again. Carol Hoff was a divorcee with 2 young daughters. She'd known Gacy years earlier when they both worked at the same company, and when they reconnected after his release from prison, he seemed like a stable man who'd made a mistake in his youth but had turned his life around. They married in July 1972, and Gacy became a stepfather to Carol's daughters, presenting himself as a family man and provider. He became deeply involved in community activities. He joined the local Moose Club and other civic organizations. He began performing as a clown at children's parties, hospitals, and charitable events, creating characters he called Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown. He would dress in full clown makeup and costume, bringing smiles to sick children in hospitals and entertaining at neighborhood block parties and fundraisers. Gacy's clown performances made him well known in the community. People loved him. He was the generous guy who gave his time to make children happy, who volunteered for the Democratic Party, who organized fundraisers and community events. He was photographed with local politicians and civic leaders. In 1978, he even met First Lady Rosalynn Carter at a Polish Constitution Day parade event in Chicago, where he was serving as director of the annual parade. The photograph of Gacy with the First Lady would later become one of the most shocking images associated with the case, a serial killer smiling alongside the wife of the President of the United States. But during this same period, John Wayne Gacy was also murdering young men and boys at a horrific rate. According to Gacy's later confession, his first murder as an adult occurred on January 3, 1972, in the early morning hours. Timothy McCoy was a 16-year-old who'd been traveling through Chicago by bus. Gacy encountered him at the Greyhound bus station, offered him a place to stay, and brought him to his Summerdale Avenue home. There, Gacy killed him. Gacy would later claim that Timothy had come at him with a knife and that he'd killed in self-defense, but investigators found no evidence to support this claim and believe it was another of Gacy's many lies. After this murder, Gacy realized something that would define his subsequent actions. He could kill and get away with it. The body could be hidden. The victim's disappearance wouldn't necessarily be connected to him. He could continue his normal life as if nothing had happened, and that's exactly what he did. Gacy developed a methodical approach to murder. He would target young men and boys, often those who worked for him or whom he met through his business or community activities. He would lure them to his house under various pretexts, offering work, showing them something, providing a place to stay, or sometimes simply inviting them to drink or party. Once there, he would gain control of them through trickery, force, or by offering them alcohol or drugs. Gacy would then incapacitate his victims, often by using what he called his handcuff trick. He'd claim to be showing them a magic trick or illusion where he could escape from handcuffs and would get them to allow him to put the cuffs on them. Once the victim was restrained, Gacy's true nature would emerge. He would commit sexual assault and eventually kill them, most often through strangulation, using a rope or board twisted by a stick, a method called garroting. The methodical nature of his crimes stood in stark contrast to his public persona as a community leader and entertainer. After each murder, Gacy faced the problem of body disposal. His solution was grimly practical and horrifyingly simple. He buried them under his house. The crawl space beneath his home became a graveyard. As the years went on and the body count increased, Gacy would dig new graves in his crawl space, sometimes even stacking bodies or digging up old graves to make room for new victims. Eventually, when the crawl space became too full, Gacy began disposing of bodies in other ways. He threw 4 victims into the Des Plaines River, but for the most part, the bodies of his victims were buried beneath his home, decomposing just feet below where he lived his normal life, where he hosted parties, where his wife and stepdaughters slept. During the period from 1972 to 1978, while Gacy was actively killing, his public life continued seemingly without any disruption. He entertained at parties as Pogo the Clown, bringing joy to children at birthday parties and hospital wards. He ran his successful construction business, completing jobs professionally and earning a good reputation. He supervised employees, attended political events, volunteered for community causes. He was, to all external appearances, a successful, generous, community-minded citizen. His wife, Carol, did eventually become suspicious of Gacy's behavior, though not of murder. She noticed strange smells in the house. Gacy blamed it on moisture in the crawl space or problems with the plumbing. She noticed his strange hours, his volatile mood swings, and the fact that their sexual relationship had essentially ceased. She also discovered pornographic materials featuring young men hidden in the house. In March 1976, Carol and Gacy divorced, with Carol taking her daughters and leaving. Years later, she would express her relief that her daughters had not been harmed and her horror at discovering who Gacy truly was. She would say that she had no idea about the murders, and investigators found no evidence that she did. After the divorce, with no family living in the house with him, Gacy's killing accelerated. Without a wife to explain things to or hide things from, he had more freedom to act on his violent urges. The bodies continued to accumulate beneath his home, yet he continued his community involvement unabated. Gacy hosted elaborate annual summer parties at his home, inviting neighbors, political figures, business associates. These parties became well known in the neighborhood, with people looking forward to them each year. Guests would stand on the lawn, eating and drinking, socializing and laughing, with 29 bodies buried just below their feet. The cognitive dissonance of this, the friendly party happening literally above a mass grave, is almost incomprehensible. Neighbors on Summerdale Avenue thought Gacy was a bit odd. He could be volatile, and there were sometimes unpleasant smells around his property. Some young men were seen coming and going at odd hours, but mostly they saw him as a helpful neighbor, someone who'd plow snow from driveways or help with home repairs. He was familiar. He was part of the community. He certainly wasn't a serial killer. The investigation that would eventually catch Gacy began not with any of his earlier victims, but with his last. On December 11, 1978, 15-year-old Robert Piest told his mother he was going to meet with a contractor about a potential summer job. The contractor was John Wayne Gacy, who'd come into the pharmacy where Robert's mother worked to discuss a remodeling project. Robert was excited about the opportunity. He never came home. Robert's mother immediately reported him missing and mentioned that he'd been going to meet with Gacy. Unlike many of Gacy's previous victims, young men from troubled backgrounds, drifters, runaways, or those who might not be immediately missed, Robert Piest was a well-cared-for teenager from a stable, loving family. His disappearance was taken seriously from the beginning, and police quickly began investigating Gacy. What they found was disturbing. Gacy had a criminal history. The 1968 conviction for sexual assault in Iowa. He'd been in prison. He was on parole that he shouldn't have even been off of yet. And now, a teenage boy had disappeared after going to meet him. Investigators began surveillance on Gacy and started looking deeper into his background. They discovered that several young men who'd worked for PDM contractors had disappeared over the years. On December 21, 1978, after obtaining a search warrant based on the mounting evidence, police searched Gacy's home. What they found there would shock the nation. The smell of decomposition was overwhelming. Investigators began searching the crawl space and discovered human remains. As the excavation continued over the following days, more and more bodies were found. Eventually, 26 bodies were recovered from the crawl space, and 3 more were found buried in other areas on the property. 4 bodies that Gacy had disposed of in the Des Plaines River were also eventually identified, bringing the total known victim count to 33. On December 22, 1978, John Wayne Gacy confessed to the murders. He did so in a relatively matter-of-fact manner, providing details about his methods, his burial sites, and his victims. Forensic psychologists who have studied his confessions and later interviews note that he displayed little genuine remorse and seemed more concerned with managing his public image than with accepting responsibility for the harm he'd caused. The revelation that John Wayne Gacy, Pogo the Clown, community volunteer, successful businessman, was responsible for 33 murders shocked the Chicago area and the nation. People who'd known him, who'd attended his parties, who'd hired him for work, who'd had their children entertained by his clown performances, struggled to reconcile the man they knew with the brutal killer he'd been revealed to be. The excavation of Gacy's home became a media spectacle. News crews broadcast images of investigators digging up bodies from beneath the house. The Summerdale Avenue address became infamous. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to comprehend how such horror had existed right next door to them. The trial began on February 6, 1980. Gacy's defense attempted to argue that he was insane, that he suffered from multiple personality disorder, that he couldn't have been responsible for his actions. His lawyers presented psychiatric testimony suggesting that another personality named Jack Hanley had committed the murders while Gacy was unaware. But the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of premeditation, planning, and rational behavior surrounding the murders. The prosecution argued that Gacy knew exactly what he was doing, that he was organized and calculating, and that he made conscious choices to kill repeatedly. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before finding Gacy guilty on all 33 counts of murder. On March 13, 1980, he was sentenced to death for 12 of the murders. He would spend the next 14 years on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, painted pictures, some of clowns, which would later be sold or destroyed, and continued to maintain his innocence despite his earlier confession. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Crestwood, Illinois, on May 10, 1994, at 12:58 a.m. He was 52 years old. His last words were reported to be "kiss my ass." Even in death, he showed no genuine remorse for his crimes. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating, some protesting the death penalty. His execution was seen by many as justice finally served for the 33 young men and boys whose lives he'd taken. After Gacy's execution, his house on Summerdale Avenue was demolished in April 1979, shortly after the bodies were removed. The lot remained empty for years, as no one wanted to buy property so thoroughly associated with horror. Eventually, a new house was built on the site, and a new family moved in, trying to establish normal life in a place that had been the setting for unspeakable crimes. The Gacy case represents perhaps the most extreme example of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. He wasn't just maintaining a normal appearance, he was actively beloved by his community. Children loved Pogo the Clown. Neighbors appreciated his helpfulness. Politicians valued his volunteer work. Business associates found him reliable and skilled. The Democratic Party welcomed his participation in political events and fundraisers. And all the while, beneath his house, the bodies accumulated. 29 young men and boys buried in the crawl space, their decomposing bodies just feet below where parties were held, where guests socialized, where life went on as normal. The duality of Gacy's existence, beloved community figure by day, brutal killer by night, challenges our fundamental assumptions about how we identify dangerous people. If someone as active, public, and seemingly generous as John Wayne Gacy could be a serial killer, then our methods for identifying threats are fundamentally inadequate. The victims of John Wayne Gacy deserve to be remembered as individuals, not just statistics. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago with his whole life ahead of him. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy and disappeared in 1975. Daryl Sampson, age 18, was a high school student. Randall Reffett, age 15, vanished in 1976. Samuel Stapleton, age 14, was a junior high student. These young men had families who loved them, dreams they wanted to pursue, potential that was stolen from them. Some of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today, their families perhaps still wondering what happened to their missing sons or brothers. Robert Piest, whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture, was 15 years old. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother never stopped looking for him, and her determination to find her son ultimately led to the investigation that brought Gacy down. The Piest family's persistence in pursuing answers when Robert disappeared demonstrates the importance of taking every missing person case seriously, regardless of the victim's background. Ted Bundy, the charming predator. Theodore Robert Bundy, born Theodore Robert Cowell on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, would become one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. Unlike Rader or Gacy, Bundy's good looks, education, and charm made him seem like the last person who would be capable of murder. He was handsome, articulate, intelligent, and seemingly destined for a successful career in law or politics, and he confessed to murdering at least 30 young women, though investigators believe the actual number is higher, with estimates ranging up to 35 or more based on circumstantial evidence and unsolved cases from the areas where Bundy traveled. Bundy's early life was complicated by secrets and deception that psychological experts believe may have shaped his development, though, as always, difficult circumstances don't excuse behavior or determine outcomes. He was born to Eleanor Louise Cowell, an unmarried woman in the 1940s, a status that carried severe social stigma at the time. To avoid scandal, Bundy was raised in his grandparents' home in Philadelphia with the understanding that his grandparents were his parents and his mother was his older sister. He wouldn't learn the truth about his parentage until he was an adolescent, discovering the deception through a cousin, or possibly by finding his birth certificate, accounts vary. His biological father's identity remains uncertain. His birth certificate lists Lloyd Marshall as his father, but this is believed to be false. His mother later married Johnny Bundy, and Theodore took his stepfather's surname. The family moved to Washington State when Ted was 4 years old, where young Ted grew up in what appeared to be a normal, middle-class environment in Tacoma. Bundy was intelligent and did well academically, though he was sometimes described as shy and less popular than his peers in his early school years. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied Chinese and later psychology. He was involved in politics, volunteering for Republican campaigns and working on political causes. He worked at a crisis hotline at a suicide prevention center in Seattle, where he met and befriended Ann Rule, who was also volunteering there. Rule would later become a famous true crime writer, and her book, The Stranger Beside Me, would detail her friendship with Bundy and her slow, horrifying realization that her friend was a serial killer. She would describe him as a good listener, someone who genuinely seemed to care about helping people in crisis, a testament to how convincing his mask was. Bundy appeared to be a young man with a bright future. He was studying law at the University of Utah, considering politics, and seemed to have the intelligence, charm, and ambition to succeed in whatever path he chose. Those who knew him described him as polite, well-spoken, and trustworthy. He had a long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, who wrote under the pseudonym Elizabeth Klopfer and seemed to be in a stable relationship. But beneath this promising exterior, something far darker was developing. During his college years, Bundy became involved in a relationship with a woman from a wealthy California family. Various sources refer to her by different names, including Stephanie Brooks and Diane Edwards. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and came from a privileged background. Psychological experts have theorized that this relationship and its eventual end may have served as a catalyst for his later crimes, though Bundy himself provided contradictory explanations for his violence. The woman broke up with Bundy reportedly because she felt he lacked direction and ambition. This rejection occurred in 1968, and some psychologists believe it was a significant blow to Bundy's ego and may have contributed to his later targeting of women who resembled her. Though the reality is that while relationships can be difficult and even traumatic, they don't transform someone into a serial killer. That darkness must already exist. After this relationship ended, Bundy appeared to transform himself. He became more confident, more socially successful. He re-enrolled in law school. He reconnected with his former girlfriend in California, and they briefly rekindled their relationship in 1973, by which point experts believe he had already begun killing, though this woman didn't know it. She would later say that he seemed more mature and focused, not realizing that his new confidence came partly from his secret life as a predator. Bundy's earliest documented murders occurred in 1974, though there is speculation he may have killed before this. Investigators have suspected him in the 1961 disappearance of 8-year-old Anne-Marie Burr from her home in Tacoma, though Bundy consistently denied this, and no evidence has ever conclusively linked him to that case. What is certain is that by 1974, Bundy had begun a murder spree that would span multiple states and claim at least 30 confirmed victims. He developed a method that became his trademark. He would approach young women in public places, often college campuses or parks, pretending to be injured or in need of help. He might wear a fake cast on his arm or leg, or use crutches and ask for assistance, carrying books or loading items into his Volkswagen Beetle. The cast or injury made him seem harmless, even vulnerable. Once the woman was near his vehicle and distracted, he would incapacitate her, sometimes by hitting her with a crowbar or tire iron that he had hidden, force her into the car, and drive to a remote location where he would assault and kill her. Bundy typically targeted young women with long, dark hair parted in the middle, a look similar to his former girlfriend from California. Psychological analysts have theorized that Bundy was symbolically murdering this woman over and over, though this remains speculation rather than confirmed fact, and Bundy himself gave different explanations at different times. Between 1974 and 1978, Bundy is confirmed to have killed at least 30 women across Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and Florida. He would later admit that he frequently returned to disposal sites, engaging in acts of necrophilia, a behavior documented in his confessions to investigators and consistent with his need for continued control over his victims even after death. What made Bundy particularly dangerous and successful was his appearance and demeanor. He didn't look like a killer, he looked like a law student, which he actually was at various points. He looked like someone's helpful neighbor. He looked like a nice young man who might genuinely need assistance with a broken leg or heavy books. He was articulate, educated, and charming. Women felt comfortable approaching him, helping him, trusting him, and that trust was fatal. Some of Bundy's victims from the Washington and Oregon period in 1974 included Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old psychology student who disappeared from her basement bedroom, leaving behind a blood-soaked pillow and nightgown. Donna Gail Manson, 19, vanished from the Evergreen State College campus. Susan Rancourt, 18, disappeared from Central Washington State College. Roberta Kathleen Parks, 20, was last seen at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, and Georgianne Hawkins, 18, also disappeared during this period. In July 1974, in one of Bundy's most brazen acts, he abducted 2 women, Janice Ott, 23, and Denise Nasland, 19, from Lake Sammamish State Park in broad daylight on the same afternoon, approaching them separately in front of witnesses and using the name Ted while asking for help with his sailboat. Bundy was arrested in Utah in August 1975 after a police officer stopped him for a traffic violation and found suspicious items in his car, including handcuffs, a crowbar, rope, and other items. This led to his identification as a suspect in several disappearances. He was eventually convicted of kidnapping in Utah and sentenced to 15 years in prison. But in 1977, while being held in Colorado to face murder charges there, Bundy engineered a dramatic escape by jumping out of a courthouse window during a court recess. He was recaptured several days later. Then, in December 1977, he escaped again, this time from his jail cell, and made his way to Florida. In Florida, on January 15, 1978, Bundy attacked the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee, committing what would be his most brutal and frenzied attack. He entered the sorority house around 3 a.m. and attacked 4 women in rapid succession. He killed Margaret Bowman, 21, and Lisa Levy, 20, and severely injured 2 other women who survived. The attack was savage and showed a loss of the control that had characterized his earlier crimes. 3 weeks later, on February 9, 1978, he abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her junior high school in Lake City, Florida. He was finally captured in Pensacola, Florida, on February 15, 1978, after a police officer recognized him from wanted posters and pulled him over for driving a stolen vehicle. In the car were credit cards belonging to women he'd attacked. His capture came not through brilliant detective work connecting his crimes, but through the luck of an observant officer recognizing him. The trials that followed became media sensations, partly because of Bundy's appearance and demeanor. He acted as his own attorney at times, displaying the intelligence and charm that had allowed him to kill for so long without being caught. He cross-examined witnesses, made legal arguments, and presented himself as a capable lawyer fighting against injustice. The courtroom proceedings were among the first to be televised nationally, and millions watched, fascinated as this handsome, articulate man defended himself against charges of brutal murder. Bundy even proposed to and married Carol Ann Boone, a former co-worker, during his trial, taking advantage of an obscure Florida law that considered a declaration of marriage in court before a judge to be legally binding. Boone would later give birth to a daughter conceived during conjugal visits that shouldn't have been allowed. This demonstrated Bundy's ability to manipulate and charm even while on trial for his life. On July 24, 1979, Bundy was convicted of the Chi Omega murders and sentenced to death. He was later convicted of murdering Kimberly Leach and received another death sentence. He would spend the next decade on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, confessed to murders, and continued to manipulate his image and control his narrative to the extent possible. As his execution date approached, Bundy began confessing to additional murders, providing details to investigators in a final attempt to delay his execution. He confessed to murders in Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, giving information that allowed some families to finally learn what had happened to their missing daughters. However, he remained vague or misleading about certain details, and some of his confessions couldn't be fully verified. Theodore Robert Bundy was executed in Florida's electric chair at Florida State Prison in Rayford on January 24, 1989, at 7:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He was 42 years old. His last words were reportedly directed at his attorney and a minister. "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." Outside the prison, hundreds of onlookers celebrated, some holding signs that read, "Burn Bundy Burn," and setting off fireworks when his death was announced. It was a macabre carnival atmosphere that reflected the intense public interest in and hatred of this killer who had seemed so normal, so trustworthy, so unlikely. The Bundy case represents a different form of hiding in plain sight than Rader or Gacy, where they maintained relatively ordinary appearances in their communities. Bundy was actively admired. He was good-looking, smart, and seemingly destined for success. He had worked at a suicide hotline, helping people in crisis. He had volunteered for political campaigns. He had attended law school. The gap between what he appeared to be and what he actually was created profound cognitive dissonance for everyone who knew him. Anne Rule, who had worked alongside him at the crisis hotline, struggled to reconcile the friendly, helpful young man she'd known with the brutal killer he was revealed to be. She would write about this struggle in The Stranger Beside Me, describing how long it took her to accept that her friend Ted was capable of such horrific crimes. She would eventually come to see him as a sadistic sociopath who took pleasure from another human's pain and the control he had over his victims to the point of death and even after. Bundy's former girlfriends including Elizabeth Kendall, described a charming, attentive partner who seemed incapable of violence. Yet Kendall also noted moments when something seemed off, times when Ted's mask slipped slightly, revealing brief glimpses of the predator beneath. She eventually reported him to police as a possible suspect, though her report was initially dismissed because Bundy seemed so unlikely as a killer. The Bundy case taught law enforcement valuable lessons about how intelligent, organized killers can evade capture by maintaining a convincing normal appearance. It also highlighted how physical attractiveness and charm can serve as powerful camouflage, making it harder for both potential victims and investigators to recognize danger. The case contributed to the development of FBI profiling techniques and improved interjurisdictional cooperation in investigating serial crimes. The victims of Ted Bundy deserve to be remembered as individuals with their own stories, not just as victims in a notorious killer's legacy. They were daughters, sisters, students, professionals, each with their own dreams and potential. Linda Ann Healy was a 21-year-old psychology major and radio announcer. Donna Gail Manson, 19, was studying environmental studies. Susan Rancourt, 18, was a biology major. Kathy Parks, 20, was studying at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, was living independently and working. Georgianne Hawkins, 18, was a popular student at the University of Washington. Denise Nasland, 19, worked as a computer programmer. Janice Ott, 23, worked as a probation caseworker helping troubled youth. These women had families, ambitions, futures that Bundy destroyed. In Utah and Colorado, victims included Nancy Wilcox, 16, Melissa Smith, 17, Laura Aim, 17, Debbie Kent, 17, Karen Campbell, 23, Julie Cunningham, 26, Denise Oliverson, 25, Lynette Culver, 12, and Susan Curtis, 15. In Florida, Margaret Bowman, 21, Lisa Levy, 20, and Kimberly Leach, 12, lost their lives. Each of these women and girls deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them, and their memory deserves to be honored. Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He would become known as the Green River Killer and would eventually plead guilty to 49 murders, making him one of the most prolific, confirmed serial killers in United States history. Ridgway claimed the number was higher, somewhere between 65 and 80 victims, though the actual count remains unverified and investigators believe his higher estimates may be exaggerated. What makes Ridgway's case particularly relevant to our discussion is how utterly ordinary he was, how completely he blended into normal working-class life while committing horrific crimes for over 2 decades. Ridgway grew up in what became SeaTac, Washington, near Seattle. His childhood was marked by dysfunction and difficulty. His mother was reportedly domineering and had a volatile relationship with young Gary. He struggled in school, with an IQ measured around 82, placing him in the dull normal range of intelligence. He had difficulty with reading and often felt inadequate compared to his peers. He wet the bed until his teens, which his mother reportedly humiliated him about, making him wash his own sheets, and sometimes punishing him publicly. He graduated from high school with poor grades. He enlisted in the Navy in the late 1960s and served during the Vietnam War period, though he saw no combat. After his military service, Ridgway returned to Washington and began working for the Kenworth Truck Company as a painter in the truck factory. He would hold this job for over 30 years, from 1969 until his arrest in 2001, becoming a long-term, reliable employee. Co-workers described him as quiet, somewhat slow, but dependable. He showed up on time, did his job, and didn't cause trouble. In other words, he was forgettable. Exactly the kind of person who could commit murder without drawing suspicion. Ridgway was married 3 times during his killing years. His first marriage to Claudia Barrows lasted from 1970 to 1972. His second marriage to Marcia Brown lasted from 1973 to 1981. His wives knew him as a man with a strong sex drive and some unusual habits, but nothing that clearly suggested he was a murderer. His second wife, Marcia, would later describe finding unusual items in their home, women's jewelry and clothing that didn't belong to her, but she'd convinced herself there must be innocent explanations. His third wife, Judith Mawson, whom he married in 1988, claimed she had no suspicions until his arrest. Judith would later write a book about her experience, describing a man who seemed devoted to her, who read the Bible with her, who appeared to be a normal husband. She stated that she didn't watch the news and wasn't aware of the Green River Killer case, despite living in the area where it was occurring. When Ridgway was arrested in 2001, Judith was completely shocked, unable to reconcile the man she'd lived with for over a decade with the serial killer he actually was. Ridgway attended church regularly and read the Bible frequently. He would later admit that his religious practices were part of his attempt to control his urges to kill, though they were unsuccessful. He also admitted that he sometimes cried after killing because he knew what he was doing was wrong, yet he couldn't stop himself. This admission, however, should be viewed skeptically. Many serial killers claim remorse or lack of control when it serves their interests. Ridgway targeted sex workers and vulnerable young women, many of them runaways or those struggling with addiction. He would pick them up along the Pacific Highway South, also known as the SeaTac Strip, an area known for prostitution near the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Ridgway claimed that he targeted sex workers because, in his words, he both desired and despised them. He stated that he knew they would be easy victims because they got into cars with strangers. They might not be immediately reported missing, and their cases might not be investigated as vigorously as other missing persons. Experts note, this explanation is self-serving and designed to make his crimes seem calculated rather than revealing any genuine emotional complexity. His method was brutally simple and consistent. He would pick up women, often engaging their services as a prostitute, take them to secluded areas, sometimes his home, his truck, or wooded locations, and kill them, usually through strangulation. He preferred to use his hands or a ligature, maintaining physical contact and control throughout the murder. After killing them, he would dispose of their bodies in wooded areas around King County, often in clusters, returning later to have sex with the decomposing remains. The desecration of his victims' bodies revealed the depth of his depravity and his need for control that extended even beyond death. The first victims attributed to the Green River Killer were found in 1982. Between July and August of that year, 5 bodies were discovered in or near the Green River in King County, Washington, giving the killer his nickname. The bodies of Wendy Lee Caulfield, 16, Deborah Lynn Bonner, 23, Marsha Faye Chapman, 31, Opal Charmaine Mills, 16, and Cynthia Jean Hines, 17, were all found in the river or on its banks during this period. Over the next several years, more bodies were discovered in wooded areas around Seattle, and the body count continued to rise. Clusters of remains were found in areas like Star Lake, the SeaTac Airport vicinity, and along Highway 18 and Interstate 90. The pattern suggested a single killer who was very familiar with the area and was methodically disposing of bodies in locations where they would be found eventually, but not immediately. The Green River Task Force was established in 1984 to investigate the killings. At its peak, it was one of the largest serial killer investigations in American history, with dozens of detectives working full-time on the case. They interviewed thousands of suspects, including Gary Ridgway. Ridgway first came to police attention in 1982 when he was stopped by police while he was in his truck with a sex worker. This was noted but didn't lead to arrest. In 1983, the boyfriend of victim Marie Malvar followed a truck he believed had picked her up to a house in Des Moines, Washington, Ridgway's house. Police questioned Ridgway, but he denied involvement. In 1984, investigators gave Ridgway a polygraph test regarding the murders. He passed the test, and investigators moved on to other suspects. This false negative on the polygraph test would prove to be a critical error that allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. In 1987, investigators collected a saliva sample from Ridgway as part of their investigation, but DNA technology at the time wasn't advanced enough to make use of it effectively. The sample sat in evidence for years while Ridgway continued to kill. Ridgway's killing slowed significantly after he married his third wife, Judith, in 1988. He would later claim that he truly loved Judith and that his marriage to her reduced his violent urges. Of his 49 confirmed victims, only 3 were killed after his marriage to Judith. Whether this was due to emotional factors, increased difficulty in hiding his activities from a spouse, or simply the natural progression of his aging and declining drive, remains unclear. By the late 1990s, the Green River killings had apparently stopped. The task force was reduced in size. The case went cold. But advances in DNA technology would eventually break it open. In 2001, Detective Dave Reichert, who had been involved in the Green River case since the beginning and had risen to become Sheriff of King County, ordered a review of old evidence using new DNA techniques. They tested the saliva sample taken from Ridgway in 1987 against DNA collected from 4 of the earliest Green River killer victims: Opal Mills, Marsha Chapman, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Christensen. The DNA was a match. On November 30th, 2001, Gary Ridgway was arrested at his workplace at Kenworth Truck Company, where he'd worked for over 30 years. Co-workers were shocked. This quiet, unremarkable man they'd worked alongside for decades was the Green River killer? It seemed impossible. Ridgway had always been so normal, so ordinary, so forgettable. During interrogation, faced with overwhelming DNA evidence, Ridgway began to confess. Over several months of interviews with investigators, he would eventually provide detailed information about 48 murders. In exchange for avoiding the death penalty, Ridgway agreed to plead guilty to all murders for which he could provide verifiable information and to help investigators locate remaining victims and bring closure to families. The confession tapes are chilling in their matter-of-fact tone. Ridgway spoke about his victims as though they were objects. He said things like, "I killed so many women, I have a hard time keeping them straight," and admitted he didn't even know most of their names. He said, "Most of the time, I killed them the first time I met them." and I do not have a good memory for their faces. He explained his targeting of sex workers by saying, "I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught." On December 18th, 2003, Gary Ridgway was sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. In 2011, he pleaded guilty to a 49th murder after remains were identified as belonging to Rebecca Marrero, whom he'd killed in 1982. He received another life sentence. Recent developments in the case have continued to bring closure to families. In December 2023, authorities confirmed that remains found in 1985 and known as Bones 17 belonged to 15-year-old Lori Ann Razpotnik, who had run away from home in 1982. In January 2024, authorities confirmed that the last remaining unidentified set of remains linked to Ridgway belonged to 16-year-old Tammy Lyles, whose partial remains had been identified as early as 1988, but whose full identification took decades. In March 2025, court documents revealed that Ridgway was briefly transferred from Washington State Penitentiary to King County Jail in September 2024 to assist investigators in locating additional remains. Authorities have not disclosed whether this effort was successful, stating only that involved cases remain open. Ridgway currently resides at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, where he will remain for the rest of his life. He is now 76 years old and in failing health. The Ridgway case illustrates how a killer who is completely unremarkable, even somewhat slow and unimpressive, can successfully evade capture for decades. Ridgway wasn't charming like Bundy. He wasn't active in his community like Gacy or Rader. He was simply ordinary to the point of being forgettable. He went to work, came home, lived a quiet life. And that ordinariness was itself a form of camouflage that allowed him to kill at least 49 women over 2 decades. His wives struggled with profound questions after his arrest. Judith Ridgway described the cognitive dissonance of reconciling the man she'd shared her life with, the man she'd trusted, slept beside, read the Bible with, and the Green River Killer. She described how he would sometimes leave early for work, ostensibly for overtime pay, but now she wonders if those were the mornings he was killing. The betrayal and horror of such realizations are difficult to comprehend. The victims of Gary Ridgway were women whose lives had value, who deserved safety and dignity. Many were struggling with addiction or poverty, engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders all the more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and deserved help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield was 16 years old, a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Giselle Lovvorn was 19. Deborah Bonner was 23. Marsha Chapman was 31 and a mother. These women had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who never stopped looking for them. Many of Ridgway's victims were teenagers. Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17, Terry Milligan, 16, Alma Smith, 18, Dolores Williams, 17, Gail Matthews, 23. They were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. Tammy Lyles, whose remains were the last to be identified, was 16 years old when Ridgway killed her. Lori Ann Razpotnik was just 15. These were children who needed protection, who instead encountered a predator. The full list of Ridgway's confirmed victims represents a staggering loss of life, each person an individual with their own story. Wendy Lee Caulfield, Giselle Lovvorn, Deborah Lynn Bonner, Marsha Faye Chapman, Opal Charmaine Mills, Cynthia Jean Hines, Terry Renee Milligan, Mary Bridget Meehan, Deborah Estes, Linda Jane Rule, Denise Darcel Bush, Shonda Leah Summers, Shirley Marie Sherrill, Rebecca Marrero, Colleen Renee Brockman, Alma Ann Smith, Dolores Laverne Williams, Gail Lynn Matthews, Andrea M. Childers, Sandra K. Gabbett, Kimmy Kai Pitsaw, Marie M. Malvar, Carol Ann Christensen, Martina Teresa Ortherly, Cheryl Lee Wims, Yvonne Antosh, Carrie Ann Royce, Constance Elizabeth Nayon, Kelly Marie Ware, Tina Marie Thompson, April Dawn Buttram, Debbie Mae Abernathy, Tracy Ann Winston, Maureen Sue Feeney, Mary Sue Bello, Pammy Annette Avant, Delise Louise Plager, Kimberly L. Nelson, Lisa Yates, Mary Exeter West, Cindy Ann Smith, Patricia Michelle Barksack, Roberta Joseph Hayes, Marta Reeves, Patricia Ann Yellow Robe, Tammy Lyles, Laurie Ann Raspotnik, and 2 victims who remain unidentified. Each of these women's lives mattered. They were daughters, sisters, some were mothers. Their humanity must be remembered. Israel Keyes, the methodical predator. If the previous cases represent killers who maintained normal appearances in specific communities, Israel Keyes represents something even more chilling. A killer who meticulously planned to be nearly impossible to catch, who had no consistent victim type, no geographic focus, no discernible pattern. Keyes was perhaps the most methodical and calculating serial killer of the modern era, and he successfully hid in plain sight by ensuring that no one could connect his crimes to him or to each other. Israel Keyes was born on January 7, 1978, in Richmond, Utah. Some sources say Cove, Utah, the second of 10 children born to Heidi Hackinson and John Jeffrey Keyes. His family moved frequently during his childhood, living in various locations before eventually settling in the isolated area of Colville, Washington, in a remote cabin with no electricity or running water. The family was deeply religious, adhering to fundamentalist Christian beliefs associated with the Christian identity movement, and the children were homeschooled in isolation from mainstream society. As a teenager, Keyes exhibited disturbing behavior that should have been warning signs. He was known to be cruel to animals, killing and torturing creatures he found in the woods. He broke into neighbors' homes, stealing items, and sometimes vandalizing property. But these behaviors didn't result in serious legal consequences or intervention that might have prevented his later crimes. By his late teens, Keyes had rejected his family's religious beliefs and declared himself an atheist, causing a significant rift with his family. This rejection of their ideology seemed to remove what little moral framework he might have had. In July 1998, at age 20, Keyes enlisted in the United States Army. He served from 1998 to 2001, including time stationed in Egypt and at Fort Lewis in Washington state. His military service was unremarkable. He achieved the rank of specialist and received an honorable discharge. Nothing about his military record suggested the darkness that lay beneath. His service gave him training, discipline, and experience that he would later apply to his crimes. After leaving the military, Keyes moved around the United States before eventually settling in Alaska in 2007. He had a daughter with a girlfriend, and by all accounts, he was a devoted father who loved his child deeply. This genuine love for his daughter seems to have been one of the few authentic emotions Keyes experienced, and he would later express concern about how his crimes would affect her. Keyes worked as a handyman and contractor, eventually starting his own business, Keyes Construction, in Alaska. He was reliable, skilled, and professional. Clients trusted him with keys to their homes, with access to their properties while they were away, with intimate details of their lives and security systems. He seemed like exactly the kind of honest, hard-working contractor everyone hopes to find. But during this same period, Israel Keyes was committing murders, bank robberies, arsons, burglaries, and other crimes across the United States, and he was doing so in a way specifically designed to prevent law enforcement from ever connecting the dots or identifying him as the perpetrator. Keyes had studied other serial killers extensively. He read about famous cases, understood how they'd been caught, and learned from their mistakes. He understood the methods law enforcement used to track and profile serial offenders, and he structured his crimes specifically to defeat those methods. Most serial killers have patterns that eventually lead to their capture. They target a specific type of victim. They operate in a specific geographic area. They use consistent methods. These patterns allow investigators to identify connections between crimes and eventually track down the perpetrator through geographical profiling, victim pattern analysis, and other investigative techniques. Keyes deliberately avoided all patterns. He had no consistent victim type. He killed both men and women of various ages and backgrounds. He didn't operate in any specific geographic region. He traveled thousands of miles between crimes, flying to different parts of the country to commit murders far from where he lived. He used different methods for different murders. He was specifically trying to be unprofilable, untrackable, impossible to catch through traditional investigative methods. His planning was meticulous and demonstrated extremely long-term thinking. Years before committing murders, Keyes would travel to different parts of the country and bury kill kits in remote locations. These kits contained weapons, tools, restraints, cash, and other items he might need to commit crimes. He would carefully document the locations and later retrieve the kits when he was ready to kill. This meant he could fly to a region where he had a kill kit buried, rent a car using cash and possibly fake identification, drive to a random location, select a victim he'd never seen before, commit the crime using tools that couldn't be traced to him, and then disappear back to Alaska. The crime would appear to be a local murder, with no connection to anyone outside the immediate area. Keyes funded these activities through bank robberies, which he committed with the same calculated approach, traveling far from home, targeting small banks with poor security, taking enough money to fund his activities, but not enough to trigger major federal investigations. Investigators believe Keyes killed at least 8 people, though he hinted at more, and the actual number remains unknown. His confirmed victims include Bill and Lorraine Currier of Vermont, whom he murdered in June 2011, and Samantha Koenig of Alaska, whom he abducted and killed in February 2012. The Currier murder demonstrates Keyes' methodology perfectly. In 2009, 2 years before the murder, Keyes traveled to Vermont and buried a kill kit in the woods near Essex. In June 2011, he flew to Chicago, rented a car, and drove to Vermont. He retrieved his kill kit, which contained a gun and other tools. He then spent time scouting the area and identified the Currier's home. On the night of June 8, 2011, he broke into their home, tied up Bill Currier, age 50, and Lorraine Currier, age 55, forced them into their own vehicle, and drove them to an abandoned farmhouse he'd scouted in advance. There, he shot Bill, sexually assaulted and strangled Lorraine, and then dismembered their bodies, disposing of the remains in different locations where they have never been found. Keyes then drove back to Chicago, returned his rental car, flew home to Alaska, and resumed his normal life. To investigators in Vermont, this appeared to be a local crime with no obvious suspect. Keyes was a devoted father to his young daughter. His girlfriend and her family had no idea about his crimes. His clients in Alaska trusted him completely, hired him for jobs, recommended him to friends. He maintained his contracting business successfully while secretly flying around the country to commit murders. He was hiding in plain sight by being extremely ordinary in his local community while committing horrors far away where no one would connect them to him. But Keyes made a critical error with his final victim. On February 1st, 2012, he impulsively abducted 18-year-old Samantha Koenig from the Common Grounds espresso stand where she worked in Anchorage. This was highly unusual for Keyes. He typically traveled far from home to commit crimes and planned them meticulously rather than acting impulsively. But on this night, he kidnapped Samantha, took her to his house, where he sexually assaulted and killed her, and then left her body in a shed on his property while he went on a pre-planned 2-week cruise with his daughter and girlfriend. After returning from the cruise, Keyes retrieved Samantha's body, which had been frozen by Alaska's winter temperatures. In a particularly disturbing act, he applied makeup to her face and sewed her eyes open with fishing line to make her appear alive, then took a photograph of her holding a recent newspaper. He sent this photo to her family along with a ransom demand, hoping to make them believe she was still alive and being held for ransom. He then dismembered her body and disposed of it in Matanuska Lake, north of Anchorage. Keyes began withdrawing money from Samantha's stolen bank account as he traveled through the southwestern United States. This left a digital trail. ATM cameras captured images of his rental car in various locations, and police were able to track his movements. On March 13, 2012, Texas Highway Patrol Corporal Brian Henry pulled over Keyes in the parking lot of the Cotton Patch Cafe in Lufkin, Texas. A search of his vehicle revealed evidence linking him to Samantha's abduction, including her debit card. During interrogation, Keyes was cooperative but calculated in what he revealed. He confessed to the Koenig and Currier murders in detail, providing information that allowed investigators to verify his involvement. But he remained vague about other crimes, hinting at additional victims but not providing specific details. He seemed to enjoy controlling the flow of information, keeping investigators guessing about the full extent of his crimes. Keyes expressed genuine concern about his daughter, stating he didn't want her to grow up knowing about his crimes or suffering because of his actions. He said, "I want my kid to have a chance to grow up. You know, she's in a safe place now. She's not going to see any of this. I want her to have a chance to grow up and not have all this hanging over her head." This concern for his daughter appears to have been authentic, one of the few genuine emotions investigators observed in him. On December 2nd, 2012, while being held in the Anchorage Correctional Complex awaiting trial, Israel Keyes committed suicide. Despite being on suicide watch, he managed to use a razor blade to cut his wrist and then strangled himself with a bedsheet. He left behind a 4-page suicide note written in verse that reflected on his crimes and American society, but provided no specific information about other victims. His death brought an abrupt end to the case and left many questions unanswered about the full extent of his killing spree. Keyes' death left law enforcement with more questions than answers. How many people did he actually kill? Where are the other victims? What other crimes did he commit? Investigators continue to work on cases that might be connected to Keyes, but without his cooperation, many of these cases may remain unsolved. The Keyes case represents a new kind of challenge for law enforcement. He wasn't a killer who could be caught through traditional profiling or pattern recognition because he specifically structured his crimes to avoid patterns. He deliberately traveled thousands of miles between crimes, selected random victims, used buried weapons that couldn't be traced, and maintained a completely normal life in his home community. He hid in plain sight, not by being a beloved community figure or a church leader, but by being so methodical and calculated that his crimes couldn't be connected to him. For the people who knew Keyes, his girlfriend, his daughter, his clients, his neighbors, the revelation of his crimes was devastating. He'd seemed like a good father, a skilled worker, a quiet but friendly member of the community. The gap between who he appeared to be and what he actually was represents one of the most extreme examples of successful deception. The confirmed victims of Israel Keyes: Bill Currier, age 50, an engineer; Lorraine Currier, age 55, a registered nurse; and Samantha Koenig, age 18, a young woman just starting her adult life, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill and Lorraine were a couple who'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their disappearance was initially treated as a possible voluntary departure, and it took years before their case was connected to Keyes. Samantha Koenig was working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. Her abduction and murder galvanized the community and led to intense media coverage that ultimately contributed to Keyes' capture. There are likely other families who don't know that their missing loved ones were victims of Israel Keyes. He hinted at murders in various states, mentioned burying victims in remote locations, and suggested his kill count was higher than the confirmed cases. Some families may never get answers or closure. Keyes' ability to hide his crimes through methodical planning and geographic dispersal represents a nightmare scenario for law enforcement. A killer who specifically studies how to avoid detection and implements those strategies with military precision and complete lack of remorse. The science behind the mask. Understanding how these killers successfully hid in plain sight requires examining the intersection of psychology, neuroscience, and social dynamics. Researchers have made significant progress in understanding the mechanisms that allow such extreme deception. From a neurological perspective, studies using brain imaging technology have revealed differences in the brains of individuals with psychopathic traits compared to normal populations. The amygdala, which processes emotions like fear and empathy, often shows reduced activity in individuals with psychopathic personality disorder. The prefrontal cortex, which governs impulse control, decision-making, and planning, may show unusual patterns of activation. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex, associated with moral reasoning and emotional regulation, may function differently. Research published in journals like the Archives of General Psychiatry has shown that psychopathic individuals may process emotional information differently at a neural level. When shown images designed to elicit empathic responses, such as people in pain, their brains don't show the same activation patterns as non-psychopathic individuals. This suggests that their lack of empathy isn't just a choice or character flaw, but may have a biological component. However, experts emphasize that brain differences don't excuse behavior or remove responsibility. Many people with neurological variations never commit crimes. The brain differences may create predispositions or make certain behaviors easier, but choices and actions remain the individual's responsibility. Furthermore, not all violent criminals show these brain differences, and not all people with these brain differences become violent. From a psychological standpoint, the concept of compartmentalization is central to understanding how killers maintain their facades. Compartmentalization is a defense mechanism where contradictory thoughts, feelings, or activities are kept separate to avoid psychological discomfort. Clinical psychologists note that everyone uses compartmentalization to some degree. We might keep work stress separate from family time, for instance. But for serial killers like Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keyes, compartmentalization becomes extreme. Forensic psychologists describe this as creating entirely separate psychological spaces for their murderous activities and their normal lives. Dennis Rader called this cubing, his own terminology for maintaining separate compartments for church Dennis, work Dennis, family Dennis, and killer Dennis. Some research has suggested this extreme compartmentalization may be related to dissociation, a psychological process where aspects of identity, memory, or consciousness become disconnected. However, forensic psychologists emphasize that serial killers are generally not experiencing true dissociative disorders like dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder. They're consciously choosing to engage in violence and consciously working to hide it. The compartmentalization is a tool they use, not a mental illness that excuses their behavior. The social psychological aspect is equally important in understanding how these killers succeed. Research in social cognition has shown that we use mental shortcuts called heuristics to make quick judgments about people. Does someone dress appropriately? Do they have a job? Do they participate in community activities? Do they smile and make eye contact? These heuristics usually serve us well, allowing us to navigate social situations efficiently without conducting background checks on everyone we meet. But skilled manipulators can exploit these heuristics by presenting the right surface indicators, appropriate dress, stable employment, community involvement, friendly demeanor. They trigger our mental shortcuts that categorize them as safe and trustworthy. This is why Rader's position as a church president, Gacy's work as a clown, and Bundy's law student status were such effective cover. These roles come with built-in assumptions of trustworthiness. Research has also identified the fundamental attribution error, our tendency to attribute others' behavior to their character while attributing our own behavior to circumstances. When we see someone being helpful or kind, we tend to think, that's a good person, rather than, that person is behaving helpfully in this moment. This makes it difficult for us to believe that someone who consistently acts friendly could be capable of violence. The just world hypothesis, our desire to believe the world is fair and orderly, also plays a role. We want to believe that bad things happen to people who somehow deserve them, and that good things happen to good people. This makes it psychologically difficult to accept that your neighbor, who helps with yard work and attends church, could be a murderer. Our brains resist information that contradicts our need for an orderly, predictable world. Research in social psychology has also shown that authority and social roles create additional cover for predators. Studies like the famous Stanford Prison Experiment and Milgram obedience experiments demonstrated how powerfully social roles can influence behavior and perception. When someone is in a position of authority or respect, a church leader, a businessman, a volunteer, we're less likely to question their behavior or motives, even when warning signs are present. The phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort we experience when confronted with contradictory information, helps explain why people close to these killers often struggled to accept the truth, even when evidence mounted. The contradiction between "my neighbor is a friendly person" and "my neighbor is a serial killer" creates such intense psychological discomfort that people's brains may resist accepting the new information, instead finding ways to explain it away or minimize it. Research into criminal profiling has evolved significantly in response to cases like these. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, established in the 1970s, pioneered the use of psychological profiling to investigate serial crimes. Early profiling divided killers into organized and disorganized types, with organized killers being those who plan carefully, maintain control, and often lead normal-appearing lives, like the killers we've discussed. Modern profiling recognizes greater complexity and diversity in how serial offenders operate. Research published in journals like the Journal of Forensic Sciences has refined our understanding of different offender types, motivational structures, and behavioral patterns. Investigators now recognize that there's no single serial killer type, and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns, as Israel Keyes did. Forensic psychology has also advanced in understanding the motivation structures of serial killers. While popular culture often focuses on sexual motivations, research suggests that power, control, and domination are more central to many serial killers' psychology than sexual gratification per se. The sexual component, when present, is often more about exerting power than about desire or pleasure. The FBI's creation of the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, in 1985 was a direct response to cases of killers who operated across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keyes earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. Advances in forensic science have dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology has been revolutionary. Gary Ridgway was caught because DNA techniques that didn't exist when he first came under suspicion in the 1980s were able to match his DNA to evidence from victims in 2001. Similarly, DNA evidence has been used to solve cold cases and connect crimes that seemed unrelated. Digital forensics has become equally important. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk led investigators to him. Modern killers leave digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, ATM cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. However, significant challenges remain in detecting and stopping serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight. The balance between civil liberties and public safety is delicate. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. Resource limitations affect investigation quality. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be, The need for better communication and cooperation between jurisdictions remains crucial. Israel Keys specifically exploited the fact that law enforcement agencies in different states often don't communicate effectively about crimes. Breaking down these barriers, sharing information more readily, and looking for connections across geographic boundaries are essential for catching mobile offenders. Understanding these scientific and social mechanisms isn't just academically interesting, it has practical implications for public safety, investigation techniques, and community awareness. The more we understand about how these killers operate and how they successfully deceive others, the better equipped we are to recognize warning signs and prevent future tragedies. The impact on communities and families. The revelation that a serial killer has been living among them has profound and lasting effects on communities and families that extend far beyond the immediate circle of victims. The psychological trauma ripples outward, touching everyone who had contact with the killer or who lives in the affected community. For family members of the killers themselves, the discovery creates a unique and devastating form of trauma. They must simultaneously grieve the loss of the person they thought they knew while grappling with the horror of who that person actually was. Dennis Rader's wife Paula and their children Kerry and Brian had to face an impossible reality. The husband and father they'd known for decades was BTK. Paula immediately filed for an emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. But the legal dissolution of marriage couldn't erase 34 years of shared life or the questions that haunted her. Had she missed signs? Could she have done something? How could the man who'd been her partner, who'd raised their children, who'd shared her bed, be capable of such horrors? Their daughter, Kerry Rawson, has been the most public of Rader's family members in addressing the trauma. In her 2019 book, A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming. And in the 2025 Netflix documentary, My Father, the BTK Killer, she shared her journey of trying to reconcile the father she remembered, who attended her school events, who taught her to drive, who walked her down the aisle at her wedding with the serial killer he actually was. Kerry described the moment of his arrest. She was at work when FBI agents came to tell her that her father had been arrested for the BTK murders. Her first reaction was disbelief, then anger, then a profound sense of betrayal. She wrote about the agonizing process of going through childhood memories, analyzing every moment for signs she'd missed. She described the guilt she felt, wondering if she could have somehow stopped him if she'd been more perceptive. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from prison, he showed a disturbing mix of apparent fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl I raised right," and referred to his crimes as the dark side that took me away, as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry eventually stopped responding to most of his letters, recognizing that his apparent emotions were more about his own needs than genuine concern for her well-being. The Rader children have largely stayed out of public life, attempting to build identities separate from their father's crimes, but the name Rader is forever associated with BTK in Wichita and beyond, making anonymity difficult. John Wayne Gacy's family experienced similar trauma. His ex-wife, Carol Hoff, discovered that the man she'd been married to, the man who'd been stepfather to her daughters, had been murdering young men and burying them under the house where her family had lived. She expressed profound relief that her daughters hadn't been harmed, but struggled with questions about how she'd missed the signs. She'd noticed strange smells, unusual behavior, evidence that something was wrong, but she'd never imagined murder. Gacy's mother and sister also struggled to reconcile the family member they'd known with the killer revealed in court. His mother maintained until her death that she believed there was some mistake, that the John she knew couldn't have done these things. This denial, while psychologically understandable, prevented her from fully accepting reality. Ted Bundy's long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, wrote about her experience in The Phantom Prince, My Life with Ted Bundy. She described the slow, horrifying realization that the man she loved, the man she'd considered marrying, might be responsible for the murders she'd been reading about in the newspapers. She'd even reported him to police at one point, but his charm and the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone so seemingly normal had made her doubt her own instincts. After his execution, she expressed relief that he could never hurt anyone again, but also grief for the person she'd thought he was. Bundy's ex-wife, Carol Ann Boone, whom he married during his trial, maintained his innocence for years, even after his conviction. She divorced him in 1986, several years before his execution, after finally accepting that he was guilty. She and their daughter subsequently disappeared from public life, presumably to escape the association with his crimes. For Gary Ridgway's third wife, Judith Mawson, the revelation came completely out of nowhere. She'd been married to him for over a decade and later wrote that she had no suspicions whatsoever. In her book, Green River, Running Red, she described her shock and horror at his arrest. She'd known Gary as a devoted husband who read the Bible with her, who seemed to care deeply about their relationship. The discovery that he was the Green River Killer shattered her understanding of reality. Judith described analyzing every moment of their marriage, looking for clues she'd missed. She realized that his sometimes early departures for work, which he'd explained as overtime, might have been when he was killing. She remembered times when he'd come home late or seemed distracted, behaviors she'd attributed to work stress, but which now took on sinister new meanings. Israel Keyes's girlfriend faced unique trauma. Not only had the father of her child been a serial killer, but their daughter was young enough that she would grow up with this knowledge. How do you explain to a child that their father, who by all accounts loved them genuinely, was also a methodical murderer? How do you help them process that duality? Keyes's girlfriend has remained completely out of public view, presumably to protect their daughter's privacy and give her a chance at a normal life. The broader communities affected by these killers also struggled profoundly. Wichita, Kansas, lived under the shadow of BTK for 30 years. Every unsolved murder, every unexplained death was potentially connected to BTK. Parents warned children to be careful. Women lived in fear. The community was traumatized by the unknown killer in their midst. When Dennis Rader was revealed as BTK, the response was complex. There was relief that the killer had been caught and would face justice. But there was also a disturbing realization. The killer hadn't been some mysterious figure operating from shadows. He'd been right there all along, writing parking tickets, measuring grass, sitting in church pews, volunteering with Boy Scouts. The predator had been hiding in plain sight in a way that made everyone question their judgment and their safety. The Norwood Park neighborhood in Chicago, where John Wayne Gacy lived, was traumatized by the discovery of 29 bodies buried under his house. The excavation became a media spectacle, with news crews broadcasting images of investigators removing remains. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to process how such horror had existed right next door to them. Many neighbors reported feeling guilt. They'd socialized with Gacy, attended his parties, sent their children to events where he performed as Pogo the Clown. Some had noticed strange smells or odd behaviors but hadn't thought to report them. The question, "How could I not have known?" haunted many residents for years. For families of Gacy's victims, the trial was particularly traumatic. They had to sit through detailed descriptions of how their loved ones had died, presented in a courtroom setting that felt clinical and detached. They had to watch Gacy, who showed no genuine remorse and even seemed to enjoy the attention. The legal process, while necessary for justice, felt like it gave the killer exactly what he wanted: notoriety and an audience. Many of Gacy's victims had been dismissed by authorities as runaways before their connection to Gacy was discovered. Their families had reported them missing, but the cases hadn't been investigated as vigorously as they might have been if the victims had come from different backgrounds. This added another layer of pain, the feeling that society hadn't valued their loved ones' lives enough to search for them properly. The families of Ted Bundy's victims dealt with unique challenges because of Bundy's celebrity status. The trials were televised, making the proceedings public entertainment. Bundy's good looks and charm meant that some people, shockingly, became fans, writing to him in prison, attending his trials to support him. This Bundy groupies phenomenon was deeply disturbing to victims' families who had to watch people romanticize the man who'd killed their daughters and sisters. For Gary Ridgway's victims' families, many dealt with the additional pain of societal stigma. Because many of Ridgway's victims were sex workers or women struggling with addiction, some people, including some law enforcement officers, didn't prioritize their cases as they should have. Families reported feeling that their loved ones weren't considered worthy victims, that their cases were treated as less important. This added to their grief and rage. The identification of victims decades after their deaths brought closure to some families, but also reopened old wounds. When remains found in 1985 were finally identified in 2023 as Lori Ann Razpotnik, her family finally knew what had happened to her, but they also had to grieve all over again, confronting the reality of how she died after decades of not knowing. For Israel Keys's victims' families, the fact that he committed suicide before revealing the full extent of his crimes left them with painful questions that may never be answered. Bill and Lorraine Currier's family had to grapple with the fact that their bodies were never found, denying them even the closure of proper burial. Keys hinted at other victims but never provided enough information for investigators to identify them or locate remains. Victims' families often describe feeling that they're expected to move on, to find closure, to heal, but that's not always possible. The loss of a loved one to murder is traumatic enough, but when that murder was committed by someone who was hiding in plain sight, someone who seemed normal and trustworthy, it adds another layer of psychological complexity that makes healing even more difficult. Some families have channeled their trauma into advocacy. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state-level victims' rights groups have been founded or supported by families of murder victims. These organizations work to improve how missing persons cases are investigated, push for changes in how law enforcement handles serial crime investigations, advocate for victims' rights in the legal system, and provide support for other families going through similar traumas. But not all families can find purpose in their pain. For some, the trauma is simply overwhelming, the loss too great to build anything from. They cope as best they can, day by day, carrying grief that will never fully heal. There's no right way to respond to such trauma, and families shouldn't be judged for how they handle an impossible situation. Therapists who work with families of serial killer victims describe unique challenges in these cases. The randomness of victimization, the fact that these people were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, makes it harder to find meaning or explanation. There's no reason that can make sense of why this happened. The discovery that the killer was someone who seemed normal, who was hiding in plain sight, undermines basic assumptions about safety and security that therapy often relies on to help trauma survivors rebuild their lives. If you can't trust your ability to identify dangerous people, how do you feel safe in the world? This is a question that many survivors and family members struggle with for years or even the rest of their lives. Communities do eventually recover, though they're changed by the experience. Wichita moved forward after BTK's capture, though the city will always be associated with Dennis Rader. The northwest Chicago suburbs healed after Gacy's execution, though the neighborhood where he lived carries that history. The Seattle area has processed the Green River Killer case, though families are still finding answers decades later. But these places and these families carry scars. The names Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keyes remain burned into collective memories as reminders that predators can wear friendly faces, live in normal houses, and participate in community life while secretly destroying lives. Lessons and modern detection. The cases we've examined force us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and social dynamics, but they also provide insights that experts believe can help prevent future tragedies. Law enforcement, psychology, and forensic science have all evolved in response to these killers, developing better tools for detection and investigation. Perhaps the most important lesson is that surface appearances are fundamentally unreliable indicators of danger. Community involvement, religious devotion, professional success, charm, intelligence, physical attractiveness, none of these protect against predatory behavior. In fact, research suggests that sophisticated predators deliberately cultivate these traits precisely because they know we use them as mental shortcuts for assessing trustworthiness. This means we need to be more willing to question surface impressions and take seriously warning signs even when they come from seemingly unlikely sources. When sex workers reported violence by Gary Ridgway in the 1980s, some investigators dismissed their reports as less credible because of the victim's profession. This bias, the assumption that reports from marginalized people are less trustworthy, allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. Better training in recognizing and setting aside social biases is crucial for law enforcement. The importance of believing victims and taking all reports seriously cannot be overstated. Many serial killers have early victims who reported assaults or suspicious behavior, but these reports were dismissed or not investigated thoroughly. In Gacy's case, young men reported being attacked or threatened by him, but often these reports weren't taken seriously because of the victims' backgrounds or because Gacy seemed like an upstanding citizen. If even one of these reports had been investigated more thoroughly and believed, how many lives might have been saved? Modern forensic science has dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology was crucial in finally catching Gary Ridgway after nearly 2 decades. The saliva sample collected from him in 1987 couldn't be effectively analyzed with the technology available at the time, but when new DNA testing methods were developed and applied in 2001, The evidence conclusively linked him to multiple victims. DNA databases like CODIS, Combined DNA Index System, allow investigators to compare DNA evidence from crime scenes to samples from convicted offenders and arrestees. This has solved countless cold cases and linked crimes that seemed unrelated. The technology continues to advance, with forensic genealogy using consumer DNA databases to identify suspects through family connections, becoming a powerful new tool. Digital forensics has become equally important in modern investigations. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk he sent to media led investigators directly to him. Today's killers leave extensive digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, social media activity, ATM cameras, traffic cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. The development of VICAP, Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, by the FBI in 1985 represented a crucial step forward in coordinating investigations across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keyes earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. However, VICAP relies on agencies voluntarily entering data, and not all jurisdictions participate fully. Improving interagency communication and data sharing remains an ongoing challenge. Different agencies use different systems, have different protocols, and sometimes compete rather than cooperate. Breaking down these barriers is essential for catching offenders who cross jurisdictional boundaries. Criminal profiling has evolved significantly since its early days. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, formerly the Behavioral Science Unit, continues to refine profiling techniques based on research and experience. Modern profilers understand that there's no single serial killer type, and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns. Geographic profiling, analyzing the spatial patterns of crime scenes to identify likely offender locations, has become a valuable tool. Research has shown that serial offenders often commit crimes in areas they're familiar with, and their crime locations often cluster around their home or workplace in predictable ways. Software programs can analyze crime scene locations and generate probability maps of where the offender likely lives or works. Experts emphasize that community awareness and education play important roles in prevention and early detection, teaching people about manipulation tactics, about how predators operate, about the fact that dangerous people don't always look dangerous. This education can potentially prevent victimization. Programs that teach children about appropriate boundaries, about trusting their instincts, about reporting uncomfortable situations, have proven valuable. Research suggests that many child victims of abuse had uncomfortable feelings about the abuser but didn't report them because the abuser was someone trusted by adults, like a teacher, coach, or family friend. Teaching children that it's okay to report when something feels wrong, even if it involves someone adults trust, can help protect them. The legal system has made improvements in response to lessons learned from serial killer cases, though challenges remain. Mandatory reporting laws for suspected abuse exist in all states, requiring certain professionals like teachers, doctors, and therapists to report suspected abuse to authorities. Better protocols for investigating missing persons have been implemented in many jurisdictions, with guidelines requiring thorough investigation rather than waiting periods before taking reports seriously. Victim support systems have improved, with victim advocacy programs helping families navigate the legal system and access resources. Victim impact statements are now allowed in most jurisdictions, giving families a voice in legal proceedings. Some states have enacted victims' rights amendments to their constitutions, providing legal protections for victims and their families. However, significant challenges remain in balancing civil liberties with public safety. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. This tension between liberty and security is ongoing and doesn't have simple solutions. Resource limitations affect investigation quality significantly. Thorough investigations are expensive and time-consuming. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be. Advocacy for adequate funding for law enforcement training, forensic labs, and investigative resources is important. The digital age has created new challenges and new opportunities. Predators can now research victims online, learn about investigation techniques through the internet, communicate with potential victims through social media and apps. The same technology that can be used for investigation can also be used to facilitate crime. But these same technologies also leave extensive digital footprints that investigators can follow. The challenge is developing the expertise and tools to effectively use digital evidence while respecting privacy rights. This requires ongoing training for investigators, updated laws that address digital evidence, and cooperation from technology companies. Research into the psychology of predatory behavior continues to advance. Studies examining the neurobiological, psychological, and social factors that contribute to violent behavior help us understand why some people become predators while others with similar backgrounds don't. This research may eventually lead to better early intervention strategies, though predicting who will become violent remains extremely difficult. Some warning signs that research has identified as potentially significant include a history of escalating antisocial behavior, particularly involving violence, fascination with violence, weapons, or violent crime, cruelty to animals, collecting items associated with violence, lack of empathy or inability to form genuine emotional connections, manipulative behavior across multiple contexts, a pattern of violating others' boundaries, and significant inconsistencies between public presentation and private behavior. However, experts caution that these signs are not definitive. Many people might display one or more of these characteristics without being dangerous. Conversely, sophisticated predators may successfully hide all of these signs. The indicators should prompt careful attention and potentially further investigation, not immediate judgment or action. The role of mental health services in prevention is complex. While most people with mental illnesses are not violent, and most serial killers are not mentally ill in the clinical sense, better access to mental health services might help identify and intervene with individuals who are developing dangerous patterns of thought or behavior. Early intervention, when concerning behaviors are identified, could potentially prevent some violence, though this is difficult to prove and implement. Education about healthy relationships, appropriate sexuality, respect for boundaries, and emotional regulation starting from childhood may help prevent the development of predatory behavior in some cases. While we can't prevent all violence, Creating a society that better addresses the factors that contribute to violent behavior could potentially reduce it. The media's role in covering these cases deserves consideration. While public awareness is important, the celebrity status sometimes afforded to serial killers may actually encourage certain individuals. Coverage that focuses on victims' humanity rather than the killer's notoriety, that provides useful information without sensationalizing violence, and that respects families' privacy while still informing the public serves society better than coverage that turns killers into infamous celebrities. Research continues into the neurobiology, psychology, and sociology of violent behavior. Each new study contributes to our collective understanding. Advances in brain imaging, genetics, psychology, and criminology all contribute to a more complete picture of how and why some people become predators. The hope is that future generations will be better equipped to protect themselves and their communities from those who would hide in plain sight. By understanding how these predators operate, by improving our systems for detection and response, by believing victims and taking reports seriously, by advancing forensic science and investigative techniques, we can work toward a safer future. But we must also be realistic. There will likely always be individuals who choose to harm others, and some of them will be skilled at hiding their true nature. Vigilance, awareness, and strong systems of justice and support remain essential. Conclusion: remembering the victims. As we've journeyed through these disturbing cases, examining how serial killers successfully hid in plain sight by maintaining convincing facades of normalcy, it's crucial that we end by refocusing on what matters most: the victims. Dennis Rader, John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, Gary Ridgway, and Israel Keyes wouldn't be remembered at all if not for the lives they destroyed. The victims of these killers weren't statistics or case numbers. They were people, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, friends and neighbors. They had dreams and aspirations. They had favorite foods and songs. They had inside jokes with friends and traditions with family. They had potential futures that were stolen from them. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving husband and father who'd moved his family from Puerto Rico to Wichita, Kansas, for better opportunities. He worked at the Coleman Company, providing for his family, building a life in America. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who cared deeply for her 5 children. Joseph Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had dreams of playing professionally someday. Josephine, age 11, was a bright, creative student who loved drawing. Dennis Rader took all of them on a single winter morning, destroying an entire family and leaving 3 surviving Otero children orphaned and traumatized. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with excitement about the future. She worked at the Coleman Company and was known for her friendly personality and work ethic. When Rader attacked her, her brother Kevin was there and tried desperately to save her, sustaining a gunshot wound in the process. Catherine fought for her life, as evidenced by her defensive wounds, but ultimately succumbed to her injuries. Shirley Vian, age 26, was doing her best to raise 3 young children while dealing with illness. When Rader locked her children in the bathroom and killed their mother, he traumatized those children in ways that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Nancy Fox, age 25, was an independent young woman living on her own and working to support herself. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a neighbor who lived just 6 doors down from Rader. close enough that he could watch her routines. Vicky Wegerle, age 28, was a talented pianist and devoted mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. Each of these 10 confirmed victims of BTK had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who searched for answers, who grieved their loss. Their names deserve to be remembered. Joseph Otero, Julie Otero, Joseph Otero Jr., Josephine Otero, Catherine Bright, Shirley Vian, Nancy Fox, Maureen Hedge, Vicky Wegerle, and Dolores Davis. John Wayne Gacy's 33 victims included many young men and boys who had their whole lives ahead of them. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago when he encountered Gacy. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy's construction company and disappeared in 1975. His family searched for him desperately, not knowing he was buried under Gacy's house. Darrell Sampson, 18, Randall Reffett, 15, Samuel Stapleton, 14. These were teenagers, some still in school, some just starting work, all with potential that would never be realized. Robert Piest, age 15, was the victim whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother's determination to find her son and her insistence that police investigate Gacy led to the breakthrough that brought down one of America's most prolific serial killers. The Piest family's persistence demonstrates the importance of families advocating for their missing loved ones. 5 of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today. Young men whose families may still wonder what happened to them, who may still hope they'll return home someday. These unidentified victims deserve names and recognition, and efforts continue to identify them through DNA and other forensic techniques. Ted Bundy's confirmed 30 victims, though the actual number may be higher, included bright, accomplished young women with promising futures. Linda Ann Healy, age 21, was a psychology student who worked as a radio announcer. She was intelligent, ambitious, and well-liked by everyone who knew her. Donna Gale Manson, 19, Susan Rancourt, 18, Kathy Parks, 20, Brenda Ball, 22, Georgianne Hawkins, 18. These women were students, workers, daughters, sisters. Janice Ott, age 23, worked as a probation caseworker, helping troubled youth. She was literally dedicating her life to helping others when Bundy killed her. Denise Nasland, age 19, worked as a computer programmer, a skilled professional building a career. Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, both 21, were sorority sisters with their whole lives ahead of them. Kimberly Leach was only 12 years old, a child taken from her school, her life barely begun. Each of these women had families who loved them, friends who missed them, potential that was destroyed. They deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them. Gary Ridgway's 49 confirmed victims were women who deserve to be remembered with dignity and respect. Many were vulnerable women struggling with addiction or poverty, some engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders even more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and needed help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield, age 16, was a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Tammy Lyles, age 16, and Lori Ann Raspotnik, age 15, were just children who ran away from difficult home situations and encountered a predator instead of safety. These young women needed protection and support, not murder. Many of Ridgway's victims were adults, trying to survive difficult circumstances. Deborah Bonner, 23, Marcia Chapman, 31, Giselle Lovvorn, 17, Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17. Each had a story, a family, a life that mattered. The fact that some struggled with addiction or engaged in sex work doesn't make their murders less tragic or their lives less valuable. Israel Keyes's confirmed victims, Bill Currier, age 50, Lorraine Currier, age 55, and Samantha Koenig, age 18, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill was an engineer, Lorraine, a registered nurse. They'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their abduction and murder shocked their community, and the fact that their bodies were never found denied their family the closure of proper burial. Samantha Koenig was just 18 years old, working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. She was taken in a random act of violence by a killer who specifically traveled around the country to commit crimes that couldn't be connected. Her abduction galvanized her community and led to the intensive investigation that ultimately captured Keyes. There are likely other victims of Israel Keyes whose families don't even know their loved ones were murdered by him. He hinted at murders in various states, but died before revealing details. Some families may never get answers. The victims of these killers, all of them, deserve to be remembered as people first, as individuals with their own stories, their own worth, their own importance that exists independently of the killers who took their lives. They were people who laughed and cried, who had favorite movies and foods, who had dreams and fears, who loved and were loved. Their families have shown remarkable courage. Some have worked to change laws, to improve how missing persons are investigated, to ensure that other families don't suffer as they have. Some have simply tried to survive their grief, to find a way to keep living in a world that has become unimaginably painful. All of them deserve our respect, our compassion, and our support. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state and local victim advocacy groups work to support families of victims, to improve investigation and prosecution of crimes, and to ensure that victims' voices are heard in the legal system. These organizations deserve support from those who want to honor victims and prevent future tragedies. As we've explored the disturbing reality of serial killers who hide in plain sight, we've learned important lessons about how predators operate, how social psychology can be exploited, how systems can fail, and how forensic science and investigation techniques continue to improve. But the most important lesson is this: we must never allow the fascination with the killer to eclipse the humanity of their victims. The victims of BTK, of Gacy, of Bundy, of Ridgway, of Keyes, and of countless others deserve more than to be remembered merely as statistics in someone else's story. They deserve to be remembered as the people they were, as the potential they represented, as the holes they left in the hearts of those who loved them. Understanding how killers hide in plain sight, how they successfully deceive communities and families is valuable. This knowledge can potentially save lives by improving our ability to recognize warning signs, by enhancing investigative techniques, by making us all more aware of the realities of predatory behavior. But we must never lose sight of why this understanding matters. Because real people with real families, with real dreams and potential, deserve protection. They deserve justice, and they deserve to be remembered. As you move through your own life, take from these stories what is useful. Be aware that danger doesn't always look dangerous. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong. Take seriously reports of concerning behavior, especially from vulnerable people, whose reports might otherwise be dismissed. Support systems that protect the vulnerable. Advocate for adequate resources for law enforcement and victim services. Remember that the victims of violent crime deserve dignity, respect, and justice. But above all, remember the names, remember the faces, remember the lives, because in the end, the only reason we talk about the killers at all is because of the people they killed. The victims are what matter. Their memory is what we must honor. Their lives are what we must remember. Thank you for joining me on this difficult journey through some of the darkest chapters of criminal history. These stories are painful, but they're important. They remind us to be vigilant, to be compassionate, to believe victims, and to never take safety for granted. If you found this presentation informative and handled with appropriate respect for the victims and their families, please like and subscribe to support this channel. Your support helps me continue creating well-researched, respectful true crime content that honors victims while educating about the realities of crime and justice. Take care of yourselves. Look out for each other. And remember, the most effective defense against predators is a community that pays attention, that believes victims, and that refuses to let evil hide in plain sight. This presentation is dedicated to the memory of all victims of violent crime and to their families who carry on despite unimaginable loss. Final word count, 21,847 words. The Laura Kempton Case, 42 Years of Silence. Introduction, a case that wouldn't stay cold. There are cases that detectives carry with them long after they've moved on to other assignments. Cases that haunt the quiet moments, that resurface in dreams, that refuse to settle into the comfortable numbness of filed paperwork and closed chapters. The murder of Laura Kempton was one of those cases. For 42 years, her killer walked free. For 42 years, her family waited for answers that seemed like they might never come. For 42 years, investigators in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, refused to give up on a young woman whose life was stolen on an autumn morning in 1981. This is the story of how modern science, old-fashioned determination, and the relentless march of technology finally brought justice to a case that had gone cold before most of today's investigators were even born. When we talk about cold cases, we're really talking about promises. Promises made to victims who can no longer speak for themselves. Promises made to families who deserve to know what happened and why. Promises made to communities that need to believe justice is still possible, even when years turn into decades and hope begins to feel like a luxury no one can afford anymore. The Laura Kempton case represents all of that and more. It's a story about the evolution of forensic science, about how DNA technology that didn't exist in 1981 would eventually identify a killer who had been dead for nearly 2 decades by the time he was finally named. It's a story about a police department that never stopped working the case, even when leads dried up and witnesses disappeared and the evidence seemed to point nowhere at all. But more than anything else, this is Laura's story. A 23-year-old woman with her whole life ahead of her, studying to become a hairdresser, working at local shops to make ends meet, living her life in the coastal New Hampshire city she'd made her home. She was described by everyone who knew her as an outgoing free spirit, with a big personality and a love for new wave fashion. She was the kind of person who lit up a room, who made friends easily, who had dreams and plans and a future that should have stretched out for decades ahead of her. Instead, that future was cut brutally short on September 28, 1981, in a crime so violent and senseless that it shocked a community and left investigators scrambling for answers that wouldn't come for more than 4 decades. Part 1, September 27th to 28th, 1981. The last day. September 27th, 1981, started like any other Sunday for Laura Kempton. The 23-year-old was settling into life in Portsmouth, a historic coastal city in New Hampshire, known more for its colonial architecture and maritime heritage than for violent crime. Portsmouth, in 1981, was a city in transition, still holding on to its working-class roots while beginning to attract artists and young professionals drawn to its walkable downtown and proximity to the ocean. Laura had found her place in this community. She was enrolled at Portsmouth Beauty School, pursuing her dream of becoming a hairdresser. Those who knew her said she had a natural gift for connecting with people, for making anyone feel comfortable in her presence. The beauty school wasn't just a career path for Laura, it was a calling. She understood that hairdressing was about more than cutting and styling hair. It was about the conversations that happened in the salon chair, about making people feel good about themselves, about the small moments of human connection that make up a life. To support herself while going to school, Laura worked at Macro Polo, a gift store on Market Street in downtown Portsmouth. She'd just started the job, but her co-workers were already charmed by her energy and enthusiasm. She also worked at Karen's Ice Cream Parlor, another local establishment where her big personality made her a favorite among customers. These weren't glamorous jobs, but Laura didn't complain. She was building a life, one shift at a time, one hairdressing technique mastered at a time, one day closer to the future she was working toward. That Sunday evening, Laura spent time socializing with friends. She was actively dating, enjoying the freedom of being young and single in a small city where there was always something happening, always someone to meet, always a reason to go out and experience life. The night before, she'd had a date with a man she'd been seeing casually. He'd spent the night, and they'd parted ways that morning with plans to see each other again soon. It was all perfectly normal, the kind of casual relationship many young people navigate as they figure out what they want from life and love. As the evening of September 27th turned into the early morning hours of September 28th, Laura made her way back to her apartment. She lived at 20 Chapel Street in downtown Portsmouth, in a ground-floor apartment in an older building typical of the area. These were the kinds of buildings that had been converted from larger single-family homes into multiple units with high ceilings and period details that gave them character, even if the apartments themselves were modest. Witnesses would later tell police that they saw Laura entering her apartment alone in those early morning hours. She was returning from her evening out, ready to call it a night and rest up before another week of classes and work shifts began. She had no way of knowing that someone had been inside her apartment, waiting for her to return. She had no way of knowing that she would never see another sunrise. The discovery. The morning of September 28, 1981, dawned bright and clear over Portsmouth. It was a Monday, and the city was coming to life with the usual rhythms of the work week beginning. Office workers grabbed coffee on their way to their desks. Shop owners opened their doors. Students headed to classes. It was an ordinary autumn morning in every way, except for what was about to be discovered at 20 Chapel Street. Portsmouth police officer Ron Grivois had a routine task that morning. He needed to serve Laura Kempton with a court summons for unpaid parking meter violations. It was the kind of mundane police work that fills up most days on the job: paperwork, summonses, traffic violations, nothing dramatic, nothing that would suggest his morning was about to take a horrifying turn. When Officer Grivois arrived at 20 Chapel Street sometime during the morning hours, he immediately noticed something wrong. One of the panels in the wooden door leading to Laura's ground floor apartment was missing. The door itself was closed, but that missing panel created an opening that shouldn't have been there. Based on what investigators would later determine, someone had broken that panel, then reached through the opening to unlock the door from the inside. Looking through the broken panel, Officer Grivois could see into the apartment. What he saw made his blood run cold. A body was lying on the floor. He could see legs, visible and bound with some kind of cord. There was blood spattered on the far wall of the apartment. Officer Grivois immediately called for backup and secured the scene. Within minutes, more officers arrived, along with detectives and crime scene technicians. What they found inside Laura Kempton's apartment would be seared into their memories for the rest of their careers. The crime scene. The apartment was in disarray. There were clear signs of a struggle in the living room and bedroom area. Furniture had been moved or knocked over. Personal belongings were scattered. This hadn't been a quick, clean killing. This had been violent and chaotic, a scene that spoke of terror and desperation. Laura's body lay on the floor, and the scene around her told a grim story. Her legs were bound with an electric blanket cord. A kitchen phone cord was wrapped around her neck and shoulder area. There was a large amount of blood on the rug beneath her head, and investigators noted a pattern of bloodstains on the wall at an upward angle, which could suggest the mechanics of the attack, someone striking her repeatedly while she was already on the ground. Near her body, investigators found a glass bottle. Based on the injuries and the blood evidence, this bottle appeared to be the murder weapon. Some sources would later describe it specifically as a wine bottle. Whatever its original purpose, it had been used with devastating effect to inflict massive trauma to Laura's head. Also near the body, crime scene technicians found a cigarette butt. This seemed significant. Laura wasn't a smoker, and the positioning of the cigarette butt suggested it had been left by someone else. Based on where it was found and the blood evidence in the apartment, investigators theorized that the killer had spent time in the apartment after the murder, possibly trying to clean up or simply catching his breath after the violence. The cigarette butt was carefully collected and preserved as evidence. Other physical evidence was meticulously documented and gathered. Investigators collected fingerprints from various surfaces throughout the apartment. They took photographs from every angle, documenting the crime scene in exhaustive detail. They collected samples of blood, hair, and fiber evidence. In 1981, DNA profiling wasn't yet widely used in criminal investigations, but investigators had the foresight to preserve biological evidence properly, understanding that forensic science was always advancing and that techniques that didn't exist today might be available tomorrow. The apartment had been ransacked, but this didn't appear to be a simple burglary gone wrong. Nothing of obvious value seemed to have been taken. Instead, the evidence suggested something far more sinister. The sexual assault kit performed during Laura's autopsy would later confirm what investigators suspected from the crime scene. This had been a sexually motivated attack. The autopsy. The autopsy performed on Laura Kempton that afternoon provided crucial information about what had happened to her. The medical examiner determined that Laura had died from massive trauma to the left side of her head. The injuries were consistent with being struck repeatedly by a blunt object, the glass bottle found at the scene. She had suffered contusions and lacerations of the brain, along with extensive skull fractures. These were devastating injuries that would have caused rapid death. The autopsy also confirmed that Laura had been sexually assaulted. Vaginal swabs and other samples were collected and preserved. In 1981, these samples couldn't tell investigators much beyond confirming that sexual assault had occurred, but they would prove crucial decades later when DNA technology advanced enough to extract genetic profiles from old evidence. The medical examiner concluded that Laura had died in the early morning hours of September 28, 1981, which aligned with witness statements about when she'd been seen entering her apartment alone. The timeline was beginning to come together. Laura had returned home in the early hours of the morning, unaware that someone had broken into her apartment and was lying in wait. An attack had occurred, violent and brutal. And then Laura was dead. Her life ended at just 23 years old, her dreams and potential snuffed out in an act of senseless violence. Part 2. The initial investigation. The first 48 hours. In any homicide investigation, the first 48 hours are critical. This is when memories are freshest, when witnesses are most likely to come forward, when physical evidence is still abundant and uncontaminated. The Portsmouth Police Department understood this, and they threw every available resource at Laura Kempton's case. Detectives began by interviewing everyone who had known Laura or had any connection to her. Her friends from beauty school were questioned about her recent activities, her mood, whether she'd mentioned any problems or conflicts with anyone. Her co-workers from Macro Polo and Karen's ice cream parlor were asked the same questions. Had Laura seemed worried about anything? Had she mentioned any threatening encounters? Had anyone been hanging around, paying unwanted attention to her? The man Laura had been dating, the one who'd spent the night before her murder with her, immediately became a person of interest, as would be standard in any homicide investigation. Statistics show that when a woman is murdered, the perpetrator is often someone she knows, frequently a current or former intimate partner. But this man had an alibi for the early morning hours when Laura was killed, and he agreed to provide a DNA sample. The results, which wouldn't be available for years when the technology advanced enough to process them properly, would eventually clear him completely. Investigators canvassed Laura's neighborhood, knocking on doors, asking if anyone had seen or heard anything unusual in the early morning hours of September 28th. Had anyone noticed someone loitering around 20 Chapel Street? Had anyone heard sounds of a struggle or screams? The apartment building's other residents were interviewed extensively. This was delicate work. Investigators needed information, but they also didn't want to cause panic in a community already shaken by such a violent crime. The broken door panel became a key focus of the investigation. Someone had broken that panel to gain access to Laura's apartment. Based on the evidence, this appeared to have happened before Laura returned home. The killer had broken in and waited for her. This suggested a level of calculation, of intent, that made the crime even more chilling. This wasn't a random encounter that escalated. Someone had targeted Laura's apartment specifically and had been willing to wait for her to return. But why? That was the question that would haunt investigators for decades. Was there something about Laura specifically that had drawn the killer's attention? Or was this more random than it appeared? Someone looking for an apartment to break into, choosing Laura's for reasons that had nothing to do with her as a person? Developing a profile. As the investigation continued through those first critical days and weeks, investigators began to develop a profile of the crime and the likely perpetrator. The break-in suggested someone with criminal experience, someone comfortable with committing burglary. The sexual assault indicated a predator, someone who saw an opportunity for violence and took it. The level of violence used, striking Laura repeatedly with the bottle even after she would have been incapacitated, suggested rage, possibly drug or alcohol-fueled, possibly just the nature of this particular offender. Portsmouth in the early 1980s, like many American cities, was dealing with property crime. Burglaries were not uncommon, and investigators looked into whether there had been other break-ins in Laura's neighborhood. Were there any patterns that might connect to her murder? Had anyone else reported suspicious activity around their apartments? The police also looked into known sex offenders in the area. In 1981, sex offender registries weren't what they would later become, but police maintained their own records of individuals who'd been convicted of sexual assault or other sex crimes. Any such individuals living in Portsmouth or the surrounding area were looked at closely. As weeks turned into months, the investigation expanded outward. Detectives contacted police departments in surrounding communities, asking about similar unsolved murders or sexual assaults. Was it possible that Laura's killer had struck before elsewhere, or might he strike again if he wasn't caught? The evidence problem. The physical evidence collected from Laura's apartment was carefully preserved and analyzed using the forensic techniques available in 1981. Fingerprints were compared against prints in police databases, but no matches came back. The cigarette butt was preserved, but in 1981, there was no way to extract useful identification information from it beyond blood type. This was the frustrating reality of criminal investigation in the early 1980s. Forensic science had come a long way since mid-century. Fingerprint analysis was well established, blood typing could narrow down suspects, hair and fiber analysis could provide circumstantial evidence. But the kind of definitive identification that DNA analysis would later provide simply didn't exist yet. Investigators knew they had evidence from the killer. They knew he'd left biological material at the scene. In the cigarette butt, in the sexual assault evidence, possibly in other samples as well. But they had no way to use that evidence to identify him. No database to compare it against. No technology that could turn those biological samples into a name and face. This is one of the cruel realities of cold cases. Sometimes the evidence that could solve a case exists from day one, carefully preserved and documented in an evidence room, because the technology to analyze it properly doesn't exist yet. It's like having a locked door with the key sitting right in front of you, but no understanding of how keys and locks work. You know the answer is there. You just can't access it. For investigators working Laura's case, this must have been maddening. They had evidence. They had DNA, though they didn't fully understand that yet. They had a killer's genetic fingerprint, unique in all the world, just waiting for the right technology to come along and identify its owner. But that technology was years away, and in the meantime, all they could do was follow traditional investigative methods and hope for a breakthrough. Leads and dead ends. Over the following months and years, Portsmouth police pursued hundreds of leads in Laura Kempton's case. Every tip that came in was investigated, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Every person who'd had any connection to Laura was looked at and, if necessary, ruled out. The investigation was thorough and professional, following every standard protocol for homicide investigations. But despite all this work, no clear suspect emerged. There were people of interest, certainly. There were individuals who couldn't quite account for their whereabouts during the critical hours. There were known criminals who lived in the area and had histories that made them worth investigating. But nothing ever solidified into probable cause for an arrest. The investigation also had to contend with the natural limitations of witness memory and the passage of time. Witnesses who might have seen something important in those early morning hours might not have realized it was significant. By the time they were interviewed, days or weeks might have passed, and memories faded. Details got confused or forgotten. This is why the first 48 hours are so critical. The more time that passes, the harder it becomes to get reliable information from witnesses. As 1981 turned into 1982 and then into 1983, Laura Kempton's case began that inexorable slide from active investigation to cold case. It wasn't that anyone gave up on it, not exactly. New leads were still pursued. The case file was still reviewed periodically. But with no new evidence and no new witnesses coming forward, there was only so much detectives could do. Other crimes happened, demanding attention and resources. Slowly, inevitably, Laura's case became one of those files that lived in a back room, a reminder of justice delayed and perhaps denied. Part 3. A second tragedy and growing fears. October 19th, 1982. Tammy Little. Just over a year after Laura Kempton's murder, Portsmouth was rocked by another horrific crime that seemed impossible to ignore. On October 19th, 1982, 20-year-old Tammy Little was found dead in her apartment at 315 Maplewood Avenue. Like Laura, Tammy was a student at Portsmouth Beauty School. Like Laura, she lived in a first-floor apartment. And like Laura, she had died from massive head injuries. The similarities were striking and deeply unsettling. Two young women, both beauty school students, both killed in their own apartments in brutal attacks. The question that everyone in Portsmouth was asking, and that investigators were asking themselves, was whether they were dealing with a serial killer. This is one of those moments in criminal investigation where the truth can feel almost as disturbing as confirmation would be. On one hand, if the same person killed both Laura and Tammy, that meant there was a serial killer operating in Portsmouth, someone who might strike again. On the other hand, if these were two separate killers, that meant Portsmouth had been struck by random, horrific violence twice in just over a year, a statistical improbability that raised its own disturbing questions about what was happening in their community. Investigators looked closely for connections between the two cases. Were there any physical evidence similarities? Did the crimes share a signature or method of operation that would suggest the same perpetrator? They compared witness statements, timelines, evidence collected from both crime scenes. But frustratingly, despite the surface similarities, there wasn't enough to definitively link the cases. The evidence was circumstantial. The similarities could be coincidental, or they could indicate a copycat, or they could indeed mean the same person had killed both women. Without more concrete evidence, investigators couldn't say for certain. For the Portsmouth community, this uncertainty was perhaps worse than knowing. Parents worried about their daughters. Young women in the city found themselves looking over their shoulders, double-checking locks, maybe rethinking that ground-floor apartment they'd been considering. The psychological impact of unsolved violent crimes on a community can't be overstated. It erodes the sense of safety that people need to live their lives fully. At the July 20th, 2023 press conference announcing the resolution of Laura Kempton's case, New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella was asked directly about Tammy Little's murder and whether Ronnie James Lee might also be responsible for her death. His answer was carefully measured. That case remains under investigation. It is our hope that what we're announcing today may lead to some additional information about that case. In other words, as of 2023, Tammy Little's murder remains unsolved, and while investigators haven't ruled out a connection to Lee, they also haven't found evidence definitively linking him to her death. The impact on the investigation. The Tammy Little murder had a complex effect on the Laura Kempton investigation. On one hand, it refocused attention and resources on both cases. If there was a serial killer operating in Portsmouth, that was obviously a major priority, but it also meant spreading investigative resources across two complex cases rather than focusing on one. Investigators looked for any common denominators beyond the obvious ones. Did Laura and Tammy know each other? They'd both attended Portsmouth Beauty School, though they were in different classes, and there's no indication they were friends or even acquainted. Did they frequent the same places, shop at the same stores? Did they have any friends or acquaintances in common? The investigators also had to consider the possibility